Hello, welcome to the Rainbow Six North America League. I'm your host, Doa, and today is my 111th birthday. 111 years is far too short a time to spend with such admirable and amiable hobbits. I know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve. It's a compliment, trust me. Anyway, welcome to the Rainbow Six North American League. It's week 2, second week of groups, a lot on the line, serious games coming. I'm out of breath, so we're going to the desk. Let's get started. I'm actually turning 40 today. It actually is my birthday. Let's go. I found out something.
Yeah?
It's hard to Naruto run and keep your mic thing on your belt.
You wouldn't think you're 40.
That's what I found out.
You wouldn't think it. You run like a 30-year-old.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really well done.
I'm like from that Naruto show where they all grow up and have kids, I guess, or something, you know?
I don't really know where we go from here this.
Yeah.
I don't know what do we do?
There's so much to talk about. I mean, what are you thinking here? Coming into week number 2, let's talk about some Rainbow Six, because
we love Siege.
Obviously, there's only 7 games for each team, right? We're doing a round robin.
Yep.
Some of the teams already have 4 games done, right? Which means for those teams, these 3 games this week are going to be crucial.
Do or die. This is it. You're into the second half, and I think obviously with the way the table has kind of looked throughout the past few days, I think it's been kind of clear, who's been the top, who's from the bottom. Just from, I think the expectations have probably been hit.
I think for some teams,
There's probably one team.
Yeah, I think there's one team down at the bottom that had a pretty slow start, but they're starting to heat up as well.
Yeah. That is true. And for the teams on top, you've got teams like Oxygen looking very good. There's that perplexing loss against Parabellum, but I feel like we can kind of write that one off, right? I feel like that was an off day. That was Parabellum, really kind of hitting their stride for that game. Obviously, they haven't looked quite to that level since then, but then again, it is the second week, really. We could see anything.
I think the 4th time they win Oregon, they're really going to hit their stride. 4th time they play it.
Any Oregon today?
Yeah, need more Oregon.
I hope so. I hope it's non-stop Oregon border. That's my hope today.
Oh. We got to have Oregon, right? Let's take a look at today's schedule here. Here's what we got to look forward to. It's going to be 7 games of Rainbow Six, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Beastcoast taking on Parabellum right off the bat. I mean, Parabellum, that team that right now is 1 win, 3 losses, low on the points, 7th place in the league, right ahead of Mirage, and have played 4 games. So if they want to have any chance of getting the top 6, they basically have to win out this week, don't they?
There's 2 teams that only get to play once today. It's Parabellum, Oxygen, 2 teams in very different situations. OXG, number 1 team in the league. They don't get to play today for the second game. Not a big deal, right?
Sure.
Parabellum already in the bottom 2. They do not have a lot of time to make up the ground that they have currently lost. We see the standings now here.
There you go.
Down at the very bottom, PB, they're only 1 point behind Soniqs, but SQ, DZ, and Beastcoast all have a game in hand against Parabellum.
Yeah, I think the interesting one is probably Beastcoast and how they came out swinging during the last play day. Nobody, I think, expected to see just how good that team could play. And I think those games that you don't expect from the kind of smaller teams in the league, that what creates the chaos, I think. Look at Soniqs, who, for me, that's probably the biggest anomaly, is just how poor that team has played, considering the quality of players that they have on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like last week we said, we've got a lot of questions coming into week number 1. Week number 2, I feel like I have even more questions about how some of these teams are going to go. That is besides the point. But speaking of questions, we've got some questions for you two to discuss. So why don't you scuttle on up to the TV up there, to the telestration station, and get ready to answer some questions. That's right, it's time for Opinions, our new segment here where we have our best and brightest, our analysts, debate some questions here. And I believe I've got them here. Our first question of the day to debate is this one. Are you ready?
Yep,
I'm ready.
All right. Oregon produces the best matches. Go.
Disagree. Oregon is not my fave. Is that in the middle?
That's kind of, it's not like strongly disagree, because I think we do see some great clutch moments.
Yeah, there are some good moments in Oregon.
Yeah. But it's not like a map that you think, wow, that team's played really well on that map. Because you would expect most teams should play really well on this map because it is so basic.
Yeah, I feel like it's a map where creativity almost gets punished sometimes, right? Like on the basement, it's a very simple bomb site. You anchor. If you try to get crazy with it, you run around. Sometimes it's just not really in your best interest.
Yep. Also, look at the flags, by the way. Jesse's Canadian. You didn't know?
Yeah.
Just
if you didn't know that, that'd be shocking.
But he kind of made it say is agree, so I feel like he's kind of in agreement that Oregon likes
is agree.
It,
Are you?
Well, I'm getting rid of it.
We got to move on to the next question anyway, though. The next question: Canadian is the best IGL of all time.
Canadian best IGL of all time? Yeah, absolutely.
Strongly agree.
I mean, I got a flag up there. Yeah. And if you're disagreeing, you got to tell me who else.
Oh, got it.
Troy Canadian.
Just about.
Just about?
Just about. And I think the reason why is there's no one who's been able to IGL 3 different teams.
Exactly.
And produce championship moments out of all of them.
Okay. You're only agreeing. Who's above him then?
I mean, I think Fabian always has to be in contention for this. He has to be, back to back. Look at what he's won.
All right, we got to move on. Next question.
Okay.
Importing EU players makes NA teams better.
Go ahead.
I mean,
dude, look at the EU players that have come in, right? We had Slevin and Gomfy already out of the league. Sloppy was hardly in the league. Then you have coming in now, Citizen. He's been all right. He's been not bad. Alfama, meh. Already out of the league. I think the only really good standout European player to come in so far has been Spoit.
You have to look at it. Why is NA going after Europeans? And why are Europeans never going after NA?
I mean, I think the good NA teams aren't going after Europeans.
Yeah, they should be.
DarkZero, Oxygen, your top squads are not picking up European players for
at the end of the day, in this game, Europe has been the best region. If you collect all of 7 years that we've played in this game, Europe has won the most.
And when they come to NA, their careers just...
I'm not saying that Sloppy, if you're saying that Sloppy's going to be in the same level as what, Spoit is.
That's what we have to go off
And
of.
Tempo Storm are such a low-down team as well. It's not as if it's like a big, heavy hitter like MA are.
We'll see.
All right, well, we got one more to throw at you here. Coming fresh off the production here. The question is, your final question. Spoit is overrated.
Overrated.
Now, if you dare...
You go first.
Mr. Chick, if you dare try and go for this...
I'm slightly above the middle. I think Spoit is a good player. I think he was a smart pickup. I think Spoit is a great player. He's going to improve M80. But I think he's shown moments, like at SI, towards the end of it when they were in the bracket, and early on with M80, that he's he plays too solo sometimes. He's not the boy kid wonder who is like best in Siege. People overrate him. He's still good. He's still very, very good. But I think the hype behind him is a little too much.
Por qué?
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Por qué?
Well, there you go. I mean, they're figuring it out. We'll let them fight it out for a couple more seconds. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more analysis here, so don't go anywhere. R6 NA League coming back in just a few. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America League. Doa, Jesse, Jacob here with you. Jacob, I did it. I was gonna try to avoid it all stage long. I'm so sorry. It was a whole year of this. It was a whole year of saying that, and I was really good at not saying it last week. I'm getting old. What can I say? I'm getting old. Demo, Doa, Jesse, and Demo on the desk.
We love you. We appreciate you here.
And it's a good thing that it's time to jump into our pre-match, because if we didn't have something else to distract us from this, I might get like choked out by the Skyview. I don't know. But anyway, we're going into Beastcoast versus Parabellum for our first match of the day. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, where Parabellum needs to win out, but Beastcoast, would we maybe say, I don't want to say surprised, but I feel like they played pretty well last week. They do still find themselves down in 5th place at the moment, but they are certainly within striking range of top 2, and they are certainly, almost locked for top 6 at least.
It's a good week. Very, very good week, I think, from Beastcoast, especially as a new team that we didn't have a lot of hopes for them, Jesse, because we have to be realistic. I think this league, in terms of the big teams, I think they've been very impressive. I think they've been, together for a while. Obviously, we've seen how they perform at Invitational and such. So it was always going to be, a bit of a hot take saying, oh yeah, this team's going to come in and do really well.
Yeah.
But actually, they have done quite well for themselves.
Yeah, I think the core of reality TV coming forward, right? We've got Hat and, of course, Mr. B. A lot of people were concerned about. I think Hat really did overperform people's expectations, which is fantastic, because I thought he was a player who might struggle but didn't. And then Mr. B, oh my God. Probably the best individual attacking player that we saw all week 1. He makes so much space for his team. I love the way he's able to make things go. This is a defensive clip with smoke, but his shield play was fantastic. He was getting aggressive on Hibana. He was making every single moment count, and it always felt like when he was up, when he was yelling, when he was full of energy, his whole team played better as well.
There he is.
Look at him.
That's energy right there. That's the pop-off. But, he was doing great. Doc, we were a little bit worried about talking about other people on the team. He started doing a bit better later in the week. But I wonder if Mr. B can keep the momentum going. That's the big question for week 2. It's one thing doing it the first week of the stage. Now things are settling in. Now it's time to keep going. Wow.
He's a terrifying
That looks
player.
terrifying.
He's a scary man.
My goodness me.
That's an intimidating visage from that gentleman right there.
Love him.
Yeah, he's had a great run so far. Obviously, I want to see if he can keep it up.
Yeah.
Could just be, okay, a one-off day that you played well. It's consistency that I always look for in kind of my favorite players, the players who I think are some of the best in the world. It's all about consistency. It's about doing it week in, week out, not just the one day, because that means you're not reliable to your team. And who wants to be playing with someone who you don't know if he's going to be incredible or terrible?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like having Jesse on your team for a trivia contest.
What? I crushed in trivia last night.
Is that the terrible
He knows
side or
geography.
Crushed in trivia
But
last
when
night.
it comes to reciting Star Wars crawls from memory, no.
That was your strong suit.
Lost like the Jawa in a sandstorm. Well, I think it's time to talk a little bit more about who
Let's do
might
it.
win
Yep.
this matchup. So are we just going to say Beast Coast? Let's talk about Parabellum a little bit, because Parabellum had a rough week, obviously. They did have that big win over Oxygen, but at the same time, it feels like this team has a long way to go.
I think they have the potential to win today. I think they do.
I do.
I would like to see them and not Oregon.
Exactly.
I think
Yeah,
that's
fair
probably
enough,
the thing.
fair
They
enough.
have to get their map selection good. Probably the good thing is for, I think, Parabellum going into this game is probably there isn't as much pressure going in, I think, to some of the bigger games where you're playing against some big teams. I think some of the younger guys might be thinking, we're up against Canadian or different people like that. But no, it's Beast Coast. It's a team that obviously these guys will be familiar with, obviously growing up with each other, kind of in the CL program. So I think it'll be a lot more comfortable for Parabellum going into this game.
Yeah, I agree. I want to echo your sentiment on the new map, right? Because we saw Oregon 3 out of 4 games for Parabellum last week. Really want to see them switch things up. It felt like their attacks weren't really at the level they should
hit or
be.
miss.
If
Very
this
hit
is
or
your
miss, yeah.
main site or map that you have been practicing and you want to play all the time, right? Pushing down laundry stairs into a mirror window that you didn't deal with. Some struggles with clearing top floors. So we'll see from Parabellum. I hope we get some variety today.
We're going to find out right now. The map is ready. Let's see where we're going and see if it's Oregon again. And it is Cafe.
Nice.
Okay. All right. So something a little bit different. So what does this tell us?
Well, Cafe coming through. This is obviously a map that Parabellum historically haven't done well on. They didn't win it at all last year. Obviously, new squad, new team. So maybe that little influence coming in from reality TV, or sorry, from Laxing and Skies will help them out. But you know, it's kind of a slow map. It's a map that we've seen once so far through the NAL, and yeah.
Yeah.
It's a map that both teams have kind of let through in their previous matchups, letting, you know, they're not banning it. The other team has been banning it against them, so both teams are happy to go to this map. It's a map that they're not going to shy away from. So yeah, I think both teams will be very happy seeing this one come in. It's very chaotic. I think it'll come down to see who's really gunning on the day.
Well, we're about to find out. The map is starting. It's time to send it over to our casters. Penguin and Taro standing by. Let's hear the action.
Excited to get started with our second week. Welcome everybody, and welcome to Cafe. This is us. This is me, this is Nick.
Yeah.
We stylized today just for you. And we're gonna be starting with two teams with very different looks for the beginning of the North America League. Why not? New league, new country, new tourney organizer in Blast, new rosters, same old Cafe.
I was gonna say, no new map, unfortunately. But I'm excited, and I'm very surprised that Parabellum will take themselves to Cafe, because as a new team going to a map such as Cafe, it can be very difficult to get comfortable on this map because it's a bit of a hell in a cell type scenario.
Absolutely. Parabellum playing Oregon 3 of 4 times so far. That's a pretty standard map to go to when you're a new team. It's all reliable. As both Demo and Jesse absolutely and strongly agreed, Oregon is the most entertaining map in the entire map pool.
Sure.
Happy birthday, Doa, by the way.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Let me do a small area, just a petite.
Did you see his intro segment? Oh, I don't think you were here for it, right?
I did not.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. He was Naruto running back and forth on camera, and it was a great segue into the beginning of week number 2 here, Playday 3. Operator bans underway. Thatcher actually getting banned. Of course, this operator has seen a significant amount of bans throughout the history of the game, but with the secondary EMP's implementation, not as big of a deal these days, as you can substitute that gadget with secondary EMPs instead. Flores, same similar story. That utility clear that he brings to the table, just stable for every single team. Take that away, make the attack more difficult. It's going to be Beastcoast starting on attack and Parabellum starting on defense.
Operator ban still rolling in, getting rid of 2 reliable operators that you don't always see both get banned out for Cafe. Kaid is joining him, so that means there will be no real concern with those hatches. The only way to stop the hatches from getting opened up now would be if you put a bandit battery on top of it, or a mute jammer on top of it, which by the way, we have seen teams do that.
Yeah.
I know you're laughing. I know you're laughing.
It was a thing.
I know that you are chuckling. However, especially in the old days of Oregon, you used to be able to put a bandit battery on that, and, you know, somebody punch open that front door barricade and then just immediately shoot their Hibana pellets in. Whoops. Now you have suddenly lost a number of Hibana charges. Back in the day, that would be 6. We actually saw it last week on a border match when a team was defending downstairs in Teller's bathroom, and they had put a bandit battery upstairs on the hatch inside of office. So it still does happen. I know you laugh at me.
No, but you know, you're not wrong. And you know what? I remember myself playing about in Oregon way back in the day, having that exact same thing happen to me, where, you know, you punch the door open, you go for your WC banner, get it open, and you're like, okay, it got kite trick. Well, there's no kite back then. It got bandit trick, but like, how? And you realize that bandit just ran upstairs, put down bandit battery, and you just got made a fool out of. It does happen.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Put a bandit battery on the hatch.
Do it.
I mean, they don't have...
There's no bandit, but
Play a bandit. Put a bandit.
do it anyway.
Prove me right. That's all I want. All I want is for you to prove me right. Parabellum had some strong performances from individual players, being guided again by the 2 veterans in both Laxing and Skies. For those of you that are unfamiliar with how many years of experience those 2 have combined,
It's a lot.
I would actually argue that Laxing and Skies probably have more experience than the entire rest of this lobby combined. Hyper and Vertical have been around for a while, but just simply the hours that Lax and Skies have put in is insane. These were 2 integral members of that World Championship Elevate team that won the initial 6 Invitational, the inaugural 6 Invitational all the way back on Xbox, back in 2017.
Jesus. That is wild to think about, to be honest. And speaking of like star players, both Spiff and Fish actually had a great statistical first week in terms of opening kills, but that's essentially where their success ends. In terms of plus minus and overall performance, not the greatest start, but they are winning their initial opening duels, but PB as a team not able to convert that into a round victory.
I know that Mr. B was a big focus of the desk segment, and I mean, we talked about him quite a lot on last week's show with how animated he can get. But I gotta say, the most impressive member of this lobby for me so far has been Hat. Hat came in as a player that, unless you watch the Tier 2 scene, you might not be the most familiar with Hat. Same with Fish, by the way, and Spiker. So these are unknown quantities coming in. But Hat has been able to stand up on, oftentimes, stressful and tough roles, either on primary entry and primary roam, or on secondary, being guided by the rest of the team. Now, could that be the influence of Mr. B allowing Hat to have that level of success? Entirely, yes, it could be.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. We see Mr. B lead, squads in CL and Tier 3 of North America, just doing so well time and time again. And the only common factor is when Mr. B is there, teams, they seem to thrive around him when he starts building in those fundamentals.
You might be wondering why we haven't really been talking much about this round, and that's because despite 2 minutes being gone, there hasn't been a wealth of action. Still late in the discovery phase, but Doc will discover Spiker in a position that he might not have assumed. There's our very first kill of the round. Time for the logic bombs to come out, and the pace will almost assuredly quicken for Beastcoast as they have fought the final 45. Hat encroaching upon the bomb site, clearing out reading. Still has one of those logic bombs, but he's just clearing blind as it's a drone late in front of him, giving him intel over towards 90.
I mean, the call has to come out shortly because it's execute with 25 seconds left. We gotta start pushing the buttons here.
You've got Parabellum still safeguarded in the bomb site. Skies from down below. Beastcoast will equalize. Hyper on attack, taking out Spiker. He was the one involved earlier on. Now it's Spiff to die from an angle he wasn't expecting. The pace, as you said, quickening indeed. Beastcoast killing everybody but Skies, who manages to take down Hyper, getting back to the bomb site. But he's still just out of reach as the diffuser will go down successfully. And we're gonna need a photo finish for that one, Nick, because I don't know if the diffuser actually went down as the final kill came in. Beastcoast, excellently done on that very first round. And there's already gonna be a call for a rehost.
Damn, you win the round and immediately go, rehost, go again, figure it out. I don't believe by my account the diffuser actually went down, but it certainly was a close call. I will say one thing that seems to be a pretty common factor on Cafe, both in I was watching EUL yesterday, is that attacking team seems to take a lot of time to get into the building safely. And I think this is due to, if you look at Cafe and how it was played all of last year, the last calendar year, teams would be very quick into the building, die early in attack, and then play that 3 versus 5, 4 versus 5. And it's so hard to gain any map control in Cafe when you're down in numbers because you don't have active droning, there are so many crossfires to worry about as an attacking team, and you just lose so much important utility. I mean, in that last round, if any member from Beastcoast, they die, they lose soft breach, hard breach, or utility that they need to get things going. For example, the Dokkaebi. So I do think that it's going to be very common for us to see, the attack and clock tick down to like the last 10 seconds of the round before we see the real execute, because they want to get into that 5 versus 5 stable position and leverage time for safety to have that even numbers advantage. Very happy, Mr. B.
Yes.
As always.
Is Vertical actually using Bo's quiet comforts as his...
Wait, is he... Surely he's not playing, but he has a microphone as well. So yeah, I'm curious... I'm curious how that works.
I don't know, yeah. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but like in terms of sound, I mean, obviously there's got to be...
He can also be tricking us and playing with in-ears underneath and just having them for the noise cancelling, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. Could be, but I mean, how noisy...
Yeah, how noisy is your home?
How noisy is your environment at your house? Do you... No. Spiker very conveniently cropping out the back of his dresser that does not have a photo.
No. Yeah.
It's almost like he heard us.
Yeah, he looked down.
He looked down. It's like,
I'm ashamed.
I'm tremendously sorry. Just a bit of banter going back and forth. Hat is gone.
Hat is disappeared.
Hat is gone. It's a hatless stream. It's the second time playing Cafe for
Beastcoast.
Beastcoast. That is correct.
Yeah, they beat Soniqs 7-5 on it, which is, I think looking at like Beastcoast versus Soniqs, you're thinking, oh my god, if they can beat the Soniqs, they must be a really, really good team. And to be fair, Beastcoast looked incredible considering how new this roster is. But I also have to say, Soniqs had a start that I think most people did not expect. You know, they're coming hot off, you know, the entirety of last year. They got on Citizen for Invite, didn't get the results they necessarily wanted, but then they want to, you know, start off hot in the NAL, and they had mixed results in the first week here. But they started slow, looked a lot better in the later games that they had, and I'm curious to see for Soniqs specifically how they'll bounce back now here in the third play day.
So, production is giving us hot takes right now.
Hot takes, okay.
And this is the hot take I was just told by production.
Okay,
We're both gonna have to weigh in on this,
okay.
and I want the audience to also weigh in on it as well. Hyper's time playing on top NAL teams is over. Strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. And I'm gonna put you on the. I'm gonna put you in the hot seat.
the hot seat here.
I'm gonna go first.
I think. Alright, so when we say top team, we're thinking top 4, like like what are we thinking? What's the top team? Let's define it just a little bit. Top 4?
No, you go.
Okay, let's say it's top 4. I would go with like a weak agree that his time is over.
Okay.
I think because you and I kind of spoke about this last week, where Hyper is not a first entry aggressive member. He's like a passive second entry. He needs someone else to help him do his job to the best of his ability, I feel like. And I don't think that's the way forward in the current meta. He also had a break. We always have to like kind of gauge and see how players they do after coming back from some time off, even though it wasn't that long. So I'm a soft or a weak agree, at least with the current meta.
I think that when you look at the top teams in North America, Hyper's time to make it to the absolute top is there if Beastcoast can make it to the top. Do I think, in all honesty, do I think that Hyper is going to get poached by one of the top 4 legacy teams in North America? I mean, there's obviously more than that, but I mean, if you look at historically the top teams in NA since the inception of the NA League, you've got DarkZero and Space Station and Oxygen as the 3, and then that 4th spot lately has been Soniqs, but I think M80 can make a pretty good argument for it as well. Obviously, there's been some issues with Soniqs right now, currently sitting in 6th place. They've shown that it's taking a little bit longer for them to gel, but I mean, that happens.
It does. It happens.
New meta, new player, you know, maybe new leadership, maybe new system, etc. Do I think Hyper is going to get poached for one of those, 4 or 5 teams? I think right now, looking at their rosters, it's unlikely. Not because he isn't a talented player, but if he really truly lost motivation after his, the major win, whatever, with DZ, lost motivation, didn't really want to play anymore, had other stuff going on, just kind of wanted to take a break. There's lots of players who do that, but it's very hard for them to then find their way back to the top 4. Yep. Obviously, Canadian is a big exception to that in North America, but looking at the rest of these teams, I can't really pinpoint on any of these teams a player who is at the tippity top, like Hyper, major champion, consistently one of the top-rated players in North America, who takes a break and then is able to get back onto those top teams for one big reason, because I think all of those teams are going to question, is this going to happen again? What if Hyper loses motivation on that squad? What if he goes to OXG? What if he goes to M80? They win a major, or they finish second in a major, and then those motivation issues pop up yet again? I think that's a problem. And I've even heard people say the same in the background about Canadian. What if he loses his spark? What if all of a sudden he's not as motivated based on where the game is at? What if he's not motivated with his team?
So what do we flip the question and say, so who would be the quote-unquote best player? And the name that I'll bring up would be Grixer, for example. Would you say that's like a hard agree, soft agree? Because I think Grixer and Newers are kind of lingering up there, right, for example. But
Lingering?
Lingering.
What do you mean
hovering.
What do you mean lingering?
Well,
to suggest that they're lingering at the top means that you don't think that they should be there for that long. They're just kind of sitting around, and then they're going to fall. At some point, Grixer and Newers are going to get shipped out of the top 4.
I was going to say, I think Newers is slightly overrated, for example, personally. I think he has an extremely high talent when it comes to mechanical skill, but I think he doesn't have depth. And I think the best players in the world at the top level, internationally speaking as well, they need to have depth. It's why Canadian is spoken of as like the best IGL, for example.
Sure. But I will counter that and say that I think the meta that we're in right now actually allows players who are a bit more passive on their entry, like Hyper, to excel, and a player like Newers, who, let's say at face value, he doesn't have a lot of depth, which I don't necessarily agree with, but let's say that I do. I think that there's a place for that because the meta as it stands right now, looking at the most successful teams in all of these regions, is one very dedicated hard support and then one very aggressive entry player and 3 flex.
Okay.
With that 3 flex that you've got, kind of like a sandwich, right? You got your aggressive entry / roamer at the top, your pieces of bread, whatever, and then you got your support at the bottom, and then you got that meat in the middle, right?
Yeah.
But you can put different things in there. It doesn't all have to be the same. You can have 2 other really aggressive players, and then your 3rd flex could be a bit more passive with great mechanical skill. Or it can have great mechanical skill and a very low understanding of the game, but still be able to thrive because that's not their role. Roles right now on those non-support players, I think, are quite fluid. So I think somebody like Hyper and somebody like Newers and somebody like Grixer, who you have your thoughts on them, I think they can still fit within the framework of a team as long as you build around that. If you have 3 Newers on one team, I think that's and they don't have the game understanding, the level of game IQ that you think they need to have, then obviously that's going to be a big problem.
I mean, I think 3 Neuros, if you just have 3 of those guys in injury, would be a ridiculous team. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like, that would be kind of crazy to watch.
But do you then
need supportive staff around?
Exactly, and then that's when,
Attackers need to locate
back
and
when we were in,
defuse
we're in the
any
game, by
bombs
the way.
they can.
Back when we were in different metas where you needed, almost like 2 dedicated support players and then 1 flex and 2 entry, you didn't have that same level of wiggle room. So if you had like 3 really mechanically gifted players, but then you had poor supports or you didn't have a very communicative team and IGLing was poor, then you need those aggressive players to benefit off of being droned in or getting calls on defense. If you don't have the people around them to kind of park their ego and say, yeah, I'll do the ugly work, I'll go on drones for 2.5 minutes, I don't think somebody like Newers is going to flourish as much. I don't think somebody like Grixer is going to flourish as much. I think the meta right now, though, allows them to because you have 4 players that can all kind of act on entry in different ways and flex where needed onto different operators.
Valid. True and real, as they say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the question, production. I appreciate it greatly. We're back in the game. Apologies for the slightly prolonged rehost. The score, as you can see on your screen, is Beastcoast up 1-0. First bomb site was that mining dining bomb site played on the 2nd floor. Not always the main bomb site we see come out from teams. In fact, often not played by most teams. So for Parabellum to go there first is decently surprising.
I'll say though, watching Parabellum, and I mean, yeah, we've seen them play Oregon 3 times. We haven't seen that much from their map pool, but they do tend to play every single bomb site and kind of whip it out when they think it is most needed or best suited for them. And they do have what I would argue strong, quote-unquote, fundamentals. Their strats on paper, their setup, how they play together, but they fall short in the area that would be adaptation. When things don't go the way they plan, that mid-run adaptation to say, okay, this isn't working, how do we solve the problem? Usually that's their bigger weakness, if you will. And of course, converting those opening kills into round victories. We saw that in round number 1. Fish got the opening kill. What happened? They end up losing the round on a close one, of course, in that last couple seconds, but it was Beastcoast overcoming them on the bomb site execute despite being down a member. So it's small things of Parabellum that they gotta work upon, but besides those small things, look really solid as a new team.
This is one thing that I think can really help quicken the pace, even if we are already 90 seconds in, is the Nook being brought out by Beastcoast. Hat on the Nook. That's an operator you like to see get into the bomb site very quickly, but Skies tucks him into bed, gives him a kiss on the forehead, and that's going to be it. Hat's going to be in La La Land the next minute or so. Excellent shot by Parabellum to start this off, and it defangs part of that side push that it looked like this Beastcoast team was trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you say change up the pace, but go faster and change things up, and it gets shut down immediately. There is still 2 sets of nades from Beastcoast that can still fish for those kills from above. Laxing finds a second, though, making things even worse for Beastcoast as they try and get this execute started.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get towards an execute, because I don't even know if you can say they're getting into that range. Laxing is down, so at least the numbers are somewhat close for Beastcoast. But what do they do next? Well, they've still got vertical control. Mr. B picks up his 2nd kill, Hyper with 1 as well. This is the Brava from Beastcoast coming in big. We don't know exactly what these Kludge drones have been able to take away. So Spiker now taking some serious damage. Spiff also being beaten to a pulp, but still the pulp has some life. Plant going down. Beastcoast had control of the bomb site. Now they don't. And Mr. B will be successful on the execute. Spiff swinging out, doing lots of damage to Doc, but simply not enough. The only player that hasn't a single scratch on the paint is Hyper. Nice shot from both teams. Doesn't matter. Beastcoast with that diffuser down. They take the round and they're up 2-0.
And it's the same thing as round number 1, right? Parabellum, they get opening kill, they look solid, things go well for them. It was a 5 versus 3 in that round, but then the mini execute where Beastcoast is find 1 or 2 kills without losing any members. They get into a position where they can start planting down that diffuser. Toxic Babes from the defending team. It goes wide. C4, not there. Verticality in control of the attacking team. So Plant is safely going down. The post plant, as we all know, has currently an 85% win rate favoring the attacking team. So getting on that diffuser should be your biggest goal in a round. And once it gets met successfully, you should just outright win it almost every single time. And Beastcoast, they know how to get that diffuser down. They do it 2 rounds in a row. Arguably, I would say that first round, it basically got planted. It was so close.
We appear to be in another pause, but are entirely unsure. It was requested by the teams. I don't know the reason. We will give you information. It looks like we're back into the lobby now. Not entirely sure.
I saw Laxton's kind of right. I gotta leave after this, so pause for a second. But I didn't really specify what he was leaving
Yes,
for.
Parabellum was calling for a pause, and we're unsure why. We'll give you. I think it was a technical bug, was what we were told. So I don't know if there was maybe an issue with something on Parabellum's side. Not entirely certain. Sometimes these things they happen.
Yeah, they do.
Like calling demo by the wrong name.
That was, I don't know, I was like half listening and half in my own world. And when I heard Jesse's reaction going like, ooh, I was like, wait, what happened? And I realized it got done dirty.
Yeah, when we were sitting here and he was throwing back, I actually didn't have the headset on. I was still doing like the last of like the setup for this matchup. And
Yeah.
I just remember hearing it and I was like, did I travel back in time? I don't know. I'm not sure how Jacob would feel about being compared to somebody who's from Northern Ireland. So I think it kind of cuts both ways.
So I certainly would. But oh well. We love Harry Demo Dumpster.
We do.
Dempster, sorry, my bad.
And the Irish, both Northern and none. So
Oh man. Too much fun.
it's just friendly banter so far. Ooh, Sky's in the danger zone.
Yeah, they're trying to initiate an early gunfight. Sky's getting active, but he's in the Jaeger this time. Played mute in the previous round. Also seeing a rare bandit pick here on Cafe.
What did I say?
Yeah, you did say it.
What did I say?
No, Kai Claw, get out those bandit batteries
What did I
instead.
say?
You're a genius, Parker. You should be the next coach for a world-winning team.
I
like
should.
Fabian.
No.
Yeah.
I like Spiker's setup right now. He's double reinforced that he's double reinforced the piano side of the wall. And he's left open a rotation over towards the cocktail side through bathroom, but one of those panels from bathroom out towards the bar, out towards that bomb site under the hatch is still visible with the mirror window.
Yeah.
We've seen iterations of this early on that involve Mute, Aruni, and Castle. TSM was actually a really big fan of that. Oh, Spiff goes for a run out, a double jump out. Fish dives through the window, but he gets caught from Hat on the upside down rappel. Beastcoast answer back very quickly. It's reduced Parabellum to just 2 players with half of the round to go.
I like the answer, Tim, from Parabellum to try and trade back into good numbers, but again, Beastcoast is playing it slow.
They tried to, at least. Laxing in a tough position. Comes out of the back bar, and he gets punished for it. This is a very attacker-sided cafe we're witnessing. 3 rounds in a row for Beastcoast. Is it timeout time?
Oh.
Is it?
Oh, is it?
It
It is.
is.
Yeah. But I will say this is also something that Parabellum seems to do continuously, where they will call a timeout after 2, 3, or maximum 4 round losses, like in like a 3-1, 3-0, or 0-3 scenario. And again, they do it. They want to stop the bleeding early and get ahead of the problem instead of being overrun, going down, 0-5, 0-6, and then like you can take a timeout. But can you really actually implement it in time, or is it going to be a half pointless? So I do like how they approach these things when they're down bad. NAL across the entirety of the first 2 play days was slightly attacker favored. I think it's 52 or 54% across the maps that we saw. So not a huge like, oh my god, this is super attacker favored, but this is a case of Beastcoast being a little bit better on the attack and Parabellum rather, not really being able to punish Beastcoast anywhere in the early and mid stage of the round. It was a great attempt that we saw, a double jump out to trade 1-for-1, but the issue is Beastcoast are playing a very slow attack. They're on their rappels, just waiting for things to happen, playing it safe, and because of that, they're in the right positions to punish the jump outs, and they end up trading, favoring their numbers once again by getting 2 for the price of 1. So again, attackers playing it safe. Sometimes you just get free kills, and then all of a sudden the round it's a little bit easier.
Attackers.
Think there's anything in the operator bans right now that are leading Parabellum to not go to reading? Because what is widely considered one of the more favorable bomb sites for the defenders, and if not statistically favorable for the defenders, is definitely a favorable site for a lot of teams, has not emerged yet. Parabellum are going with what looks to be the same rotation, where they go to dining and mining twice, as they've done now, and then I imagine kitchen and cocktail will come in, unless they say, hey, if we lose here, let's try reading. We're already down 4-0 at that point.
Yeah.
See if it works. What do you think that could be?
I was gonna say the thing that comes to mind for me is it might be a matter of Parabellum trying to play, trying to force Beastcoast into a more unfamiliar position, right? Mining, dining is played less frequently across all regions, therefore you also have less practice attacking against it. So it might be one of those like, maybe we can throw them off by going here, but given how the first time, the round number 1 ended up being a one round for Beastcoast, I'm not sure you should go back a second time. The thing about Beastcoast is that they're gonna attack this in a completely different way. Armor up, defreeze their hats, go for a dining plan instead, 180 completely.
Hyper's one of the guards standing sentinel was laxing. He gets taken out. Hyper answered back by Fish. Mr. B's in the middle of the bomb site, 45 seconds in. Diffuser in his very capable hands, and it is not good. Spiker at the last second is there. Vertical, improper coverage, and because of that, it allows him to go down. Hat has his cover. Equalizing numbers back into a 2v2. Spiker on a single point of HP. That small mistake from Parabellum, or that small mistake from Beastcoast, allowed Parabellum all this time to now reposition, and they're stronger because of it. Sky's missing his opportunity onto the Ying of Hat, then spraying through the wall, does an awful lot of damage. We're still not even at the halfway point of this round. All hell has just completely broken loose. A third for Hat now leaves Skies in a 1v2. Still very winnable. Smoke goes out. Hat on a single point of HP. Skies has won these before. Diffuser goes down, does not go off, and he gets punished by Doc. That's 4 in a row. Diffuser could have gone down in the first 50 seconds, but that one small area, it looked like it was vertical. Not watching where Spiker was.
Yeah. Yeah, a mixture of that and the fact that Spiker happened to be playing Warden in that round, so like the Yin Candelas and the smoke grenades didn't obscure his vision whatsoever, so he could actually get an angle together with Frost to kind of make a play. Vertical going up the white stairs to top floor, aggressing, maybe arguably in the wrong direction, but also I think there was a clear plan there for Beastcoast that Vertical's job was not plant cover, but to create chaos, maybe let them think they might not actually be planting. If the Yin Candelas weren't going out, maybe that wouldn't give Parabellum the idea that the plan was actually being attempted, but at the same time, if you don't toss out those Candelas and the planet dies, you're going to be saying to yourself, why didn't we use our Candelas to try and blind the opponents? So it's one of those difficult decisions to make. I think Beastcoast, they played it smart. I think Parabellum actually, again, so close to punishing their opponents, so close to getting that round victory, but it's those tiny details, and of course, the individual gunfights not going their favor. When Skies got the cross from the person crossing in the Reading Hall in that 2 versus 2, had he gotten the kill instead of getting down to 1 HP, that was Hat on the Ying, that round could have gone differently, because then Beastcoast are in a 1 versus 2 instead of a 2 versus 2.
It was also huge that they cleared out the one player that was watching where Hyper was coming from as he ascended White Stairs. Now, he did lose the follow-up duel, but he could have wreaked so much havoc if White Stairs was empty, allowing Hyper to take up more space above the bomb site and enact even more influence and even more pain onto the rest of Parabellum down below. This is not something you see every day, by the way. Hyper is running Hibana with the Supernova. Now, we see Echo with the Supernova, and every now and then we'll see Amaru with the Supernova. But Hibana with the Supernova is a little peculiar. Hold on a second. They're just going to go for it again, by the way. Mr. B, at roughly about the same time, is about to hit the hatch. They're about to break into dining, and that bomb is going to go down. I was correct in my speculation about this being a reading defense. Candelas go off, smoke goes down. There's the diffuser in hands for Mr. B, but he's shut down by a nice nitro cell from Spiker. Yet again, the hero of this round. 3 kills from Parabellum puts Beastcoast in a terrible position. There's still 2 minutes to go.
I mean, this is one of those rounds where you go, they're not gonna think we're gonna go with the same rush twice, right? But the thing is, Parabellum actually in a great position to stop at deadness tracks when they went for it. Hyper on that shotgun Hibana was to go up the white stairs and take a close quarter combat engagement, but he actually lost that himself as well, so Beastcoast gained nothing in this round.
Hat and Vertical still in his position. There goes a nade. Skies has danced around it. He can be exceptionally patient as last two players from Beastcoast bunched up by White Stairs on the second floor. Skies engaging, taking down Vertical. Say goodbye. Hat's now just collecting these exit kills, which are not particularly impactful. Almost could have got the Malusi of Laxing. He is doing some really impressive work, but he's got the two strongest historical players to deal with. Candela rolls in, he'll grab the diffuser, doesn't have a ton of intel. Laxing now can see clearly. Skies joins in on the fun, dropping from the top floor. The two players from Beastcoast can pinch him, and there it is, Hat looking the wrong way. Skies taking advantage of that, and it gives Parabellum their first round.
But again, it becomes surprisingly close despite that early advantage. 4 versus 2, favoring the defending team of Parabellum, goes all the way to almost a 1 versus 1. Scary thing for them, but Parabellum, they get that well-needed round victory after being rushed the first time. They managed to shut it down that second time around. And I will say for Beastcoast, attempting the same rush twice in a row, it's a bold move to make, but at the same time, if you're up 4-0, you can very comfortably make those risky decisions because losing a round in this is not the end of the world. Cafe, historically, slightly defender-sided. This could, of course, be the attacker-sided scenario. We don't know yet. Gotta see the sides will play out first. But when you get 4 attacker rounds like Cafe, you're gonna feel pretty good about whatever happens next. This will, of course, be the final round for the first half. PB looking to make it 4-2 to get a little bit of wiggle room on the side swap. It is difficult to attack, and PB, they should be very happy starting on the defensive side, but not necessarily the result that they want or need right now.
Yeah, if I'm Beastcoast, I'm very, very happy with this result. Keep in mind, Beastcoast did play Soniqs 7-5 on Cafe.
Yeah.
Obviously prevailing, so that's excellent. And that was in the very first day. Well, for them, technically, it was the second day.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It was the second day. We are running with an odd number of matches, so sometimes certain teams will play once a day, sometimes they play twice a day. As for today, Parabellum only plays once, Beastcoast plays twice, but that's because Parabellum's played 4 matches up to this point. This is their 5th time playing. That is a tremendous run for them. Late setup now coming in for Parabellum, 30 seconds off of the clock. We might have been accustomed to these early rounds because of the fact that the Amaru rush happened 2 in a row. Beastcoast will look for their very first pick. And I say that because through these first 5 rounds, Nick, Parabellum has either gotten the uncontested first blood or have been involved in a trade. And there it is. It looks like Hat will break that streak. And people have been very critical about the recoil on that gun, but it doesn't really matter because Hat has just silenced 2 players of Parabellum. And now it's Spiker's turn to feel the heat, walking away quite wounded. Good lord, that's a great start for Beastcoast.
And it's not just Hat on the Nerg, on the FMG, like Hat in general on this map so far has been an absolutely phenomenal player. On the Ink, finding 3 kills in that 2 versus 5, just always winning his individual gunfights, while also playing utility-oriented operators. That is almost a full package. Of course, a little bit lackluster in the injury department is Beastcoast, but it doesn't matter because they find the round victories.
And there's Mr. B down. Diffuser will need to be retrieved by somebody else. Beastcoast running Brava, the newest operator, a couple times now. Laxing was still inside a kitchen, much to his doom. Down he goes. It's Skies and Spiker. Spiker taking damage earlier on, as we knew. Skies has to get very aggressive. He does so, but almost not long for this Earth. Both he and Spiker now on low HP, but they can still hold a gun, and as long as they can do that, they can still put some serious pain on Beastcoast's side. How exceptional is Hat gonna be? A triple, and now it's Spiker lined up. Could we have the quad? Can you do it, Hat? Yes, you can. A beautiful 4K to seal the first half. Man, this debut from Hat just keeps getting better and better. 5-1 for Beastcoast on the first half of Cafe.
I mean, that again, a phenomenal round from Hat again, just playing that fine line between aggression and then falling back and like waiting around for a bit. Let the defending team move around, make them feel at unease, uncomfortable, and then strike again. Also, the benefit of playing the Nuke, you're silent with the gadget, can't get spotted by cameras, etc. There's no real, ways to counter Hat in that scenario besides winning your individual one-to-one gunfights, which honestly, Parabellum versus Hat, it just doesn't seem possible, at least not in that previous round. And now Parabellum in this unfortunate position. They're down 1-5, they go side swap. Now the difficult task begins for them. Theoretically, that is going to be the attacking side. Mirage open for Beastcoast to use. They got Asami as well. They got Solis. There's a couple different operators they can choose to play with at their disposal. They're gonna start top floor with the castle. Could be one of those old, good, reliable strategies, right? Play in Cigar, barricade things off, barricade some piano windows perhaps, and start fortifying this area of the map that's going to be piano. Then just kind of wait and see how Parabellum will react. Either they will engage with the setup, drop the red hatch, fight Cigar, etc. Or they'll have to swap over to the east side of the building, lay the cocktail bomb side and skylight, and try and attack from above and that window repel instead.
Well, through all of the NAL that we've seen so far, Cafe only played one single time, and it was with one of these teams who were involved, and it was an unbelievably attacker-sided match.
Yep.
Only 25% of the rounds were won by the defense.
Oh, God.
Bar Cocktail was played twice. Defense didn't win at all.
Okay.
The only site that Parabellum won on defense on this first half was the Reading bomb site. And it had a 25% win rate through 4 picks. So that means 3 wins for the attackers, 1 win for the defenders. That means obviously Beastcoast are now in the unfavorable position. They went to all 12 rounds against Soniqs. First bit of action now coming in as Skies has dropped. He gets traded out as Hyper dies. Hat is on the ground looking for his 12th kill, but he's not visible from the red hatch. So he's in a relatively safe position. Peeks maybe a bit too much, a bit too eager. I mean, he's earned it with those kills. He exposes himself to the top of red stairs, and Spiker finishes him off. Now it's Mr. B creating this mobile cover. Is he gonna lose them both? Yes, he does. But he's still got more of these Kiba barriers. Wasting tons of utility and still setting up the same Kiba system inside a piano.
Yeah, that's the thing about Asami's playing there, is that you can just create all these strong positions out of thin air, essentially. Mr. B is being dealt with. Good utility usage by Parabellum, Kairos, and Asbreach is going to apply a lot of pressure on him.
And there he goes. He's fallen off. He decides to take the fight to the top of red stairs, wins it. Spiker not expecting the swing. Red control, still not where Parabellum wants it. They'd lost the Hibana there just seconds before. Now it's Doc taking some damage. Mr. B overstays his welcome, punished by Fish. A 2v2 with a minute to go. Parabellum's gotten in the building. They're at the top of red. After losing the Hibana in that particular spot, they've got their bodies lined up. But Beastcoast have not relinquished control of that portion of the map. They still had Doc playing by deployable shield. Castle in great position. There's a rotate into piano as well, bypassing the laser gate. But nobody's really moving a muscle. That's not good for Parabellum because they need to walk that diffuser in. Spiff takes some damage, deactivating the gate, and now the creep up from Parabellum begins towards Bar. There's bullets through the soft wall. Vertical sees it, losing the duel to Spiff. It all falls onto the shoulders of Doc. Squares himself up with the castle barricade, doesn't have a ton of intel, but he gets Spiff. Suddenly Fish has to get off the plant, and with the sidearm, it's Doc to secure the round. Tremendous game sense from Doc, and that's match point for Beastcoast.
Very small thing there again. Parabellum might not have trusted each other in that 2 versus 1 to get the plan done successfully, because when Doc went for the swing, they got off it, they took the fight 1 versus 1, and because of the castle barricade on the left-hand door of Freezer where Doc was playing, he only had to worry about a single point of contact, and when you're in close proximity, that secondary shotgun can just guarantee, or at the very least, increase your odds of winning a very difficult gunfight with the UMP up close. Beautifully played by him, and again, Beastcoast's individual performances really shining through in this matchup. Hat had a number of rounds. Mr. B again, that we just saw, playing passive in piano, waiting for the right moment, then striking, getting 1 kill, doing some damage before getting shot down, and then again, Beastcoast, they play passive in the 2v2. They recognize the attackers have to make the first move. They gotta work through the bomb side, go through the Aruni gates, and work against the clock. It's about 30 seconds left. And when it came down to it, once again, they swing when they have to, and they win those engagements time and time again. Parabellum
10 seconds to
had a
insertion.
decent mid-round, but a slow first start. It was Hat shutting down out of Cigar, doing way too much damage, taking down almost 2 members.
Attackers are moving to
It's an
defuse
expensive
the bomb.
cost to take for the first initial room of the map. Of course, this bomb site downstairs in Kitchen plays out a bit differently. And it seems like the defending team is going to not give up the roam entirely, but there are 3 members in the bottom floor of the map, only 2 members upstairs roaming on a soft roam. So the roam clear should be relatively straightforward for PB if they choose to go for it.
It's already utility that has to be used just to gain what is usually not that hard spot of a map to get, which is that delivery wall. I suppose only one set of Selmas being taken down by Spiker is not terrible. He's still got 2 remaining in his pocket. In terms of this lineup of PB, they've got lots of explosives at their disposal. Anti-flank as well. Nomad has been a particularly strong operator that we've seen. A number of air jabs triggered. That's not something that is actually all that common at this level. It's not usual for us to see that. As for Beastcoast, they've got a utility eat-up lineup. They want to waste your nades. They want you to waste your flashes. And from both of these teams, the guns on Beastcoast have just simply been sharper.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it falls onto the shoulders of PB to bring a suitable amount of firepower.
Yeah, and it makes sense to play all this utility for Beastcoast because, again, time is an issue for the attacking team. So by burning down the clock, doing that soft roam, making Jackal, fish, walk on the map to scan all the staircases, they're going to start their vertical approach now with about 1.30 minutes left in the round, which, if you look at the average spend of a round, that's actually a great position to be in. But they only have the buck. They don't have a sledge as well, so it's all onto Skies and to break the floor across the entirety of both bomb sites before they can hit that next step.
Dance around any potential nitro cells that he might be concerned with. There's only one on the board from Beastcoast. It was in Doc's pocket, but it's gone. Maybe pre-placed, maybe already used. Who knows? One of the ace breaches goes off. Spiker laying down yet another. So they might not have a sledge, but at least the breaches are being used to open up more sight lines down into this bomb site. There's a mute jammer to eat the drone. They know that there's one of these defenders of Beastcoast playing inside of VIP. That's exactly where that shield is going to be, a very common spot. If you want to go for a back take on this bomb site, you want to hit Freezer, you got to flush out VIP. That is extremely strong position for either a smoke or a mute to play in. And this might be it. Spiff might try to bounce it, but it misses, actually. I don't know if maybe he was getting a Banshee. I'm not sure what was there. Sky's out-dueled by Mr. B. That's the very first kill with 20 seconds to go. Parabellum's life in this matchup on the line, and things get even worse as now Spiff is tucked into bed as well. A dead drop from Parabellum. They get 1 kill. That's Fish taking down Mr. B. But then everybody else seems to be dying as they try to get out of Freezer. But it's instead a very hot Beastcoast to send this one away. 7-1 the scoreline. They make quick work of Parabellum.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I'm excited to watch is how our team's going to keep improving as these playdays and weeks they progress. Parabellum and Beastcoast, both new teams, new rosters, but Beastcoast making quick work in terms of improvement from week number 1 to week number 2. PB still got more to work on, but again, new rosters. It's a beautiful time to learn and to improve, and they got time for it.
Well, if you're Parabellum, you only had this match today. That's it, so you got the rest of it off. We'll see Beastcoast in action yet again later today, but for now, a quick break because we know you want more Rainbow Six action.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America League. Everyone, your host here, along with Demo and Jesse. And we just saw a bit of a, I got it, right? Okay, I got it. We just saw a bit of a, I don't want to say raffle stomp. But it kind of was, right? I mean, if we're honest here, Beastcoast winning with ease over Parabellum today. A good start for the week to them, and I believe standing by we have none other than Hat after some highlights here. So, Jesse, take us through this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dominant match. It really felt like, especially towards the end, Beast Coast knew that they were in control of this game. I love that they kind of started off playing a little careful. They started off a little slow. And by the end of it, they were just swinging up staircases. They didn't care. They knew they were in the heads of Parabellum. And I think that's the classic Mr. B style of play that you're going to see from Beast Coast all season long.
The opening kills was a massive factor in this game. I think that the Beast Coast were on it today. Like you said, played it very careful. Wait until they get that first pick, and then they kind of go a little bit chaotic, which I think that's what Cafe tends to be, is this big ball of mess more times than not.
Yeah, I think they did a really great job of like holding down the vertical as well. Oftentimes I felt like Parabellum were kind of giving up those top couple of floors maybe a little bit sooner, not really taking those gunfights. And then Hyper on the sledge, I thought really did a great job of utilizing those angles that he was given, making sure the defenders on those bottom floors weren't feeling safe, they weren't feeling good. And so that was a big impact round that I thought we saw coming in from Hyper on a couple different one of those.
So then, looking at it from the Parabellum side, obviously struggling a ton on defense early on in the round, was it just a matter of being overwhelmed? What jumped out at you as why they were struggling so much?
I don't think they really got a good grasp on how the kind of meta is with Cafe at the moment. Very little off-site holes. You know, they tried to anchor in Cafe. They tried to anchor on like a reading and fireplace, or it's the mining and fireplace, which is even more so of the kind of the odd job site. And they were reinforcing walls that they shouldn't be. They weren't extending into reading. They were giving way too much map control over to Beast Coast. And if you have map control in Cafe, which for me, that's the difficult thing in Cafe, is getting into a position where you actually have some portion of the map.
Yeah.
Beast Coast were having it for nothing. It was for pennies.
I mean, it's the thing. Well, let's talk to somebody on the other side. One of our winners of that last one. It's none other than Hat. Thanks for joining us today. I want to go right away to the 4K you had on the attacking side of things. I want to hear how that one went down from your perspective. What was going through your mind when you were doing that round?
To me, during that round, it looked like we had it in the bag as soon as I got those 2 kills, but people like to die randomly and start trolling, so I had to step in and get those last 2 kills to finish out the round.
Hat, for me, I think Beast Coast have been very, very impressive from what we've seen over the past 2 days. What is the kind of what's this style of siege that Beast Coast are trying to implement? Because it does feel very, classic American almost, where you two take your time to set things up, and then you guys can just turn on the ignition at any point and just rush a bomb site. What's the kind of style you guys are trying to create?
I think the style we're trying to create is our own style of winning. Some teams complained about the little practice time they had and made excuses when they lost. But for us, we did what we had to do to win, and we don't complain.
Hat, we already touched on your 4K. I want to talk about one other kind of instance that happened in this match, right? You're attacking onto Fireplace. You go for the Ying play. You rush in. You get the kit down with Amaru. It's great. Now, most teams at that point will say, okay, great. We worked once. Now let's go back to our normal strats. Let's try something new. You guys say, nah, let's run it again. Explain to me the decision-making process there and then why you think it worked better the first time rather than the one right after.
Well, the decision-making on that was all Mr. B. He's kind of a lunatic, some would say. So after that run, I was like, we can just play our normal siege and we'll just beat these guys easily. And then he's like, no, let's just rush again. And then you saw how it went the second time. It's kind of hard to do it twice.
So on that note, my last question for you before we let you go here, tell me what comms are like for Beast Coast. Who's doing most of the talking? Is everyone kind of sharing it equally? Is it just Mr. B kind of taking the lead and everyone follows? What's the dynamic like on the team?
I feel like for us, it's a lot Mr. B, but everyone helps out during the rounds. So when we're falling up like back and not coming, Mr. B steps in a lot. So I feel like nobody's like above anyone else except Mr. B. But all of us chip in to help us win.
All right, interesting. Well, you certainly got the win today. Got it in style as well. Congrats on that, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Great.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our telestration portion of this match between Beastcoast and Parabellum. And we're going to be touching upon something that Jesse kind of mentioned was that second rush round coming in from Beastcoast. And we're going to kind of break it down to see really what the issue was. And I think it kind of showcases that rushes are good, but if you try it over and over again, you know, you're going to hit a brick wall eventually, and that's kind of what happens. So again, it's the same setup that we're kind of looking at with the whole, you know, Amaru coming in from below, has the diffuser in hand. The whole goal is to swing up in through the hatch and then try and plant just around that position there. That's kind of what you're aiming for, is to get tucked in towards that corner. Obviously, then you have people covering the windows. The main issue that I think Beastcoast kind of ran into was actually the player who we're going to be pinpointing inside a reading. You can see him there. It's the Mute with the C4. Obviously, one of the best ways to deny somebody planting a diffuser is with just a handheld explosive, I suppose. And the main issue that I think Beastcoast ran into is trying to disrupt this guy. If you look at the actual map, he is in the absolute center of Cafe. How are you going to get to him, you know, easily? You can't, and you'll see as we let it run, you'll see what I mean by that. Here he is in reading. There is nobody with him. He is by himself inside a reading. In comes, you know, the plant, in comes the Yings. And if we pause it here, you will see that there is one player who's trying to make a dash for it, up there, through pillar door, trying to rush in, trying to get into reading, but the timing was a little bit off. He wasn't quick enough. The C4's already been ripped, and it just kind of showcases that you need to be ready for these moments. If you know there's a weakness to your setup, which is going to be a guy just C4ing you, you need to prepare for that. And I think just the communication was a little bit slow. And then as we run it, you'll see what happens now. Happens, blown up, diffuser's cold. And really from this point, it's just a dead round. But this is also another point that I think works in really well, is Parabellum, their lack of refrags. I think we're not on point the way they should be. This was a 2v5. And somehow, Beastcoast were able just to claw this back. This Ying is just walking through everyone. Nobody's talking in Parabellum. Nobody's communicating. And they're just giving him free picks. He is in the middle of that center point where there's nowhere to go. There's enemies on all sides. And they're just giving him kills. Like, I'm really surprised that even, you know, Hat didn't just have the momentum to win this round by himself. But yeah, Parabellum, very worried on today. The lack of opening kills, the lack of refrags. It just kind of showcases those teething issues that I think that a new team will struggle with. But I think for Parabellum at this level in NAL, you should be doing better than that. So we're going to go back to the desk and we'll look towards our next matchup.
Fair enough. Well, thank you, Demo, for that illustration. It is interesting, too, because I think with Parabellum, right, it's a team where a lot of people see sort of like, there are some little moments of brilliance there, right? There are players that have skill, obviously. They've made it this far. Yeah. It's just a matter of kind of getting it all together. Like you said, the communication seemed to be lacking, and it's tough sometimes with a new squad to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Parabellum. Like, the only round they're able to take is the one where they know exactly what's coming in terms of the rush.
It's a round where Beastcoast messed up, albeit.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, there was, you know, good play from Parabellum. They had the guy covering above to stop that reading door player from coming in and stopping that. Even if he had been on time, he was a little late, as you said.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tough for Parabellum. I think they have talented players. The young gunners in that squad are good. We saw what Spiff can do at Invite, but they just need to get that structure going. They just need to get things figured out under the macro.
They need to talk, and it's so apparent that this team isn't talking with each other.
Yeah.
And if you can't communicate well,
the thing is that it's not over, you know, by a long shot. It's unlikely they're going to get into the top 6. I think it might be mathematically impossible at this point, but that doesn't mean they can't get to major, right? They can still bounce back, go through stage 1. They still have that shot to go through. So if you're a Parabellum fan, the lights aren't out completely quite yet, you know?
Not yet, Jesse. Your team's still in it.
There you go. I like it.
Canadian. They're not my team.
It is time to move on to chat about our second match of the day. It's going to be M80 taking on Soniqs. And this one's going to be really interesting because Soniqs are another team I think that people had fairly high expectations of. They were coming out of Invite. They didn't perform the way they wanted to there. They wanted to make a big splash in week 1. They made a splash. I don't know if it was as big of one as they were hoping, but there's still a team I think that is a threat. And I think M80, while they have been looking a little bit better, at least with the first 4 games we've seen them play are concerned, this one still could go either way. M80 favored. Soniqs certainly still a threat, though.
Yes, you say splash. It's like Jesse jumping in the pool. It's not going to make a big wave, is it?
Come on, man.
You know, so it was hanging for me. You know that. No, but I think for both these teams, they probably haven't played to the standard that they wanted to. Certainly, Soniqs
Sure.
are not going to be happy. M80 losing to Oxygen, that's going to be annoying them.
Yeah.
I think for M80, whenever you're going for these big pickups, you're bringing in Iconic, who's been a great player for NA over the past year.
Yeah.
You're bringing in EU Export. You need to see immediate results. You know, I think that for the quality of players that, I think honestly for both sides, because they're both sides that have brought in EU players. Spoit has been incredible. Citizen has been one of the best players that Europe has had in the past 2 years. You know, there's no undoubtedly top 5 European players in my eyes coming out. So I think for the qualities of players that they have, I think they expect better.
So the casters had a conversation about Grixer in particular. So let's zero in on him for a moment and chat about him, chat about his performance. What are we expecting from him today?
I mean, I think if there's one person who really did perform for Soniqs right out the gate, it was Grixer. He is their star fragger. He's the one that you need to be showing up for SQ, and I think he was immediately back in action for the Soniqs. He had an insane KD against Beastcoast. He went negative on a couple of his other maps, but I still thought he had a huge impact, including against Parabellum, including against Space Station Gaming. Feels like he's always able to get active when it matters at the perfect times. He was really good at kind of denying that plant when he had to against Parabellum. So I've been really impressed with Grixer so far. I think he's probably been exactly what he needs to be for the Soniqs. And I think it's just really about getting everybody else active and around him.
Grixer's a tricky one because I think he is Mr. Consistent, which is always going to be someone that you look at a team and say, hey, he's always going to come in and do a job. I think he's had to step up even more so than probably what he should, because it's more been the other players around him, and he's kind of said, right, somebody needs to do something. I'm going to be that guy, and he's done that extremely well. But the issue is with Sonic, it's not Grixer. He's not the issue. It's everyone else who has maybe not been stepping up. Like Citizen hasn't been playing to what I thought he would be. Geo has been missing throughout this stage. I think he's played some pretty poor games.
Wait, did you mention Citizen? I thought these EU imports were supposed to make NA teams good.
What happened,
What's
Demo?
going on there?
What happened, Demo?
If someone plays well, I'll praise them. If they're doing bad, I'll say it. That's the way I operate, and I'm not afraid to say that Citizen hasn't been playing to the standard.
Yeah, and I think
There you go.
there's players on M80, right, that have maybe also fell in that matter, who haven't been to their top performer. I think taking a look at Gomez, he's one that has kind of had moments where he hasn't been looking 100%. M80 last week were doing a lot of these like Lion and Dokkaebi kind of clears, and it really didn't feel like it was going their way. And typically the Dokkaebi was being run by the Gomez. That's an operator that he didn't touch at all last year, right? That was always going to be played by Spirits or Yaga, two players that are no longer on this team. So he's had to kind of fill in that Dokkaebi role. I don't think he's been super effective with the timing of the calls, with the clear at the DMR, right? The way he's been pushing in. So I'm going to be taking a look at, I think, Gomez throughout this match, because I want to see if he's still running that Dokkaebi and kind of how he works on the clear now that they kind of have to deal with this new team structure.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think I have to look at Citizen. I have to. I'm going to come back to him again.
Sure.
And I do hold him to such a high standard, because there's been times for the past, 4 years since I've been seeing this guy play Siege. I've sat back and thought, wow, that is just incredible.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy, the standard he can play to, the way his brain works, it's one of a kind. But I'm not seeing that, and I'm disappointed because I know he's a lot better than what he's showing. And it's the more an annoyance for me than what it is me being critical.
Yeah.
I would love to get sort of some insight into the communication on M80, because you've got all these kind of players that were in sort of the star role on previous teams, or known as like bigger fraggers.
Yeah.
You've got your Spoit, you've got your Iconic, right? And so how is that all gelling together on a communication level for the team? That's something that I'd like to explore later, and I wonder if we can kind of gain some insight from the game today, and maybe if they win in our interview, who knows? Because that's always the thing that kind of interests me, right? Because over the many years, right? I've seen so many teams of so many really good players put together, and sometimes they just don't work out. And sometimes at the end of the day, those mechanical skills, even the game sense, doesn't count for much if you can't work together as a team. And I'm not saying that's M80's main struggle right now, but I am kind of curious how that's gelling now that we're kind of 2 weeks into it. But we're gonna have more to talk about as we look at the map veto, at least that is in, and we are going to Chalet.
Ooh.
All right.
Great map for Soniqs. 3-game win streak, and it's the only map that they played twice during the SI group stage back then, beating both Liquid and Direwolves at SI, and then beating Black Dragons all the way back in Jönköping for their 3-game win streak. Very good at this map, probably the best in North America coming through. This is their bread and butter map, and Mady have a lot of balls coming in and taking this against Soniqs, I gotta say.
Yeah, it was that game against Liquid that you mentioned, Jesse, was probably the best performance I've seen from this team, and that was their first game.
Yeah.
What does that say about that side? But yeah, Chalet can be great for them.
Indeed. Well, it's time already to throw it over to our casters to get started with our second map of the day. Let's see who takes it.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's time for our match to begin. Number 2, M80 versus Soniqs. Not everybody having their cams on, and that's okay.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Oh,
I mean,
that's okay.
I suppose.
They're forgiven.
Yeah. Jesse said they had some guts to make it a chalet match against Soniqs. Do you agree?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
I would
Would you agree?
Yeah, because look at Soniqs'
would?
last calendar year. I mean, they're phenomenal on this map. They're great at it. But M80, they got Spoit, right? They got Iconic. They got some big names showing
Right.
up. And also, I think there's a couple of things to talk about. Demo said, where is Citizen? Sure. But also, kind of, Grixer.
Toronto, actually.
Oh, I seen Toronto, yeah?
He and Spoit are both currently in Toronto. That is correct. Yeah.
Great. Okay, that's where they are.
Just in case you're wondering where their location is.
But like Grixer versus Lucas Diaz, they're both gunning for that top 5 position in terms of rating and kills, plus minus, and also both in the category in top 5 of clutches. So I want to kind of see who shows up most because they've been kind of quote unquote individually carrying the team statistically, but also where the other members and how they're going to show up.
Solus banned, Azami banned. Neither of these operators were banned on our very first match of the day. It was Thatcher, Flores, Valk, and Kaid back on that Cafe matchup. Those are bans that could have happened 3 seasons ago, give or take.
Yeah.
But modern problems require modern solutions. And the modern solution right now is to get rid of 2 of the strongest operators in the entire game, which are Azami and Solus. We actually didn't see a ton of either of those operators play. We didn't see any Solus at all on Cafe, as far as I can recall. We saw Azami a fair bit, almost every single round. Really high prevalence rate at that particular moment. We'll see neither of them this time. Ying and Nook banned out as well. 2 operators that were actually played quite a lot in our previous matchup. I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be...
We are lagging.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, we'll see if there's any issues. There's Hat.
Hey, Hat.
I'll see if there's any issues with the server or not.
What is that stuffed animal behind? Is that a rabbit or what is that?
I think it's a rabbit.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's Spoit. We're going to have a rehost come in.
Hey, he's good pal. Elegance, yeah. I saw a
watching him.
I
Appears to be watching the stream.
was gonna say I was thinking of a Reddit or Twitter post being like, is Spoit stream sniping while playing Pro League?
There is a delay.
It's like there's like a 3-4 minute delay, like a full round.
There is a delay.
But sure.
It does raise, I think, quite interesting questions, though, because, I mean, the whole concept is that during a match, you as players are only supposed to be talking to each other, nobody else, right? Your coach can't talk to you. You're not supposed to be, cooperating with them, etc. This was a very controlled environment when the NAL was played on LAN. Because you could monitor team comms, you could monitor who was there, etc. A little bit more challenging to do that when, these players are playing out of their homes.
Yeah.
Or in Spoit's case, playing from another country entirely. So it does raise, I think, some very interesting questions. Not just for Spoit. I'm not calling him out. I'm not calling Elegance out at all. As you can see from the camera, the delay on the broadcast has the stream still on the map ban phase.
Yeah, that's how far behind they are.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, one big thing is when you're playing from quote-unquote the comfortability of your home versus playing on stage, that's also going to affect different players in a different manner. Some people, they love a stage where everything's different and kind of like you're in the mode, in the zone. And some people, if they don't have their exact monitor set up, distance to the desk, height of the chair, they kind of crumble. Like they get uncomfortable just being there. So...
Whoa, he's dialed in. Holy smokes.
He's up close.
Yeah.
Might be a zoomed in camera. It's gotta be a zoomed in camera. There's
Absolutely.
no way.
Look at the shakes that are happening. These are locked in. I want to know the story behind the Steelers jersey that we see. Is there some connection that M80 has to Pittsburgh that we just are unaware of? I'm not certain.
That's a good question.
Everybody's been focusing on Mr. B when it comes to content with these new player cams, but Kino has been extremely fun to watch.
Yeah. I mean, he was pulling out all the content last week. He had the Polaroid camera. He had the finger movements, being like, nay.
I truthfully believe that Kino could be one of the biggest personalities in the scene, were it not for the fact that as a person, he's just kind of a quiet guy.
Yeah, he's actually kind of shy.
He's kind of a quiet, shy guy. If you have a chance to speak to Kino in person, he speaks kind of softly.
No, he definitely speaks soft.
He speaks very soft. He doesn't really yell. He's not really animated. He's kind of shy, I think is the best way of putting it. Almost like bashful. in a way. But when he's on stage and sometimes on Twitter, and as you can see from the player cam reactions, a very different beast.
Yeah. I will say he's a very friendly person as well. I remember he was at Invite that we worked at TSM Empire. He was kind of just hanging around.
Yep, he was just sitting next to us.
Yeah, he was just kind of sitting around being like, the single audience member, basically, almost, one of the few.
At the time, we did not have an audience.
Yeah, that was,
for those that will recall.
Yep, there's a whole pandemic going on. But he was just always talkative, hanging out, being like, I'm just kind of sitting around waiting, hanging out, watching games. I'm excited for the future, Not really, I wouldn't say he talks much, but he talks a good game. He's pretty chill.
M80 with a really front-loaded schedule, by the way. Not just Kino, but Kino and friends.
True.
M80 playing 7 matches, just like everybody else. 7 best-of-1s a day in this group stage. Tomorrow, M80 will only play a single game. Along with Space Station, who also only play a single game tomorrow. Soniqs in action twice, Beastcoast in action twice. Mirage in action twice, DarkZero twice, Parabellum twice, OXG twice. So you've almost front-loaded these matchups. And because of that, it's actually going to look quite lopsided. Coming into this matchup, Soniqs, who sit in 6th place, just outside of the bottom 2. The bottom 2, of course, having to go into the open qualifiers. Right now, that's Mirage in last, Parabellum in 7th. And it's quite a drop-off from these top teams. Parabellum sitting at a -15 round differential, 1 victory in regulation, 4 losses in regulation. As for Mirage, it's 0 victories, 1 overtime loss, 2 regulation losses, sitting at a -10.
Yeah.
The next worst round differential is actually owned by both Soniqs and DarkZero, who sit in DarkZero in 5th, Soniqs in 6th. And it's a +1. So there's big disparity right now between these top 6 teams and the 2 bottom teams. NAL looks very competitive, but there is a very clear hierarchy right now when it comes to these teams, with Mirage and Parabellum being on the bottom. These are new teams.
Yeah.
These rosters were assembled about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer, maybe even less, depending on when players came on. But I mean, same with Beastcoast, but Beastcoast is in 2nd. You know? And Space Station blew up their whole roster as well, bringing in 3 new players. So there has been a lot of upheaval when it comes to these team rosters. It's been fun to watch. As for M80, they come in starting at 4th. They were in 3rd place, but because Beastcoast won their matchup earlier, Beastcoast vaulting up to 2nd place overall, pushed M80 down a single spot.
Yeah. That's the thing when all these changes happen, the first stage of a year is always going to be kind of like set expectations for the year to come, what do teams look like, what are the differences that they've made, and then we look at, in this case, we only have 2 stages in the year. That's the big change for this one. So when we go to stage 2, way later in the year, this could be a completely different seeding for these teams if they were to keep the same players, because now they've had time to gel and figure things out. Because for Mirage, for Parabellum, I do genuinely just believe that they need more time than the likes of M80, of Beastcoast, etc., and even OXG to get into the driver's seat, because it's not fair to say that Oxygen made a big roster change, right? Because they picked up an old former player in York, so it's he already knew the fundamentals, the ins and outs, and they already knew each other's personalities as players and as a team environment. So despite changes being made, some are of course going to be more impactful than others, and some are going to be more difficult to kind of gel together. That's just the nature of things, really.
We are being told that it was server issues as the culprit. Some teams are just reconnecting to the match right now. Again, apologies for the delays. These are completely outside of our hands and, frankly, well above our pay grade.
True.
We are just casters. That's all.
Not a server technician, unfortunately. And frankly, it sounds like a difficult job, given the nature of servers these days.
Yes.
Or in general, I should say.
Constantly under siege, it seems like, from near-do-wells. The people who are not nice people in their various tricks to bring down servers. We have no idea what is actually going on with the servers or why there were issues. The teams are reporting some problems with being able to move in-game, as you might have seen on your screen before cutting to player cams. So we are just waiting for the last of these players to get in the lobby, and then we are good to go. Oh, and some nice music to accompany. We might be in Copenhagen. The map is in France. It's so cold. It's been kind of chilly here.
And windy as well. Rainy, windy.
Very windy. I mean, you live here, so you know.
Normally it's not like this, I promise. It's actually not. Like,
I mean, I ask people, is it always this windy? And they always say yes.
Okay, okay, where we are and like where we are at the hotel, okay, yes, we're like by the water essentially. But like,
well, I mean, isn't all of Denmark near the water?
Okay, there's like no point in Denmark that's further than a 20-minute drive from water. So technically speaking, yes. But where I'm from, it's not that windy. I swear, I promise. So I'm sorry that you guys, you know, first time in Denmark for some of you, if not maybe all of you actually, that you have to experience it this way, because I promise you in summer, it's gonna be phenomenal and spectacular. So nice. Not a lot of wind. Not that warm, but like still warm enough, you know? We're talking like 20 degrees Celsius, probably as like the peak temperature.
Copenhagen major dates were announced last week, as you might have seen, at the Forum, or Copenhagen Forum, as it's called. Just Forum is all I see, which, I mean, is it the Forum? Is it a forum? Is it your forum? Is it my forum? I don't know. Is it Copenhagen's? We don't know. We actually went for a walk through the city center the other day, and we walked right past it. So it was nice to see the venue up front. It's a very large venue, so it'll be interesting to see how many seats are sold and ultimately how large of an audience we can get. For those of you that are interested, I don't know what the URL is, and I'm not going to regurgitate an entire URL to you, but just look up the Rainbow Six Copenhagen Major, the Blast Copenhagen Major. But get some information. You got about 45 days from now until I think the show begins, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, about 45, but I was going to say, do so quickly, because I actually checked the ticket sales myself, because I see like how many seats were available. It's almost sold out from what's publicly on the website.
I wonder if they will release multiple waves of tickets, because I remember that's what happened with Charlotte.
Yeah.
Charlotte, they released multiple waves, and I believe they did the same with SI at the very beginning, but I mean, I could be wrong. Berlin sold out very, very quickly. So yeah, I mean, for those of you that were unable to make it to either Berlin or the Jönköping Major, make sure that you get your tickets for the Copenhagen Major as quickly as you can. It'd be great to see you here, providing that we are at it. Because there's never a guarantee that we will be present. That said, everything seems to be resolved with the servers. We are back in action, Nick, on Chalet. Very first bomb site, Bar Gaming.
I love this. Kino immediately on the Monty. We don't really see Monty being played very commonly on Chalet. And honestly, I'm not quite sure how I would apply Monty in this particular attack and lineup, because it's going to be a bar defense. Typically attackers, they'll go top floor, they'll do that typical roam clear from master bedroom, go on over, and then they'll have the first big difficulty of clearing out that piece of utility, top blue stairs, chimney, those deployable shields that we see from both the smoke and the frost, the Jaeger ADSs with the 1 magnets, so difficult to clear. And Kino and the Monty could actually be the #1 operator that M80 has at their disposal. They want to use to brute force this defense setup rather. It's going to be Rexon and Citizen playing together as the duo upstairs, with pretty much all 5 members of M80 trying to take those 2 members down. But Gio is there as a middle support to hold down Library as well.
I think the expectations for Soniqs coming into this particular season were very high.
Yes.
They import Citizen, they go to SI, and then they got blown up by Astralis in one of the more shocking results of the entire event. They have had some struggles so far in the NA League and have not had that same sustained success that you would think that they would have based on the pedigree of this roster. But it's very evident that most of these teams in the NA League are making some serious changes, whether it be to the way that they go about things, strategies, operator lineups, etc. Spoit very quickly in the building. He gets one nice shot on the Citizen. Both of the imports involved in action. Iconic taking out Geo. Suddenly M80 have decided that everybody has to die. 3 players from Soniqs removed, and maybe a brief lull in action.
Damn, that was effortless. Like, that is such a difficult thing to clear, and they made such quick and easy work of it.
Every single 1v1 engagement breaking in their favor. Now you've got upstairs control for M80. Grix are trying to retake. It's in vain. Seems like M80 at this point is everywhere all at once. Gunner's last alive in a 1v5, and he's going to come toe-to-toe with the Monty. Kino might want to box him out, and it's a flawless round done by the icon himself of Iconic. M80, make that one do, indeed. A look easy.
Damn. I mean, the one thing I was a little bit sad about was that we didn't really get to see Kino on the Monty. He was like fireplace lobby door, tossed out a smoke grenade, and then in the next 5 seconds, you know, upstairs, Amedi just found 3 kills. And Spoit leading that entry on the double door piano into top blue, just finding a disgusting kill onto Citizen on that top blue shield, really opened things up. Iconic, second kill in the round for him, and that's full top war control essentially. Both deployable shield positions shut down. Sure, Geo's inside the library, but he's next to fall, and then there's full map control with the last 2 defenders on the bomb site downstairs, but they have nowhere that's safe. And then Kino comes into action, shuffling them around on the Monty, making them unaware of where the enemies are going to be, where they're going to get shot from, and a flawless round at that. Amedi really going through the attack and repick phase right now, hovering both a Glass, a Buck, a Brava, but really changing things up. The Line, the Fink, and the Dokkaebi being the primary spearhead instead, with the support of Kaz, the DS, and Iconic on the Ace and the Sophia. The flexibility from Amedi has been impressive so far, with majority of the roster actually flexing across multiple operators, with probably the exception being Spoit, who's just always going to be on a fully frag-oriented operator, the Finga, the Ana, etc.
I mean, that's why you went out and got Spoit.
Absolutely.
You got him so that you could have more consistency on your entries along with Iconic. It was something that was discussed by the M80 leadership and the coaching staff, was that they wanted somebody who, I believe the quote was less hesitant and more consistent. Well, in a single round so far, you got some consistency from Spoit. He marched into Piano after getting droned in, got the first pick, held that position, got the follow-up pick on Grixer as well. 2 huge pieces of SQ just removed from the map, all because Spoit did exactly what you wanted him to do.
Yeah, let's not forget Iconic either.
No, that's true.
They count 5 kills between the two in that first opening round. There's the 2 new boys doing all the work.
Amedi's gonna box Shadows. They looked for Geo up top. They couldn't get him. Rexon falls instead. Maybe a bit of a different target. Grixer going in. Look at this, it's 1 minute. And again, M80 are pummeling Soniqs. Now it's Gunner's turn to get some heat on him. With the Fink in play for M80, they can top up all of this lost HP. Gunner still holding this angle, maybe not seeing his head through that trophy box. That glass case of emotion. Guarding against whomever may emerge from those double doors. But M80 has drones on pretty much everybody. They've got intel as to where these 3 last players of Soniqs are currently sitting on the map. That is so strong. The only player that might have gone unspotted is Citizen down below in the basement. If you don't spot Citizen, he can do serious damage.
And this pace change. A quick first strike, then a full minute of nothingness. But look, Geo and Sonic, they feel like they're constantly under attack, but there's actually no one there. It's all drone work. It's so hard to play against this playstyle.
Well, Gunner retakes first kill for Soniqs. Down goes Iconic, but they lose one of their teammates. Geo's down for the count. Citizen on the lurk, taking out Kino, going back and forth. Gunner will get ever closer. Gomez is ready for it, and Gunner looks the wrong way. Citizen was on that lurk, but they've got eyes on him. Diaz finishes it off. Knows exactly where he's coming from. And while he might not have been the one player on Soniqs with the drone on him, getting that kill is what gave him away. What a triumphant beginning for M80 so far, only losing 2 players for those 2 rounds.
Yeah, and just to kind of talk about M80 and how they look so lethal in their gunfights and entries right now, which of course is the nature of how you play Chalet on attack. It's arguably what you should be doing. M80, so far in the first 2 play days, not counting today, is actually number 2, so second place in terms of overall plants with the team, sitting on 11 plants total. OXG being the number 1 team, of course, with 12. So while M80, they are a lethal team right now, really showing their gun skill capabilities, they're also playing a structured game of Rainbow Six Siege when the map actually speaks for it. M80 so far, they've played 4 games. They've played Oregon, Bank, Border, and now taking us to their 3rd map, which of course, or sorry, 4th map, which is Chalet. So they can play a different style of Siege tailored to the map that favors that specific playstyle and find success in various ways. And I'm very surprised to see it because M80, they just got, swooped together as a roster only a few weeks ago. Spoit barely made it to the States, to play in the NAL. He's actually in Canada right now, as you said, Parker, in Toronto, getting the whole visa process going through, etc. So everything was kind of like a quote-unquote like last-minute thing, but so far a great showcasing for them.
It's honestly hard to tell how long a player's been on a roster for because teams like to sit on announcements. I'll hear a scrim report of, oh, so-and-so is joining, this team, and then the official announcement won't come for a month and a half, even though they've been scrimming together for a month and a half. Or then you have a player like Vertical, who apparently joined that Beastcoast squad, like, quite literally 4 days, 5 days before their very first match.
Yeah.
It's always hard to glean from that information just how long they've been on a team for. We know for a fact that this SQ squad's been together for a while because they competed at SI.
Located.
Yep.
M80 making some changes after SI.
I think Soniqs, their mission right now is try and take back the control into their hands, because right now they're just losing those independent again.
Ooh. Rexon can't be losing those. Rexon seems to have two speeds. Either start the match off really, really slow and accomplish almost nothing on your roams or your entries, and then crush everybody in the later portion of a map, providing you get there, or start off really, really hot. It looks like we are getting the first of Rexon and not the second, which is probably not the version Soniqs wants right now.
No, I mean, the only real concern for that specific instance, that Rexon is so far off from his team, so that when he dies alone in a crucial position on that pluggo shield, no one can really retake the position and make a play off of it. So it's just like a dead member, right? There's nothing really being gained off it. It's just a 4 versus 5. If someone could swing back, do some damage, or kill a couple of drones, find some sort of value, maybe you can argue it's worth the trade, but it's just not in this instance.
It's 2 drones thrown at Gunner as how he now needs to move from his position over by Piano within arm's reach of the bomb. But when you got Iconic doing that, it doesn't matter how close you are to the site. Immediately Iconic putting words in the ears of the rest of his teammates, and another flawless round shaping up here for M80. This is a drubbing, a run out from Citizen though. He spent half of this entire match in the basement. Grixer sees multiple bodies, decides that none of them are what he wants, and instead repositions, but it was the wrong choice. Wrong place, wrong time. Citizen again in a 1v4 that becomes a 1v3, but droned out just prior to the kill. The Oryx on limited HP. M80 with diffuser down now, holding angles, preventing Citizen from getting back into the site. If none of them give a single inch of movement, Citizen will have to fight against them with no help whatsoever. He's got great aim, he's got good game sense, and I have a suspicion he knows where they are, but sometimes you're like trying to roll a boulder up a hill. That boulder's gonna fall down from time to time. 3-0 for M80.
Yeah, and it's again, I mean, it's a little bit easy for me because they actually are not the ones making the first move in half of these rounds. I mean, sure, they get the shot, they hit the head, etc., but it's actually, more often than not, it's Soniqs trying to advance into the attacking force of M80 and then immediately getting shot down. There might be a world in which Soniqs gotta slow things down, let M80 get close to the bomb side, you know, take more risks, get more openings, and then start lashing back. As we saw in that late round, Citizen running out garage basement trench, getting a quote-unquote free kill, then running back upstairs, finding a second. That would be great, except that Citizen was like 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, so it doesn't really matter in the end. Soniqs, they do call a tactical timeout after going down 0-3 in round count, and I think it's the right and the wise choice to turn this around. Chalet's attacker-sided. It is preferred to start an attack to build up those rounds, but you should never go down 0-3 in this one-sided of a match.
Soniqs obviously cannot be very excited about this. And one point of criticism that I do think falls on the Soniqs right now is M80 have played these first 3 rounds almost flawlessly, but they are exploiting something that over the first 3 play days became very crystal clear to the opponents of Soniqs. It's that if you can keep Citizen out of action, you are always going to be in a 4v5. He's been playing a very consistent lurk role for Soniqs, and Grixer's been kind of playing that as well. If they're disjointed and not backing each other up, a good team will recognize that, isolate you, and not engage you. They will leave you. Can Citizen turn around a 1v5? Can Citizen turn around a 1v4? Maybe sometimes.
Yeah.
Not always. Can Grixer turn around a 1v5, a 1v4? Again, not always. Sometimes, maybe. But your safest bet is if we know the weakest quote-unquote players of Soniqs are the players closest to the bomb site, target Geo, target Gunner, get him out of the way, take control of the site. The bomb site and the setup the Soniqs have created will now work in your favor on attack. That means that both Citizen and Grixer and Rexon to a certain extent are not able to retake because of the numbers advantage that have been racked up by the attackers and because of the way that most of these bomb sites tend to play with each other. So it's something that these teams are definitely exploiting against Soniqs, and I have no doubt with the capable coaching hands of M80 that they've done their homework, and they have come to that same conclusion as well. Through the first 3 rounds, it certainly looks like it's the case.
This could be a fast one. Sense Glass, Amaru, I mean...
Oh! I mean, you get a trade, at least to be fair. The Amaru is still in play. The Gridlock experiment from Iconic, I was quite excited to see where those track stingers would go. Alas, Iconic is the first death for M80, traded out for Gunner. Gunner on 1 and 4 through the first 4 rounds, and this time on Smoke. That's a critical operator and a very good counter to Ascends as well. If you think there's somebody playing behind that teal curtain, you can just throw out a toxic canister and where you think the default plant spot is going to be, or even swing it with your shotgun.
I believe this is the first Sense and Gridlock play we've seen so far in NAL for Stage 1, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check that. I believe Fresh made it.
I feel like we've seen Sens, but I think so.
I'll double check.
I could be wrong.
It was going to be a rush, but things have changed now for M80. They're going to slow things down, but still go for this mini execute with the smoke grenades.
Look at this setup. You've got a Rooney, or you've got an Amaru in play. You've got a Capitao, Gridlock, Sens, Glaz, and all these tools that are being brought out. And I like what they're trying to do, but it does not pan out at all. You've lost the Gridlock before any real influence can be committed. The Glaz of Kino doesn't have much success at all. I mean, I guess you've still got the Sens up, right? Yeah. One of those rollers still in play. You've got Capitao as well, a pretty standardized operator for most of these smoke takes. Soniqs punching back, and punching back effectively. The Frost Mat being a great aid to Soniqs' chances.
Pork mats.
If you must.
Citizen is in the lobby. He deserves to be recognized for him calling it a pork mat. He was the inventor of that term, I believe.
Well, there you go. Credit where credit is due.
Also, based off Jack's information on Twitter, Sense has not been played nor has Gridlock as of yet, but of course with this round, they now have. Only missing Blackbeard in a bit, and we've seen them all.
Oh my. Diaz showing his shoulder in the wrong way. This is a lockout for Soniqs. Grix are the last two. He's technically lurking, off-site roaming, but he's playing off the same position inside a kitchen for his 2 picks. And Soniqs get on the board after their timeout, looking far more confident. I don't want to be a naysayer here, but how much of that is M80 bringing an extremely unconventional lineup and trying for a strategy that forces you to go all in relatively quickly, and then unfortunately having that get blown up pretty early on?
No, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, it's a great round for Soniqs. They look comfortable. They won gunfights. They played more together, sure. But as you said perfectly, it is M80 going for a one-off rush strat. They get a 1-for-1 trade in the beginning, not what they wanted. They called off the initial rush after that, went for that mini execute. That also failed for them. And then they're in that awkward, 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 situation where Soniqs, they're just in so much better and stable position. And it's what tends to be happening from teams is when you build like a 3-0, 4-0 lead, you will try and, whip out these like one-off pocket strats because they're not statistically the best thing to do. Maybe it has like a 45-50% win rate, but when all rounds matter so much, you're not gonna go for the risky rounds. When you start off, you're very early opening round number 2, round number 3, you're gonna start building that round count. When you get comfortable in that 3-0, then you can start doing the funny stuff. Beastcoast, last match on Cafe, did the same thing. They had a rush, it worked, they did it twice in a row. Why? Because they're up 4-1. They can afford to lose one of those rounds, and it's worth taking that risk in case it does work out.
Back to the conventional for M80.
Oh, DS.
Except some difficulties. Jesse explicitly talked about M80's usage of Dokkaebi, and the Korean operator will be in the hands of Kino for this round, so a change.
Kino being a flex player for his team. Both the Monty hovered the glass as the Gomez, now playing the Dokkaebi. It really is a matter of M80 changing things around, allowing everyone to do as much as possible for the team. I mean, it's iconic on Heartbreach most rounds, which it's Chalet, you're playing Ace, you're basically a third entry, but still.
Oh, there's the first pick. Gunner needs to come online for his team. Soniqs have not got an uncontested first blood until now. They were involved in the first duel last round, traded out, but still not successful, give themselves an advantage. Taking down Gomez on Ash. Those are breaches off of the board. Strong. Not just breaches, but actually 2 sets of them. Breaching rounds and breaching charges.
Yeah, also one of the best ways to deal with that deployable shield piano hallway. Now Spot has to rotate over instead, use those frag grenades, and it's just gonna slow things down from N80 because Spot's halfway across the map in Library. Iconics on Solar Repel, Diaz on Big Window Repel. It's a very disjointed and scattered out M80. They don't really have a specific point of, striking point. They're just fishing.
Oh, I mean, they're deciding to take the engagement to M80. This timeout paying off, and it looks like M80 are not showing that same level of confidence that they had before. I don't know if they just decided to start off hot or not, but losing 2 engagements relatively quickly, leaving a minute to go, No logic bombs, but you still got Spoit. It's still definitely winnable. Flicking over, winning a puzzling engagement.
Attackers have recovered their
Bye-bye, Grixer.
That's ridiculous.
That is
I mean, you
very
should not be winning
ridiculous,
that
yeah.
gunfight whatsoever. And that might just give MAD a chance in this round because it looked all doomed for them. But now, with 40 seconds left, they got a chance at this.
I mean, the beautiful thing for Soniqs is that Spoit and Diaz have been reduced to almost rubble. Gunnar was roaming down by those stairs into basement. He's gone. No more available as West Main has been freed up. Geo now has his back, looking like it's turned to that position. No, never mind. That was my perspective of it.
Gio's got to be the hero here. He's going to have 3 members around him.
Spoit might be able to see this. Does he see the gun barrel, though? Gives his position away. Geo still quite stoic in this position. Takes out Spoit. He's only on a single point of HP. Gets swung on. Gets the drop onto Diaz. Sidearm out!
Oh!
But Geo wins it with the pistol in both, giving Soniqs a chance to tie this first half. They found themselves in a hole at the tail end of round number 3, but they're building a ladder. And inch by inch, they're getting to the top.
And Gio was indeed the hero of the round. I mean, he played that beautifully, just waiting in that corner, striking out aggressively to isolate the 1v1, and reading that Sophia actually had already jumped in the window and isolated that second member. And again, there's only like 7 seconds left on the clock. MAD very slow to the punch in that round. One thing that's a surprise to me is we're actually seeing Citizen basically being the last defender alive, or one of the last defenders alive, almost every single round. When we think of Citizen back in Europe, back in G2, we often see him play like Jaeger, take early engagements and fight the opening lines from the attacking side, but that's Rexon's job, and quite frankly, it's Gunnar's job, it seems right now on Soniqs. And Citizen is almost waiting on side for something to happen, to get activated like the 2v2s and the 3v3s, but more often than not, you know, Soniqs, they find themselves in a disadvantageous position where even though Citizen's a great player in those rough situations, I think they can get more value on sending him on the front lines. Let him build an advantage for you, and then maybe fall back and keep your cards close to you instead. Mixed results. 3-2 still favoring M80. And the attacker repicks just keep on giving. I mean, Kino's on Thermite now, Gomez on the Fuse, and now Diaz gets his turn at playing Dokkaebi instead. This, of course, is due to the bombs being downstairs in the basement, and not everyone likes playing Fuse. That seems to be Gomez's thing for this team, so because he has to be on this particular operator, things will change out for Diaz. And of course, because of how much hot destruction you have here, hatches above, the front and the back end breach, when I get 2 hot breachers, that's why Kino's on Thermite.
It's a very common role. I like seeing Kino on Thermite, so...
Yeah, and Smoke.
Yeah. Oh, his Smoke in particular, quite nasty.
Yeah. His shotgun does more damage than anyone else's. I always say this.
I don't think it works that way. Puts a little bit more grease in it, I guess. I don't know.
Grease it up. Not seen it on Brahma today, actually. It has been played, but we haven't seen much impact necessarily. Rounds have been rather aggressive.
2 rounds, 3 rounds in our very first match, I think.
Yeah,
so far.
Say. Mostly been gunfight oriented so far, even in those Brava rounds. Of course, they made it. They got utility they want to spend first on Gomez and the Fuse, trying to get upstairs to use it. You can use it on the top floor here, and it goes down to Fireplace and breaks the entirety of the floor.
It was Astralis that we saw this on, if I remember correctly, back at SI. It was one of the first times that I had actually seen it. It's a beautiful strategy. Everybody expects the fuse charge into the bomb site, but if you use the fuse charge to blow up the roof of the bomb site,
look at that,
then that gives you so much of a greater vantage point. The problem is that sometimes the explosion doesn't actually take out both layers of the floor, so you have to use all 4 of those cluster charges quite well.
But I mean, can the Sledge do that? Sure, but it takes a lot of time. And again, you're going to be exposed instead of Fireplace. Yeah. Because you can go top floor, you don't care about the first floor itself. So you're just ignoring that middle layer in the sandwich, and they get the most value out of it.
Oh, Gomez might have just seen one of the players down in Connector. I don't know if he missed his opportunity. This bomb site down on the bottom floor means all 4 bomb sites now played by Soniqs on their defense. They're fighting to tie up this first half. Teams will come to blows as Gomez and Grixer both taking some damage. Soniqs still have all their players alive, and they're holding multiple entries to the bomb site. They can block out M80 if they win their duels. They've lost Gunnar in the process, though. That's the first body to hit the floor. Now it's Geo and Rexen inside of blue, stacking up. The swing comes in from Rexen, losing the duel. There's blue control, slightly gone. Smart glasses go in from Grixer, but he's waiting, gives himself away, maybe a bit too late as the diffuser goes down. And it's a 2v4 as SQ, wandering back into the bomb site, are getting shown the door. Geo to try and give his team the even setting he needs. Can't get it done. Easy hole as diffuser is down for M80. 4-2 first half.
And I think this round is just like the icing on top, because this shows why M80 is a fantastic team right now. We see it in the first 5 rounds, play all aggression, rush, and try and go for early advantages. Then the final attacking round, it's a basement different from Soniqs. It's gonna change things up, right? Basement is very structured, you gotta set up deployable shields, ADSs, etc. The attackers have to just problem solve all that utility. You can't just go for gunfights, and we see M80 changing it immediately. Double heartbeat, diffuse the Togepi. They spend 2 minutes just setting things up. Sure, they get the opening kill again, as they usually do in this matchup, but then again, they take a breather. Then the smokes go out, the last few charge, etc. They get in onto the bomb side, they start getting that plant down. The cover is perfect. They can play both sides of Rainbow Six Siege, and it pays out for them. 4-2 now in their favor. Oh, fun fact, IQ is now allowed in Pro Play again. IQ was not allowed in the first week due to a bug with the gadget.
An issue.
An issue.
There was an issue.
With the gadget.
It was a small issue.
It's been fixed. As
Hooray!
Of, yesterday, I believe, during UL the play, it was fixed in the morning. So you can now play IQ again. Hooray, hooray. Saw Gunner hovered IQ for a brief moment, but thought otherwise and went to Nomad instead.
For those that don't know, the glitch allowed IQ to see some gadgets at all times, even without her scanner out. I believe it was like Warden, Vigil, Pulse. There's a couple more.
Yeah, all the active, quote-unquote active gadgets, yeah.
Solus as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not that I'd be upset with Solus having a bit less prevalence at this level. She is quite strong at this moment, but maybe through more conventional means.
Yeah.
First half, by the way, all 4 bomb sites were played out. M80 started things off with a flawless round. Soniqs did burn their timeout, so that's not available for them. M80 did not. Diffuser planted by M80 a bunch of times. And in terms of first bloods, only 1 first blood for Soniqs. There was a trade and then 4 for M80. So ultimately, M80 very much in the driver's seat of that first half on Chalet, which again, the desk said was quite ballsy that M80 would take SQ to this map.
Yeah, and things, I mean, sure you get 4-2, but you are starting on the attack inside, the quote-unquote favorite starting position, so I don't think we should count out Soniqs just yet as well. They can still show up. We know their attacks are solid from previously. If they do what they usually do, it comes down to whether M80 has read into it, studied it, prepared for it, or if Soniqs have made changes to their attacks, how effective they're going to be. Quiet start so far. Gomez is swinging out the big window inside of master bedroom, looking for something, but not finding anything.
That's a very gutsy play. But I mean, hey, if you don't think there's anybody by that trophy window, you're not going to get spotted for it, so why not? Bomb site is all the way on the bottom floor. We're going back to this garage wine bomb site that was played by Soniqs, now being played by M80. The side swap has put M80 on defense for the remainder of this matchup, unless overtime happens. First pick I just talked about. Now, the Soniqs had trailed in first bloods. Well, they get it. They removed Gomez. That was the Frost that was playing on that top floor. There's still a roam, though, from M80.
And it was Grixer, again, really showing up for his team and they need him. Entering a stature is not an easy thing to do, but he gets the job done regardless. Those EMPs not really needed in this round.
Diffuser getting planted by Rexen. Do they just not have information? Geo in the midst of the gas. Now Rexen's life being ticked away at. He gets up, but he gets punished on the stairs. M80 coming out ahead in terms of operator count, but now they've got the timer working against them, and even worse is that Citizen is outside of Garage. This is a hard spot to fight back from if you don't have window control, but I guess if you're Diaz making those shots happen, then you can really get it done. Grixer in a desperate attempt in a 1v2 now. He's the only one there on the diffuser. He hops through the window and Spoit slaughters him in the process. M80 get onto the diffuser just in time. Their lead stretches as they take the first round of their defense.
The Toxic Bait being Toxic, getting 2 kills in a round really saved M80. I mean, that is a big thing. But also, I need to just point out in that 1 versus 2, Spoit basically willing to sacrifice his teammate who's going for the counter defuse, and there's a very good reason for that. Often when you're in that 2v1 and you got one person covering and one person trying to defuse, if Spoit holds an aggressive angle and he dies, his teammate who's like halfway through the defuse animation is almost guaranteed gonna die just half a second after. It's an easy flick for a pro player. He knows exactly where he is. By Spoit almost baiting his teammate. You know, Spoit could almost let him die and then go for the kill. It's a much safer situation to be in, but it's an easy mistake to make even at the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege, because it's not a natural thing to want to bait your teammate. So a very small detail, but just want to point out because we see time and time again pro players lose those 2v1s because they go for what seems like the better play when it often isn't.
10 seconds left before
Bravo!
I was going to say, I'm trying to see. I don't like talking about operators before they're locked in.
I know. I have too much faith in them. So, Brahma, the way you can utilize her on Chalet in particular, is kind of like you do with Twitch, where you can toss in her drones early in the round, shut down default cameras, or look for other pieces of electronic gadgetry and convert it to your side. The Twitch drone will sap a gadget and kill it, destroy it, it's gone. Whereas Brava simply hacks the gadget. So if a defender owns a camera and you hack it with Brava, it becomes an attacker drone or camera now, and the defenders can no longer access it, but the attackers can. Same with the Meister cams, the Yoga drones, etc. Anything that's electronic, ADSs, you get the point. So you want to spend as much time early in the round to use that drone gadgetry so that you can take away as much, gain as much, and then be a free gun late in the round when you go for a plant before that executes to try and go for kills.
It's an E1D burned. I really do want to see what Rexon is able to grab with that clutch. He's already grabbed one of the default cams. Again, we talk about this trickster operator who can snatch gadgets away from you, providing that the drone stays within distance and range of that gadget. A lot of people will use them on fun things, like an evil eye camera or potentially a Capcan trap. Maybe even a well-placed goo mine can be well done. But default cams, as unsexy as, they may be, that was a very sexy play from Gomez, who swings in, or Geo swings in, dies. Nicely done. I want to make this point about the default cams. Default cams are incredibly strong, especially on flank.
Yeah.
If you are worried about the defenders flanking, take a default cam. You don't need to leave a drone in place. Most players are not going to instinctively think, hey, we might have to worry about default cams. There's no Dokkaebi on the board.
Yeah.
And that Brava can have huge value. Domino by domino continues to fall, and they're taking one another out as they go down. Spoit, 2 kills very quickly. Last 2 players from Soniqs are Citizens and Rexon, and they are both beat up.
That's tough. I mean, this is just outright, you know, this is a murder, essentially. Iconic and Spoit really just winning gunfights they have no business winning so consistently in this matchup so far. The Soniqs, they're struggling to try and find a way through this setup.
It's been a hard game for Gunnar, by the way, and it's been a hard start to the stage for Gunnar as well. A younger player, too, it's always a bummer to see that because you know that they're likely getting some kind of heat from fans and those on social media. Rexon picks up the very first kill, a second as well, that Cameras hits like a truck. The DMR in the hands of Brava. Closing this thing in, but Gomez blind gets them both. Excuse me? How on earth? He literally didn't even see it. And just like that, it's match point for M80.
Damn. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is just bloodbath, essentially. Right? It comes down to pure gunfights and Soniqs not being able to pull apart the setup. It's a deployable shield, a bulletproof camera, and just people playing aggressively behind it, winning gunfights. To speak about Soniqs and, you know, Gunnar's start to the season that hasn't been the most successful, Soniqs, they played against SSG, then Beastcoast, and Parabellum. So you can pretty much look at this and say they've actually played against a lot of good teams, which of course has an impact on where they are in the standings, how individual players' stats are looking. Soniqs, they have a single victory and an overtime loss. Overtime loss can be Spaces Gaming, 7-6 loss on Border, and they beat Parabellum 7-3 on Clubhouse. And when we were watching Soniqs play Border and Cafe, their first 2 maps, it looked like they kind of need to go back to basics. You know, the ABC of Siege, play more together because it looked a little bit disjointed. Then Soniqs played Clubhouse, and that was a beautiful thing to watch. Their attacks, phenomenal. They looked like they were on the exact same wavelength. Now, kind of back to Soniqs looking kind of disjointed again. I have to say that When you see Citizen last alive outside buildings, holding angles, not being that spirit he can be, now he's on Ash, maybe that's gonna change. It doesn't sit right with me. I know a demo has the same thought where it's just like, put this man to work. He can do so much for your team. Drone him in, give him a bit of resources to work with. That could be the change-up now that Soniqs have made. Putting Citizen on the Ash, we'll have to see.
I mean, you got to kickstart something.
Yeah.
Timeout was burned at this point about 20 minutes ago by Soniqs, so they've just been going along round by round, trying to keep their head above water. It's not really been as successful as they want to be. This is an angle right now that Kino's holding that could just absolutely doom Soniqs if they lose this engagement. Kino in Library holding big window. Gunnar not too far off. Gunnar has had some serious troubles getting kills. Is he able to find anything with it? He's playing a very crucial operator for this bomb site. Bard Gaming, you've got the smokes. You've also got the flames. You've got backup smokes in Rexon's hands, so the Brava, who in Rexon's case will likely be involved in some kind of altercation, can still get those smokes down before dying. But it is imperative that Gunnar not die early in this round. I expect that Geo getting the diffuser into the bomb site and planted, it rests a lot on the shoulders of Gunnar. And if he dies early, that's a bad spot to be in. Gomez, the smoke, playing upstairs, he's done. Rexon on the entry, showing up huge. Kino still searching for his very first kill. We haven't spoken about it much. He finds it against Citizen. The number's now even. Don't really need to talk about Kino not doing too much when the rest of his team is excelling the way they are. Geo taking matters into his own hands and ensuring that Kino's single kill is all he gets should the match finish on this round. Advantage goes back to Soniqs with just under half the round to go.
Yeah, Spot in a tough position right now because he pretty much has to stay inside a library. Sacrificing that part of the map means the bomb is under siege from above. He's gonna stick to his ground.
That DMR of Aruni hits like a truck. Geo picks up his second kill after Diaz had just removed Geo's teammate. Advantage still in favor of Soniqs with 1 minute left. Spoit, though, prowling from above. Diffuser going down to Geo. Gunner's there to get the cross, and, well, he actually misses his opportunity. Oh, no, Gunner! Everything goes bad there. They've managed to take the top floor, leaving Iconic as the sole man standing, so at least you get it back, but Iconic is usually so good in these positions. Gunner doesn't know where Iconic is. He has to drop. Now he has access to the diffuser, so Iconic will look for Gunner. Where do you find safe harbor? This whole match now resting on the shoulders, just as the plant did, of Gunner. Sends out a smoke, maybe to a confused Iconic, and there's the drop. Gunner finally gets it. Oh, that is one where you gotta take a deep breath and trust. Trusting Gunner, well placed.
I have to say that's an incredibly smart way for Gunnar to play that 1 versus 1. I mean, you cannot plant that scenario. There's a hatch on both bomb sites, both opened up. 7 seconds on that plant timer. Iconic can play into that, drop at any moment's notice. And Gunnar doesn't know exactly where he is. That library camera that was alive earlier was shot by Spoit right before he died. So going for a smoke bolt arrow in front of him to obscure the hat's vision, fake out the plant, force Iconic, reading the fact that he's gonna drop, and then going for the kill, pre-firing through the smoke off the sound. Perfectly played, and he keeps Soniqs alive, trying to push for overtime, but it is so difficult in these rounds. It comes down to 1 versus 1, where things are so close. Those are the rounds that Soniqs they win. But the rounds that they lose, they're relatively one-sided. So many things have to go right for Soniqs to win, but just if 1 or 2 small things fall apart, they end up losing the round. When you're at match point, when you're down 3 rounds as they are right now, that's really hard to work with because you're gonna start doubting yourself when it comes to risk assessment and risk taking. You might have this massive high-risk, high-reward kind of play you can make, but if it doesn't work out, as it hasn't really often so far, you lose the entire match. At the same time, if you don't take that risk, you might not have a chance to win regardless. So risk assessment, when back is against the wall, can be very difficult for some players to deal with. We'll see if they can make it work. Citizen had 1 round on Ash, he's back onto Ace again. Didn't really find much in that previous round, he got shut down by Kino.
Like I said, we don't really need to talk about Kino's impact, even though he was playing more of those utility roles on attack, because the rest of the team is just doing their thing.
I mean,
Spoit had 10 kills.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if the front line just walking through killing everybody, Kino's not even gonna see opponents.
Spoit has 10 kills, Iconic has 12 kills, Diaz has 8. Gomez has 8. Kino has 1. At this point, as long as Kino is doing his job in regards to supporting the rest of the team, that is good enough at this moment.
Yeah.
if the rest of the team starts to fall off and Kino struggles in his gunfights, maybe he's, his wrist has gone cold for the day. Who knows?
Maybe.
That obviously is bad for M80, but right now it's not imperative that Kino gets into these engagements.
There are only so many kills to be found, but Grixer finds another opening kill for Soniqs, looking good for him.
Gomez playing up top, I imagine. Now it's Iconic's turn. He's down. They're desperately looking for a secure. M80 really wants to take their engagements here, and they are not ready for any of it. Spoit wins his duel, but that's about it. Now it's Kino's turn. Heading down. Go for one of those picks, see what you can do. Doesn't make the shot. Revive for Iconic. Now it's Spoit down. M80, their worst round yet, and Soniqs are taking advantage of this. Grixer with 3 of those kills. Kino in a 1v4. He's got, well, there you go. More damage done, 2 kills.
Attackers are activating.
What can he accomplish? Diffuser down. Soniqs looking so formidable. Almost a given that they're going to walk away with this round. Kino still has an opportunity. Problem is, well, the garage is open yet again. You're going to have 1 player from Soniqs far afield, potentially 2. Nitro Cell goes out. It misses its mark, but Citizen gives his position away over towards blue. A flash stops Kino from getting aggressive. 2 players from Soniqs, in fact, outside. And as great as Kino's shot was on Citizen, that was the thing of beauty. There's just 2 other players watching from the complete opposite angle. You can't do a 180 like that. Nobody can. Soniqs 2 in a row. They're staying alive as M80 still sits on match point.
And that is going to be the tactical timeout from M80 with that. And it makes sense, you might as well take it now, really solidify this potential final round for them and, just end the match 7-4. But by M80 taking this timeout, it allows Soniqs to talk to their coach as well, their support staff, and also amongst themselves to think, what are they going to do? What are the problems? What do they keep on doing now? What has to change? Grixer being the outstanding player that I'm keeping my eyes on because he's finding opening kill after opening kill for his team, getting them to that 5 versus 4 position, and then just keep pushing forward to look for more. And it has been the saving grace for Soniqs on their attacking side so far. M80, they're really trying to battle it out in that previous round, just looking for gunfights everywhere on the map, but it doesn't go their way. They actually lose all their gunfights, and for the first time ever, they look like they really can be taken down in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we are looking at right now is just what appears to be an attacker-sided Chalet. I will say that the first 3 rounds for M80 did look like 3 of the best rounds that we've seen so far. I want to add that last round to that column and say, hey, that was one of the, that round from Soniqs was one of the best that we've seen so far as well. But M80, despite not being at a numbers disadvantage, decided to take engagements that they didn't need to take. Swinging onto Garage when the panels were open and you had no intel. Deciding to roam upstairs and take a fight there as well, instead of potentially falling off or having someone else to play off of you. Those were 2 mistakes that M80 made. Whether it was a peak for intel and they just simply lost the fight, and hey, sometimes that happens. I'm not sure. We're not in their heads. We can't be certain. But still, I mean, there were a number of errors from M80 on that round. Soniqs pounced on them, took advantage of them. Well done to Soniqs for that. But those first 3 rounds were very clean from the way that M80 entered. There was no trepidation from them. They took charge. They asserted their influence on the map. They got those picks. They win the first 3 rounds quite commandingly. Soniqs looked close to that in the previous round, but again, they needed a little bit of help from their friends.
Reload.
Whenever you see a team lose a bomb site and go straight back to it, it's either one of 2 reasons. A, it's like the statistical just best defender bomb site period, which basically Chalet is not, by the way, at least not historically. And the second option is usually because you think as a team something went wrong that just should not be happening. So by going back to the same bomb site, things are going to shape out differently. And if you're going to lose, it's going to be for a different reason than previously. M80, they seem to esteem that that is going to be the problem because people just died early. They played maybe too aggressive. They said Parker said, guys, don't swing the breach. Play back. Let them execute. We got this.
If you recall, the very first defense from M80 on this bomb site was when there was an improbable early plant. The smokes missed. They were a bit too late when they did finally secure a kill onto Geo and the down onto Rex. And it required M80 to retake, and only one because they had a 1.5 site playing by Snowmobile to make those engagements on both Citizen and Grixer, who were still outside. Heading into today, Chalet's only been played 1 time in NA, so it's very tough to gain any real statistics out of this. Only 3 bomb sites were played. That's the office bomb site upstairs, Snowmobile in the basement, and then kitchen dining. Bar gaming wasn't played at all. In terms of the 3 bomb sites in that single play day, of which there were 9 rounds, It was the bottom floor bomb site of Wine Cellar and Snowmobile with by far and away the worst defender win rate, which aligns with what you're saying. It's not a very friendly bomb site. Here, today in particular, Garage has now been played 4 times. It's been won by the attackers twice, defenders once.
Air jabs. Gonna scare off Spoit for a brief moment. Of course, you can look for those air jabs by proning below the door. Soft on offense, of course, gives you an angle as well, but gotta be careful. You get caught by this.
Oh, nice set of eyes on Spoit, seeing a player on the top of main stairs. That's Gunner. Survives that bit of a scare, taking no damage. Spoit here's the air jab, but hasn't been in a position to take care of it just yet. First bit of damage comes onto the board. It's onto Iconic. That was the Warden downstairs playing in blue. Now it's Gomez, who has died a bit too early for M80's liking over the last couple rounds. That Frost likes holding off site, but you cannot be really cute with it. Diffuser going down. What is happening? Everybody is still alive. 30 seconds left. 10 players upright in the server. Geo gets the freest plant of his career, and up the stairs he goes before getting taken out by Iconic. So one step is done. Grixer punished by Spoit, who can now retake as well from above. And it's Kino to walk on the Citizen. Soniqs getting overpowered in this post plant. Rexon is also down, and it's a flawless comeback for M80. They kill every single player of Soniqs and then get the Diffuser to boot to throw the round into the win column 7-4.
I don't know if that's ever happened. A 5v5 plan successful into a perfect, flawless post-plan retake? Absurd. I mean,
that is going to be one to just go back and analyze. And I know there will be side content made about it. I am very excited. Kino picking up 5 kills before the match concluded. That's it for the M80 matchup versus Soniqs. M80 taking a big win. We're going to throw to a break and then come back to break that down.
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North America League. Doa here along with Demo and Jesse. And we just saw Soniqs nearly bring it back, but M80 had enough to finish it off. It looked a little bit shaky there for a while, but overall, M80 looking like a team that was a bit too tough to beat today.
Yeah, deserved, I think, win for them. The first 3 rounds I think we've seen from M80 were just incredible.
Yep.
Incredible. Probably the best attacks that we've seen on Chalet in a very long time. So I was very impressed with that today.
Yeah, those first 3 rounds, when we talk about Grixer and Rexen as these 2 insane fraggers of North America, arguably the best kind of fragging combo that NA has, and they got torn to shreds by Spoit and Iconic. They consistently were entering into that library side of things. Eventually, that tack timeout was called. We saw a weird kind of gimmicky strat round 4. It didn't work out. And round 5, we started to see them bounce back.
Yeah.
You know? They were going for more of those.
They were
aggressive
swinging.
peaks. Yeah, and they were getting their kills, right? And ended in a 4th 2-half. I think it just wasn't enough rounds in that first half for them to close it down.
At the end of the day, we looked at this team last week and we said M80. They brought in Spoit and Iconic. That is going to be a terrifying duo if they're gunning on the day.
Right.
Look what happened. Gunning on the day, terrifying. Jesse says he's overrated. I now ask you, Jesse, what have you been doing?
I mean, double digit for both of those guys today.
Spoit's been fantastic.
You cannot call this guy overrated. He's only going to get better. This is the beginning. What he did in Berlin, that was like the first chapter. And that wasn't the first chapter he's going to make. Like,
he's a fantastic player, and I think they absolutely crushed this game. I love the defensive half as well. We saw really good holds of the basement bomb site, despite losing it once. They really did seem to know how to deny that. Plant spot that kept coming in from the Soniqs. It was a really good kind of defensive half as well from M80, despite a couple of streaks there towards that 4th quarter, but still fantastic.
That's right. And so, standing by to chat with us, we have none other than Kino. That's right. Thanks for joining us, Kino. It's great to see you again. Congrats on the win today. I got to ask, my first question for you here. We had, obviously, Iconic and Spoit kind of join the crew in the offseason. We saw what they did today, both guys putting up double-digit kills. What's it been like sort of integrating them into the existing sort of core that came over from XSET into M80?
It's always fun to play with new players. Dave and Willie, those guys are talented, like I did nothing this game. I was just there. I was just putting the bomb down, I was just droning.
That's something.
It's always good having someone who you can rely on and who can, carry you when you're not having the best day. So it's always fun. And Willie was getting the entries. He was in there, man. It's been, we've been improving. Our best friend right now is time. That's what I was telling them.
Yeah.
And Dave with the IGLs, with the calls, with the reads. That's my boy.
I hear that.
Kino, I mean, for me, I looked at today. No camera, no taking pictures. It seemed to be very business orientated today. It seemed to be quite a personal match for you guys.
Yeah, today was business. I got some of the Polaroids I took here.
Nice. Wow. You gonna autograph those and send them out to people, or what? What's the plan with those?
Well, I could, but most of them is just like my camera and the PC, because I'm taking pictures of like my setup.
People would want
there's
that.
nothing here.
They'd still like it.
Yeah.
It's a moment in time that was captured on the stream and by your Polaroid. That's good as gold later, man.
Can I have one?
Beautiful. That is art.
Can you
That's
sign it
art.
for me? Can you sign
Of
it?
course, Demo. I got you, Demo. I got you.
There you go.
Kino, I wanted to rein it in a little bit here because last week we saw a couple of rounds where you guys were rocking this Lion Dokkaebi combo. We saw it a lot on Border last week. This week you brought it out, I think, just briefly, but you kind of seem to switch things up a little bit. You were rocking the Dokkaebi today. The Lion had changed roles a little bit as well. Is that intentional? Is that due to the map? Is that due to how last week worked? Can you talk about kind of that little roam clearing strat that you guys have brought a couple of times now?
Yeah, I usually run the Ying, but they're terrified of my Ying, so they banned it. So I ran Dokkaebi flashes instead. I can flash whatever I need to flash, and I have the calls. Amazing gun that my teammates say, but I love it. And that, we don't really have a set plan. We're just going with the flow. If we'll decide the ops whenever we decide it, and that's it.
Fair enough. All right. Well, one more question before we let you go. I got to ask, if you could pick the #1 thing you like about this squad in particular, you like about playing with these guys, what is it?
#1 thing I like about this squad.
Yeah. What's the #1 quality, in your opinion, that the squad has?
Gun skill.
There you go.
And like entry potential. because we didn't really have a set entry before, and now we have a tank that just runs in and gets us the kills, you know? It's my favorite part. Every time I'm droning, you know, I'm chilling in spawn, and I see us getting the first pick. It just feels amazing. Gomez and Spoit doing a great job at it.
There you go. All right. Nothing more needs to be said. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us. Congrats on the win today, and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. Kino from M80. You know, he said he didn't do a lot today, but you know, somebody has to plant the diffuser, right? That's a big job. You know, you're not out there getting the kills. Maybe that's a flashy part of the game, but it takes everyone, right? It takes a whole team. So don't sell yourself short, Kino.
As we've seen, planting the diffuser, picking the right spot, it can be a struggle sometimes.
Oh, I'll honestly have that ready for tomorrow because I can't do it now. I'm in fit of rage. You might not see it, but I'm not too happy today.
We're going to give you a moment to calm down, though, because Jesse has a telestration. He's going to take care of that. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back in just a second.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Telestration Station. We're going to take a look at round number 6, because this is one of my favorite strategies that we've seen as of late. This was a strategy, it's the Fuse strat on the basement, who was brought forth coming in back at the 6th Invitational from Astralis that came forward. Now, I want to take a look at a couple of things. There's the first Fuse hole. You can see already one cluster charge has been used by Gomez. He's putting it up here on the top floor, just by the window in front of Mezzanine, and he's going to try to open up the floorboards with these cluster charges. They're not trying to get kills or utility. He's basically doing the work of a sledge or a buck. We'll play the clip now and showcase exactly what that looks like. You can see the first remnant of the destruction that was played forward by the first cluster charge. Here's the second, here's the third. Sometimes the first doesn't open everything up, but it's all right. That's why he's got 4 of them. And as we pause in here, we get to see exactly the carnage that has been destroyed. Now, I want you to visualize the bottom floor, right? Because really, it is devastating, all of this that's being opened up, because the walls downstairs goes something like this, right? It's being opened up, and then what we have is the entirety of Wine Room has just been made into a complete disaster zone. You cannot step here. Now, with so much of this destruction on the floor, it makes it impossible for you to play in this really important area of the map, try to deny that plant from coming in through the breach. We'll play the round now, and we'll take a look at the exact same structure. I'm going to draw the same thing here. Here's the shape that we were looking at, right? It's a little bit of a Z shape, a little bit of a corner that's been cut out. And what you can tell is that the entirety of Wine is a no-go zone. Look at the positioning on Soniqs. They've got 4 players that are up by the blue hallway, completely condensed in, nowhere to go. And then just Gunner all by himself, so trapped and alone. He's going to have a really tough time. And in fact, later in this round, he does go down to Gomez, holding him up above. And then the strategy coming forward from M80 is very simple at this point. You know they can't be inside of Wine because of those cluster charges. So you're going to pop a little bit of smoke right up there to block the blue hallway, and then you're going to get the plant down in nice and easy, tucked in behind, or sorry, underneath those stairs behind the garbage can. It's a beautiful little strategy to pull off. You can try this in ranked. Try it with your friends. Again, debuted at 6th Invitational, showcased perfectly by M80 today. And of course, we'll clear this out. We don't need to show it, but they did go on to win that round. Beautifully executed from M80 on the basement bomb site.
There you go. I mean, some pretty picture-perfect execution throughout the day for M80 today. I think, yeah, I feel like this was the best we saw them do, both as individual players, especially Iconic and Spoit, but then also as a team, too. There were some rounds, I mean, that last round was just flawless, right?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse's kind of showcased how good M80 were able to master that kind of basement attack. If you look in the flip side, you look at Soniqs. Again, I didn't get enough time. It literally was the final round that we seen, so I couldn't go in the telestrator, but I hopefully have it maybe for tomorrow. But it's night and day in terms of the differences. Soniqs very, very off the mark today with those basement attacks.
Yeah. Well, a lot to work on for them. They still have some games remaining, but obviously things are looking a little bit tight for the Soniqs org if they want to jump in the top 6. You would imagine that they still have a good shot, but they need to tighten things up quite a bit. But time to move on to our next series of the day. It's going to be Oxygen taking on Mirage. And so talk about polar opposites right now as far as standings go. Obviously, Oxygen, the top of the league at the moment. Mirage, unfortunately for them, way down at the bottom. And, I feel like Mirage if you look at these players, like these are all solid names here, right? But they just have not been able to sort of get it to gel yet. I mean, they did take that 3-7 loss to M80. They did get it close at least against Space Station. They took it to overtime all the way to the last round, but just have not yet been able to claim a win here. They're probably, I don't know if it's mathematically out for the top 6, but it's close. Technically,
no.
Yeah.
I mean, top 6 is still very much within range. We've got some bunny stats for you guys. Over 50% chance of making top 6, which is, not a super high bar for Mirage if they get a regulation win this game. So it's still in the cards. It's tough because you've not got a ton of games left, right? There are some really strong teams fighting you for that spot. But it's still, very much in their control. They can still rack up those points. They just need to beat the best team in the league right now.
Yeah, and part of that best team in the league is Dream. A big factor on this one. We want to talk a little bit more about him because he has been making a difference. One of the most bloodthirsty supports out there.
I love this guy. I think that's all I need to say. Does that not speak volume to it? If I love him, he's good.
Last week, he posted a clip on Twitter of me, a very out-of-context clip, I might say, talking about his poor stats, his poor KD stats.
How dare you?
At the 6th Invitational. He was, I think, 95th of KD players
He finished 3rd place, Jesse.
But the impact he brings to his team in terms of planting and droning is fantastic. And so for him to come into the league now and combine that with ridiculous numbers, I think he ended up 32 and 28 by the end of the week, but he was so fantastic on the first play day. I mean, it's a huge impact for OXG, right? When you can have all 5 players gunning, when you can have Dream stepping up and having so much action being involved in for these rounds, it's massive.
Right. I mean, and I remember this is something we talked about with OXG a lot last year, where we said if somebody is having an off day, somebody else can catch up. Someone else can step up and be the person to pick up the slack. Kino was actually talking about that on M80 when we were interviewing just a few minutes ago. But that's a storyline, like I said, that we talked about a lot with Oxygen. And having a support like Dream that can do what he does is a huge part of making that happen on a game-to-game basis.
Yeah, I think if you actually look at Oxygen from out the past week, I think Dream has been kind of the rock. You can see him I think having a really good support in this current meta is vital. It is a must. Everyone has to gun. Again, I agree with Jesse. I think that Dream probably didn't pull the weight that he maybe should have wanted to. It's probably a reason why they didn't go on to win the Hammer, is because you need everyone showing up. You look at W7M, look at G2. Their supports were gunning whenever they needed to.
Yep.
I think going into last week, Oxygen for Dream, it's a bit of a dream. You have to ban your Maestros. That's what it feels like. You have to ban your Maestros against him because he's that good in that operator. Yeah. Target ban him. You have to.
I just like that we have kind of a continuation this year of the gunning meta that came up kind of around stage 3 last year. It's such a fun way to watch the game. I enjoy it anyway. Let's take a look at what map we're going to here for this next series. It's going to be Border. All right.
Border and the NA League, name a better pairing. It's also a great map for Oxygen.
It is.
Yeah, 3-game win streak at the moment, including a 7-0 win over W7M at the 6th Invitational. They played it twice through the first week of the Blast NA League now. They beat Beastcoast and M80 last week. It's comfy for them. They've shown it multiple times. I hope Mirage know what they're doing.
Yeah, Mirage for me today. I think that they need to hopefully figure out their roles. I would say that I think they need a role switch. I would say Yeti in first entry probably hasn't been hitting the steam that he should be. I think Rampy should maybe take up that mantle. I think Rampy should have a go today, but we'll see what Mirage can do. They've had a full week.
Well, they have had plenty of time to prepare for this one. Let's see if it's paid off. It's time to throw it over to Pengu and Intero to call the action once again.
All right, well, thank you very, very much. We are seconds out from getting into the most played map in the North America League. Technically, if I'm being really pedantic, Oregon is, because there have been 48 rounds in Oregon versus 47 rounds in Border.
Okay.
Okay, well, Border's been played last. Is it the more defender favored? Also no.
Also no.
Is Border as exciting as Oregon? Both analysts said, hell no. Oregon is the most exciting map in the entire map pool. I mean, I personally disagree with them.
Nah. That's some cap right there.
Border is, in my opinion, one of the most exciting maps at the moment.
I'd actually have to agree with you. I wouldn't have agreed with you like 6-8 months ago, but now I do like him some border gameplay on occasion, I have to say.
Hell yeah. Ying banned away from OXG right away. Coming into this matchup, you couldn't really have different expectations of these two teams. We'll talk about it a little bit as the operator bans continue to roll on. Oxygen taking their time with their second ban. They'll decide to get rid of Dokkaebi. Why not?
Okay, so Ying is the most banned attacker in the NAL. Dokkaebi is third, right after Nurk actually, so pretty stable bans coming on through. For the defending side, the Mira, the Valkyrie, the Solis, the Asami, all very stable operators, either played or banned with a very high frequency at that. Asami, of course, being removed from play by OXG, and the final operator ban from Mirage will be... Solis.
Solis. Say goodbye. Goodbye, Solis.
So both...
Did you say goodbye to Solis?
I didn't say goodbye, because you know what? She'll be back again.
Unbelievable.
And we shall welcome her with open arms.
Well, these two teams enter in very different position. As of 15 minutes ago, OXG was in first overall, but M80 has catapulted over top of them with their victory against Soniqs in the matchup that just transpired. Oxygen then sit in second place, a single point back. They have a +9 round differential on the side of OXG, sitting at 3 regulation wins and a single regulation loss, which was a 7-5 victory for Parabellum over OXG, which I think is one of the more shocking results that I think we've seen so far in the North American League. For Mirage, Nick, it's a very different story. They've played 3 games. They are at a -10 round differential with but a single point to their name, which was a 7-8 loss to Space Station, but it was done in overtime, so they get a single point. A 2-7 loss to DarkZero and a 3-7 loss to M80.
10 seconds left.
With the exception of that SSG game, which at the time was SSG's streak of making it to overtime in every single match they played.
Yeah.
Mirage are good for a couple rounds, and that's about it. They are one of the 3 brand new rosters in the league, up there with Parabellum and Beastcoast, and obviously they're going to have some growing pains. Meanwhile, OXG only made a single roster move, which was getting Yaga back on the squad after dropping Vertical.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to it. When I saw Rampy's player cam, I was like, Space Station aren't playing right now. And it's just one of those, like, it's gonna take a second to get used to it as a fan, as a spectator, as a caster, with those, like, very long, stable rosters playing for the same org now being different. Also, you said that upset that PB beat OXG. When I was doing prep work this morning, I was like, I actually put the score for like OXG beating Parabellum. I had to do a double take, but like actually I'm wrong. It was OXG losing to Parabellum. Fox say one of the best and highest pay grade operators on the or players on the Brava rather. OXG really favoring the utility game, but also shut down upon their opponents. And Dream is the star player, so to speak, for OXG, and Jesse kind of spoke about it. This man is putting up numbers, not just for the supportive side, but in the frag department as well. He's had a phenomenal start to the stage so far, and he's an ace, looking to get aggressive and looking for those kills once again.
It's a very well-known operator. Dream running ace quite regularly and dropping double digits in the very first match that OXG was in to start off the NA League, for those of you that will recall. Way back to last week. Literally starting it off, they won against Beastcoast 7-3, and Dream went absolutely ham. This was the man that you said, in terms of mechanical ability, a great player. It was Newers watching along as he gets droned into detention towards jail. They had a read on somebody over towards customs, but nothing to be found. Bomb site, ventilation, and workshop, so not too far away from where Newers currently stands. You get a couple red marks that have now faded. While he's on that main floor, hunting towards the bomb site, you've got Sweater pushing in a similar spot, taking some damage from the Valkyrie of Yeti. You've also got some players from OXG. Oh, Yeti re-engages and wins that one. Sweater's not used to losing that. Yaga's down to Rampy too. It's a full court press as Mirage picks up 2 kills with a minute to go.
Honestly, it seemed like Mirage could just like aggress all over OXG. It's working well for them so far. They got the numbers, but
it's the man of the hour. Dream himself, the first player from OXG to get on that board. Fox was taken out as well. Newers pummeling DP Fire, and he manages to actually get away before they can do anything towards the main stairs. Kansan slaughtered from Dream. Suddenly OXG have made this infinitely more competitive.
Wait, they can just plant here. The hatch is closed.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Diffuser in the very capable hands of Dreams.
15 seconds
On
remaining.
the floor opened up. Newers is there. Can he stop it in its tracks? Yes. Also getting out of that position. Surf will make an awful lot of noise. The Kaid will try to get back in, doing a ton of damage, but ultimately losing it to Newers. Rampy, who was one of the first players to get on the board in this matchup, spotted as he drops from Metal. He sees the workshop door, now heading over towards server door, but nobody from OXG wants to engage him in this position. Rampy has an opening, and he gets picked off by Newers. Call them the Dream Team, and I'm not just talking about the two of them, but all of OXG. 5 kills between Newers and Dream with Diffuser down is enough to stop Mirage from winning a round that looked like it was theirs.
That is an absolute disgusting display of a difference in just sheer mechanical skill and 1v1 capability from Newers and Dream in that 2 versus 5. I mean, they had no business getting to the bomb site, planting it, and let alone winning that 2 versus 3. But also, Mirage, they're allowing for a couple of gaps to be exploited, right? The Archives hatch not opened up for some reason, allows OXG to plant once again to the bomb site. And Mirage, you know, they got the lead by swinging 1 versus 1 and winning gunfights, and they lost the lead in the exact same way, allowing OXG to pick them off 1 by 1. But Dream and Newers, without any real drone information, made really good decision on how to isolate those members. Newers would initiate and hit a nice flick, then he would play the baiting game, where Dream backsteps from behind and it opened things up for them. Mirage, I was going to say before things get really hectic, they might be able to match OXG on a sheer like aggression, you know, straight up like bloodbath fighting level. They got DP Fire, Surf, Yeti, Kansan, and Rampy. Like they can, with certainty, fight back and put up numbers. But when it comes to team play, the coordination, the synergy, I think that is where OXG is just going to be miles ahead due to the nature of them being a stable team of the same players, that being OXG, and Mirage, of course, being a completely new thing being put together very recently.
This is the one tweet that they said after that very first match or two. It was something like, why would you drop Yaga? Just why would you do it? And it seems like he is just fitting right back into OXG where he left off. Undeniably, one of the best players on that old OXG roster before he and Kino sought, I don't want to say greener pastures because it's hard to get more green than the OXG logo, but greener pastures over in what was XSET at the time, now is known as M80 as there was a changing of the org. Yaga either unhappy with M80 or M80 unhappy with Yaga. Either way, fitting right back into this OXG team, and they're obviously very happy with that change. DP Fire taking a lot of damage as we start things off now in round number 2. 2 minutes to go. Grenades going through the doorway, getting dropped in towards Office, a very common spot with the mirror window facing that triple panel inside of Office, but nobody is actively holding it. So OXG have full control of that side of the map should they choose to do anything with it. We also see our first IQ pick in the hands of Sweater.
Yeah, not a commonly played operator, but I mean, if you want to shut down information because Valkyrie is on the board, it makes a lot of sense. Also, if the pulse is to be picked up by Mirage, also a good counter at that. But seeing as it's just a Valkyrie, that allows the IQ to just find the cameras, it'd be an active gun, Sweater can do just that.
Bomb located by
C4 went
attack.
out, did a little bit of damage, but nothing really deciding. But defining, rather.
DP Fire taken down. Oh, Kansan missing an opportunity. He has information as to where they might be going. Kansan doesn't usually miss those shots. I'm sure he's not particularly happy with that one. He decides to peek Sweater and he dies. DP Fire's been recovered. Mirage looked like they were going to give up the first pick. Then they didn't. Then they actually did, but this time it's to Kansan. There's a Frost on the board. So OXG, who will almost certainly have 1 or 2 players vault in through a window, well, they got to look down, because we've already seen one of those Frost mats take out an attacker so far today.
Yeah.
Likely that they will be added to that tally.
Foxy on the Oza here, get down that Talon shield and start making that plant pressure, and that's what he's going to be looking to doing. But the Breach, a little bit scuffed, has to vault on in, can't quite get it done. DP Fire swings out aggressively with a nice skill to Dream.
I don't know if they were aware on OXG's side that they'd gotten the down, but leaving DP Fire to live does not work out well for them. Yaga finishes what was started earlier on. Diffuse going down from Fox A, but he bails out of that position. There's a Frost down below. Now it's Surf's time to die. He's still bleeding out, but can't really do too much as that diffuser does go down. Yeti inside a fountain. He's in a tough spot. Swings a nice shot on the Newers. Yeti's been hitting his shots so far today. Leave a good display of that if he wants to do more, but Fox A pops up from behind that Talon shield. Surf has been retrieved as well, but that cost Rampy a lot of time going to get him. And now Mirage will need to retake the bomb site An unfavorable spot for them to be in. Foxay has not moved a muscle. It's another kill from Sweater. And as Rampy makes a ton of noise, there's going to be 2 sets of eyes looking at him. Good enough to take down Foxay, pulling out the secondary shotgun. But right now, with the clock where it is, time is the enemy for Rampy. Doing a do-si-do around the shield. Yaga secures the final kill, and OXG go up 2-0.
And this seems to be a big trend for the best performing teams in the NAL. It's teams that can do both the aggressive entering and the structured team play and get that plant down. And it's why we always talk about how the current meta is you have 1 dedicated support player and then 4 relatively aggressive, capable entry slash flex players, because you need to just be thriving in gunfights right now in the current meta of Siege, because that's what everyone's playing around. We had the utility meta, we had a glass meta, we had a Ying meta back in the day. Right now, we are in the era of mechanical skill and gunfights, and it's why we see these teams succeeding at what they do. OXG leading the charge in most plans for the entirety of NAL so far, and adding 2 more to the tally in the first 2 rounds right here against Mirage, and they have some of the best players in the league individually as well. The one thing that they have that's a bit different, Foxay is almost a full-on support player as well, doing droning for the vast majority of the round, or playing those important flex operators like the Osa, who just has to stay alive and get down that diffuser. And with that 2-0, it's actually forced Mirage to take a tactical timeout to turn this boat into a better water. I was going to say turn that boat around, but I remember that you gave me some not nice words for it last time.
Well, I mean, they do need to turn the boat around.
They do.
That's actually accurate. Right now, the direction that Mirage's ship is going in is towards the shoreline at a rate that they're probably uncomfortable with, and if they don't stop it, it will run aground, and then you know what happens when a ship runs aground. It likely sinks. Depends, of course, on the speed at which the ship runs aground. Either way, round number 1 for Mirage looked almost certainly theirs. They must have had confidence going in, and you know from your time playing, when you're in a 5v2, you think, okay, we got this one in the bag. And then everybody takes engagements that they shouldn't be taking, and suddenly...
Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't win those rounds.
That's actually the worst way to lose round in Siege is it's those like 5v2s, 4v2s where it is a guarantee. It is such an easy. You've done all the hard work already, and then you lose. Like you lack a little bit of discipline. You make the wrong choice once or twice. Maybe your team could. We've seen that happen as well. And it's one of those you gotta mentally come back from and say, guys, like, don't worry about it. On paper, we won that round. Even though we didn't get it on the round score, it's fine, whatever. Like, forget about it. But it's not easy to let go of those. That comes with experience and time, of course. Mirage, despite being a new roster, they're very experienced players, all very capable. I mean, Rambi, the world champion himself, has done great things already in this game.
Going to be attacking this armory portion of the bomb site, or map rather now, as if it were the bomb site. It's not. It's back downstairs to ventilation and workshop.
Foxay.
Which again was the round that should have been won out. Going all the way back to our very first match. Again, involved OXG and Beastcoast. It was a 7-3 victory for Oxygen on border. And that was when we saw a good display of Brava from Foxay running that new Brazilian operator on it yet again.
Has to be, I mean, target events are gonna start coming out soon. If you keep playing the sim operators, like that's your pocket pick that you always bring out, then Foxy could start getting target banned. You see that time and time again. You can't stay on the sim operator for too long. Sweater getting aggressive on the Thatcher, has used his EMPs already. He's now roaming in a free gun, can just take these fights with comfort. He doesn't have to worry about dying now any longer.
Mute Jammer will stop one of the drones from going through the doorway, though. If you do hop it over the Mute Jammer and angle the drone a certain way, you can bypass it entirely. Yeti is essentially babysitting that Mute Jammer and hoping that somebody with a bit of reckless abandon will decide to push him. But everybody on OXG values their life a little bit too much for that one. Sad Yeti noises playing in the background. He's managed to get away with his life intact.
Changing mags.
Forfeiting some of that control. Not too far off. Yeti now pivoting and looking towards that supply room.
Well, it's alive still with a minute to go, and I mean, OXG, they're looking to make the first move. They're near the bomb site, I mean, so close to it, and I don't think Mirage truly knows this.
They're closing in. Oh, sorry, Dream just walks on in. Okay, Mirage get 2 relatively free picks. Foxay goes down as well. DP Fire will also join in on the action in the afterlife. Rampy falls as they're tussling towards this workshop door. What a messy round this is. Deagle out from Yeti. Cannot duel with Newers too well. Newers dies. Yaga drops and Kansan finishes the deal. What was OXG thinking there?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I thought it was going to be a B, ventilation-oriented execute, walk in, try and get the diffuser down, but instead, they walk into server, the A-bomb side, and it's a complete slaughter. They don't have drone information. They don't know where the whereabouts are from the defending team. They get shut down immediately, and sure, it came down to a 3v3 or a 3v2. It was relatively close, but it wasn't a clean execute at all. OXG didn't have numbers advantage, didn't have time, and didn't have information. Mirage did a really good job at simply just not really doing anything in that round, waiting for the attackers to come to them, instead of aggressively swinging out like they did in the previous round, losing out on the advantageous position. So the tactical timeout taken just after that last round might have paid off. A much calmer Mirage, utilizing the clock against OXG, winning their first round on that ventilation bomb side. There's a dynamic map, right? You play the downstairs bomb side, you extend up above, that's what they did. But when you win a bomb site, it gets locked for the following 2 rounds. That same philosophy cannot be applied as easily on Armory due to the nature of the site. The very long lines of sight up top floor is much harder to fight against as a defending team without the 1.5 zoom scopes, and of course with the nature of fighting against grenades and flashbangs and drones, etc. I like that they're bringing more utility now from Mirage. The mirror windows, the yokai drones, the Valkyrie cameras, they're heavily prioritizing information. Mirror windows, sure, you can see them as like a quote-unquote deplorable shield, but a mirror window is also, in a way, information. You get a visual representation of what's in front of you. You know if it's clear, what's the enemy there.
Oh, okay. Rampy, a nice shot on the sweater. OXG, 2 rounds in a row where they have entered in a way that does not set them up for success. Mirage leading the way in terms of these opening duels. Things do get messy though, and you see teams trade back and forth. After Sweater died early, now Yaga sustaining some damage. Foxay getting beat up as well. Did OXG's drones break? I'm not entirely sure why. They're just walking in. Not aware.
Going too fast.
I don't know, yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing. If you're not cautious about the spawn peaks, the round can be over very quickly. Also, sometimes it's a matter of respect, right? Respecting your opponents enough to take that extra 5 seconds to drone the doorways, the windows that are on the exit points of the building, people just walking on in. Foxay again spending so much time on drones, trying to find some value. Actually finds a yokai with the Brava. Now this is a fun interaction that we see sometimes. Might have been shot already, unfortunately, I think.
One misconception about that Brava drone, by the way, the Kludge, is that you need to keep looking at what you're hacking. That is not the case. You can shoot it, and as long as you stay within a range of that gadget, you don't need to look at it. The drone just needs to be close enough to take control or potentially break whatever it is, because some gadgets break when you take control of them.
Yeah, that is correct.
Would have loved to have seen that yokai drone be piloted by the defense, but not the case, not to be had.
We'll see like some interaction at some point, I'm sure. Like, you know, and Mossy captures a Brava drone and then capture stuff, and it can get really tricky all of a sudden, back and forth with Mossy and Brava.
This is an attacker-sided map through the 4 plays that we've seen in the NAL. We started the broadcast by talking about how this is the most played map right now, tied with Oregon. Every team seems to like to go to border. A coin flip map pretty close too. Attackers though, just wandering into their own death. Now it's Newers to engage, not realizing that Kansan's in that position. Kansan doesn't even take a single point of damage. 2 uncontested kills for Mirage up to this point with 40 seconds left.
Foxay looking for something, but again the mirror windows are a problem, the fountain position. No things they can toss, no flashbang smokes or grenades, so DB5 in a really great position here inside a fountain. He has no crossfires, just to fight alone.
Oh, and Mirage just continue their rampage. Oh. Now goes the Nitro Cell. Dream somehow survives. He gets hit by an impact as well. Could have been an explosive finish. A flawless round still very much in the clutches of Mirage. Not anymore. Dream takes out Yeti. It's an impactless exit kill as Mirage now stitching 2 rounds together. Let's tie the game.
I have to praise Mirage. after that second round tactical timeout, they have completely changed how they're playing their rounds. They went from overly aggressive to, you can almost argue, overly passive, but they're not overly passive because they're not giving OHG map control. They're just simply not doing anything that is unnecessary when it comes to aggression. They're only taking fights they have to take. They're letting them burn through utility first. They're not taking any fights until they burn down the mirror windows, destroy the Yokai drones, find the black eye cameras from the Valkyrie, etc. Then they strike when they have to. And because of that, they burn down the clock, which pressures OXG. They kill all their drones throughout the round, which makes them question where are the defenders actually playing. And they also just keep finding these isolated targets from OXG and then win the individual gunfight. So they're really hitting all the boxes right now. And I'm not surprised to see the exact same Arbiter lineup with Dixon Kite, of course, to be brought out again. If it's working, keep doing it, because right now it's up to OXG to make an adaptation to figure out why things aren't working for them. And if they keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result, that's probably not going to work. Now, Attacker Repick is in play right now. Dream going from Ace onto the Osa instead. And then, of course, Sweater has to respect the information, has to go back on the IQ because the Yokais and the Valkyrie cameras are active on the board. It's a problem for them. They're gonna take this operator purely to try and shut it down.
EDD mounted. Let them
Capkin pick is very smart as well. If you're wondering about whether OXG are going to hit the gas yet again, try to get in quickly. They're certainly bringing the tools to do that. There's one thing that will be glaringly obvious about this OXG lineup for anybody watching. There's no hard breach. Not even a secondary hard breach. They're just going straight for pugilism, straight for fisticuffs. That's it. It's going to be a bare-knuckle brawl between these teams.
And when you're against the mirror, that's when things get kind of dicey, because there is no way to get rid of the mirror window positions now besides grenades, which sure, you have 2 sets of, but you might not need it because you can just plant in the first 50 seconds. Hello, Dream? 4? It's huge.
That's totally necessary for dealing with OXG strategy. They gambled all in on the Osa. Getting the shield down and getting the diffuser planted was all for naught. And now if you're OXG, you need to pivot. Mirage are hitting their shots so huge. Yaga gets the trade-off onto Rampy, but not before Fox Ace put in the ground.
Cover me. Damn. I mean, that's OXG's entire kind of sneak strat that they had. Didn't pan out at all. Foxy did hack one Yokai drone, so a bit of information they do have in their pocket, but they can't move it around no longer, I don't believe. It means he's gonna be stuck in one area of the map. Sweater now and OXG, they gotta reposition, re-drone everything and figure out what are the next steps going to be. Diffusers in the bomb site, that they know, but they can't get the plant down. Osa is dead. They have a little bit of vert control, but that's only Yogg upstairs with no real help. Yeti's in the corner. This could be an easy one for him.
Mirage doesn't need to wait. Yaga goes down, Yeti doesn't even get in on the action. It's Surf to take that kill. OXG struggling quite hard. OXG losing to Parabellum. It was a head-scratching result, but now the #1 team heading into today lost it to M80 after M80 won their match earlier, struggling against Mirage. OXG can beat the best, but then struggles against the lower tier teams, it seems like, right now, as the 2 bottom teams are in excellent shape. One with a victory over OXG, the other
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
setting up quite well. And it's Oxygen on the favorable side through these 4 plays as well, Nick.
Yeah. There's the second Yokai looking for a way down. There is a hatch, of course. He can drop on in. Whoop.
Getting back into the bomb site. 20 seconds left. Sweater and OXG with diffuser, case control in the hands of Sweater, but you have to hope that your shots are good enough. Only one player from Mirage has been buried so far. There's the Yokai drone getting into play, but Sweater shoots it out, leaving everything up to Newers, but he's not able to do it. DP Fire stops the diffuser from going down, and then the final kill for Yeti. Mirage. Well, this is a surprising result, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I mean, this is what one single week can really change. And the reason why it can be such a drastic difference is simply because of how new some of these rosters are. A full week of practice plus 2 pro games, or 2 to 3 games in a single week of pro play under your belt, that can make such a big difference. And honestly, Mirage putting up 3 rounds to Oxygen's 2, forcing OHC's tactical time on the final attacking round from their side is very impressive. And Border, It is an attacker favorite map. It's where most teams, they want to start, that they want to be on. And sure, you got the Ying ban, the Dokkaebi ban that is making the attacks a little bit more difficult. I'd argue that the Asami and Solus ban is not going to hurt the defense as much as Dokkaebi Ying will do on the attack. But still, I don't think this is an operator-based outcome. I simply think Mirage has done a great job at adapting to how OXG is approaching the game, and then OXG failing to really come back into it and make their own adaptation to counter it back. One team keeps changing things up, and one keeps doing the same. And funny enough, it's a team who's changing things that's finding more success. With that tactical timeout, though, I expect that to be different now for OXG in their final attack. But then, of course, things, they change around. After the 6th round, the side swap, and that's when the real strategy comes into play, as Mirage have to show us how well they can attack on border, and they'll need to do so successfully to actually win this match.
If you break down the numbers on this map, again, the most played, tied for second most played. So we actually have some information for you. Because it is still so early, despite the fact that 14 matches have been played prior to today, 2 being added to that tally so far. We're not even halfway through the show today, so I hope you're enjoying what you're watching. The fact that Border's been played 4 times allows us to start to gain information. It's still a pretty small sample size because a couple operator bans or one team being really proficient on attack versus defense can completely skew the results. But there's only 3 bomb sites that have been played on Border. That is unsurprising. Archives and Armory, Ventilation Workshop, and Tellers and Bathroom in that particular order of preference. Not the case here, though. Ventilation and Workshop heavily favored at this point by Mirage. They lost it in that first round, a round that in theory looked very good for Mirage until they took a series of 1-to-1-to-1 engagements, lost all of them, and allowed OXG back into the round, and then they won in the post plant. But none of these bomb sites have a favorable win rate for the defenders. None of them do.
None of them. Oh, that's okay.
Every bomb site right now is attacker favored based on the 4 plays of Border. You would not think that from what we're looking at right now. And even the operator bans. Ying and a Dokkaebi being banned out doesn't really make me believe, okay, this is a defender-sided map, especially with Azami and Solus banned out, for crying out loud.
Yeah. One thing to note is that there are 3 sets of frag grenades from OXG, the Nuke, Ayana, and the Sledge. And Kanson's picked up the Rook, which the sole purpose of the operator is that you don't die to grenades, you only get injured, plus you get more base health. They also find the opening kill onto Neuros, so one set of grenades is gone, and that lethal injured player of Neuros is dead. He can watch drones and try and lead his team, but he can't get any kills in this round.
You've now got a Nook to solo entry against this Vent Workshop hold up above. I wonder if this changes the strategy for OXG. Do you still have the Nook go up and engage head on? Or do you maybe wait and keep Sweater on more of a lurk roll and hope that the rest of the team get into the bomb site? The problem with this is that in terms of actual killing potential, Foxay, who's going to be your flex player to kind of crack things open, hasn't been that great today. And you cannot rely on him on gunfights based on these first 5 rounds. Now it's Dream, somebody who has been quite good for OXG, just walks right in to his demise. Sweater on that lurk roll will have to do more as Foxay dies as well. Sweater gets shut down from DP fire. Mirage in firm control of this first half. All they need to do is find Yaga, and it's Mirage sending the first half away 4-2. A result that, based on where they've been up to this point, probably not what a lot of people expected.
No, and I mean, look at the discipline. They all fell back downstairs, not giving Yogg any 1v1s upstairs because they recognize he can't do anything from above. He doesn't have diffuser. He has to come to the bomb site again. Let him roam around. It doesn't matter. Great read in discipline Mirage again and again. Poor Yogg.
I mean, Yogg is trying his best, but at this point, you're probably going to get an exit kill or 2. The likelihood of you dropping a hatch right into this hornet's nest and getting more than 1 or 2 kills, very, very limited. DP Fire ensures it's not even 1. First half, Mirage, 4-2.
And that also means 4 rounds in a row since the tactical timeout taken after round number 2. So whatever happened in that talk, in that 45 to 60 seconds, really shifted things around for them for the better. And OXG, despite taking that timeout in, before that final and 6th round from the first half, nothing really changed for them. They didn't find any more success than previously. And a bit of a puzzling last few attack rounds where they seemed a little bit lost, to be honest with you. Now, of course, things change as the sides they swap around. Could just be a defender side at border. We'll have to see how OXG can thrive on the side swap. And if Mirage can attack as well as they defended, Tellers would be the starting point for OXG. They're going to roam up above and extend as they typically do, open up that soft wall to east stairs, apply some pressure. No mirror for them, but they got something cooking up. They got the Maestro, Dream, one of the few players in Tier 1 level of play right now who commonly will play the Maestro operator. It's an operator that doesn't see that frequent play unless you're OXG. But they have great success with it. Deny the drones, great information, verticality, plant, and then of course the 80 bullets.
10 seconds to go.
A beauty to have in gunfights.
A fire hose of munitions, some could even say. Oh,
Certainly.
you're going to get one of those frost mats, by the way, you vault in. You just simply are not going to get both.
Objective is to defuse the bomb.
That's the office window vault in, so a very crucial part of the map as well, because the hatch has already been opened up for you over top of this bathroom teller's bomb site. First half, by the way, saw OXG only getting a single first blood. They were involved in a trade, and then Mirage got 4 first bloods, and one of those was in the very first round, a round that, again, probably should have been a Mirage victory. Ultimately was not. I know that some people get a little bit unhappy when we're like, well, it shouldn't be probably they win it. And it goes back to the whole thing where I said, you know, it's not toxic if you said objectively we were better. In that round, OXG was objectively better, but subjectively, I think Mirage probably should have won that.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you.
Either way, this is an attacker-sided map, and Yeti's gonna run right in. There's nobody over towards 90. Hear the pitter-patter sound of some of these LMGs going off. Some of these guns. I believe that was Lion's weapon making that sound.
Yeah, with the silencer, yeah, I believe so as well. And that like mini execute with the Sophia stun and Rush on in really gave me like SSG's executed Merc vibes, where Yeti is now Merc and SSG, where he just rushes on in, takes aggressive gunfights. But the thing is, OXG didn't really care about security, so while Mirage they gain map control, they don't really gain anything else with it. No kills, time is ticking down, they take a ton of damage onto Yeti, so was this worth it? Not necessarily, but Surf, he makes up for it, he finds Sweater on the roam.
And there's another first blood for Mirage. It's not long-lived, though, because immediately Yaga trades it back before he himself dies to DP fire on the what would be the main breach where this was Armory Wall. It's not, though. Yeti sustaining some serious damage, too. Could be of critical importance for Mirage, but on Yana, I don't expect he's going to be in the cut and thrust of this round. When you look at the 4 operators still remaining, Lion, Nook, Yana, and Sledge, Yeti can play a little bit more sheltered and safe.
Yeah.
Nobody's holding the case from Mirage either, by the way. There we go.
Oh, they heard you. They
There we
picked it
go.
up.
Okay, Surf picked it up. I was going to say, nobody has the objective in mind, Nick.
No, I mean, that happens sometimes, you know, things are just missed and looked over, and Rampy looking for the vert play could find Nero as a free kill, perhaps inside a bathroom. He actually runs almost into the grenade.
Fox A sees it break just next to him, and Newers decides to re-engage. Down goes Rampy. Numbers now even with 30 seconds left. Fox A desperately needing some kills to get in and help the rest of his team. He finds one on the Surf. Diffuser now traded back. DP fire in the very capable hands. Slaughtered from Dream in that same spot that we know Dream loves to play, and OXG locks it out, getting 4 uncontested kills, closing the gap and winning their very first round on defense.
Nero is going for a great swing there from bathroom reloads, shutting down Rampy up above, and it's a huge moment because taking down the Sledge is the healthiest member of the attack inside. It's the 2 frag grenades, the verticality, and if Rampy had found Newers instead, that would have a 4 versus 2 favor in the attack. They could basically just drop down that hatch and bathroom, start establishing down that plant, and that's when the defense starts looking really, really poor, as the last 2 members are kind of on the room inside of workshop, inside of customs, holding down the exterior angles. There's only really Newers on the side itself. Could have gone either way. I like that OXG is sticking to these dynamic bombs out of Taylor's and Insulation, where you can play across the entire map. Always extend around and up across the map, forcing Mirage to have to make difficult decisions, and also they gotta choose how to spend their time very wisely, and that was one of the biggest problems for them in that previous first attacking round. They spent half the round taking the first room in control. That was security for them, which would have been okay if you're attacking Armory, but on a Taylor's bathroom attack, it's simply not fast enough, and that's why things got a little bit too quick for them, and the gaps are made, and all of a sudden Newers is exploiting those and getting free kills.
Well, that's the start that you want from this OXG squad.
Certainly.
I am a little surprised that Mirage did not or at least did not appear to drone out Dream, playing over by Customs. Every single time we saw OXG have Dream last alive, he was over towards that stock supply room, he was over towards jail, he was over towards Customs. He was in that part of the map, just sitting there. And yeah, I mean, he's a formidable opponent who's going to have that ult, as you talked about, with 80 bullets, and might be manning the evil eyes, but either way, if you did any of your research, you'd know that he's over there. Now, it's possible that we just missed it.
That's unfortunate.
Sweater safeguarding his own Frostmat. DP Fire walks right into it. Nobody expects a Frostmat at the top of East. Nobody.
Oh boy.
Yeti almost getting flushed out from that same spot. Watching the cam, ensuring he doesn't get spotted, but doesn't want to give his position away as he creeps up closer and closer to office. Nice flick on the Sweater. And he gets out of there, gets his kill, and gets away. That's all you need at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you overstay your welcome there, you're going to be met with one or two other defenders, and all of a sudden you've lost the advantage that you just built for yourself. Especially with Valkyrie being played, you don't really know where the enemy has information because Mirage, they're not playing IQ as of yet. So it very well could have been that Yeti, you know, he was found out, but he get away unscathed. So he's a little bit of damage, but he's alive. Slow round for Mirage again. Gonna keep the numbers up.
I mean, it's a smart round for Mirage so far, right? I mean, you saw DP Fire go in quickly as Nooks do. He went out quickly, sometimes as Nooks do.
Also true.
But you had follow-up there from Mirage. Take down Sweater in that position. You know he's playing somewhere near office. And look at all of this free space that Yeti's had, but he runs right into Yaga by bathroom, looking the wrong way. Yeti got a little bit too close to the bomb site for comfort.
Yeah.
Right as I was saying, it was a smart round.
I was gonna say all of a sudden it wasn't, and then no support either, so no trade, but Rampy.
By the way, look who's over in Customs as Rampy walks right into the middle of the bomb site. Dream is in the same position, but they have no upstairs control. When Yeti got out of that place and DP Fire went down early, you saw Mirage cede control of the top floor. Kansan at least fighting back, eliminating Dream. Again, that player playing over by Customs puts more on the shoulders of these last two players of OXG. Mirage looking for that fifth and crucial round, which would guarantee all 12 rounds should OXG end up winning. That means it's going to be a long haul for them. Yaga being engaged from two separate angles. He's in a tough spot. Mirage walking in, but Yaga needs to pick which one of these two he wants to go for first. He's attempting both, but these might just be half measures that ultimately end up with him getting killed. Good news for OXG. You still got your team captain upstairs. And Kansan is the only member of Mirage with anything going at this moment as everybody else is dead. And Kansan will join them as OXG tie up the game.
Yeah, Mirage's attacks, there are definitely some flaws being shown, and that is the nature, again, of lack of structure, really. On defense, you can play together, say, you know, you come with me, let's go and fight this guy, because you own the entirety of the map when the round starts. But when you're on attack, it's the opposite story. You need to make all the first decisions, all the first moves, and you need to figure out what the setup is and what the right approach is going to be. And it's difficult to build a hierarchy that works where, you know, you have one person making the final calls, but everyone kind of works together to figure out what the landscape looks like. And it just seems like Mirage don't have a single voice making the decisions because they're all scattered across the map with different ideas in mind by the looks of it. No one really had support from teammates in the round. Yeti went in alone, he got the winning kill. Then Yeti alone downstairs in blue, he got killed. The only real thing where there was two people working together was the two members trying to take out York downstairs inside of bathroom off the bomb side, but they've already lost the advantage at that point. I think if Mirage can simplify their attack, say, let's all come from this side of the map, it could be any side, doesn't matter, and just work your way through the map together. Everyone gets drone work, the traits are there, try and do simple like ABC steps of Rainbow Six Siege. That is a great thing to default to if you're finding yourself just kind of scrambling around the map with no real clear objective. And it looks like that's what Mirage is doing and what they're struggling with. Also, avoid frost traps, because look at that, that's another one of those.
They're setting them up in the perfect place. That's great nook bait. Oh, hello. I am a largely brainless entry player. I like getting into the building as quickly as I can.
No, you did not.
I don't look down whatsoever. What's that? A frost mat? Allow me to meet it. Oh no, my legs! Dude, what are you doing? Use your drones. The story of every ranked game in Plat or around there. Just in case you were curious.
That's a great reenactment, honestly. 10 out of 10 in my book. Gotta aim for the head, Parker. Gotta keep that headshot ratio alive, even at the cost of getting frost-matted on
It's not
occasion.
even about looking down. Use your drone or have somebody use your drone for you. It's the best gadget in the game. Nitro Cell, by the way, expended to take out another set of gadgets. Those were the Selma's mini pocket EMPs used as well to put some holes into this 3-panel wall leading into office. Surf was watching that position as the Selmas do their job. Looked like the Kaida Fox A, who'd used that Nitro Cell earlier on and as well used those Electric Claws, gets out of that position. Down he goes. Valcam's being snatched up by the kludge of Rampy as the drone drives around, gets information. It's the first armory defense for OXG.
Yeah.
A bit odd that this comes in so late. First kill is Yeti down. Sweater, the one getting it. That's not the start you want, not from the Ana.
This is the site, by the way.
Surf is in the site. That is correct. He sees one inside of small office. DV Fire is planting. Surf is the only person covering him right now, and Rampy's the one who takes the head off a Dream. 8 players still alive. But oh, what bloodshed happens? The diffuser covered in it. Trading out, left and right. But OXG comes out ahead. Cans and DV Fire need to scramble to get into position because Sweater's hopped on the diffuser, and the smug look on his face suggested that he had it. He does not. DP Fire losing his only teammate. 2 players from OXG, but DP Fire in a very advantageous position right now. OXG will need to double up on him. You know exactly where he is. They hear him on the diffuser. DP Fire, can he make it happen? He's missing it. DP Fire, you're missing it. He's outside. DP Fire can't get it done. Shrewdly played by OXG and smartly played as their 3rd round in a row. And perfect defense so far gives them the lead back.
Just like one step ahead from OXG. There's the cheeky diffuse position being outside the door instead of inside. The nice DP Fire, the angle essentially to shut it down. And this all comes down to pretty much planning ahead. DP Fire in the 1v2 had a sort of 20 seconds of safety where he has to think out, okay, what are they going to do? And what do I have to do in response to win the round for my team? And one small mistake or one small thing that he did not see was that they can actually defuse and long arm it from outside the building. So DP Fire played a passive angle, waiting for the defuse sound, when obviously in hindsight, because we know what happened, he should have been holding an aggressive angle to not allow OXG into the defuse position in the first place. But those are things that you're never not going to know exactly how that plays out until it happens, and then it's just simply too late. OXG, the better team when it comes to playing together, structured and synergized-wise. They get the round lead for the first time so far in this match, 5-4 now. They can just go through these bomb site rotations. I mean, they've made a full clean sweep now. Taylor's Ventilation Armory, and then back down to Taylor's. They don't gotta go customs, thank the Lord, because that bomb site is... It's not a thing, let's be honest. Like, no one plays it, and no one wins it if they try.
Electrical, huh? Zap. It's a fun fact about these bomb sites, by the way. Coming in courtesy of Jesse Chick.
Oh, thank you, Jesse Chick.
So that Oxygen have not lost the same site twice in the NA League. On defense, of course.
Yeah.
So right now, that's not really a prospect that OXG has to fear. They are perfect on defense, finishing off their rotation in the previous round, starting with Tellers and Bathroom back in their very first defense, following it up with Vent's Workshop, and then Armory as well. Again, as you pointed out, unsurprising that, or not very surprising that Customs has not been played.
No. Oh boy.
Not a bomb site that teams really enjoy going to. First 0 of the match showing up. It's in the hands of Rampy. No zeros when it comes to kills, so no pun to be made there.
No.
I was hoping for it. Surf, the first pick on to Sweater. Sweater being involved in a lot of these first duels, as his role does usually make him. However, hasn't necessarily been as good in those first duels as he has been in previous contests. And sometimes you have good days as entry and roamers. Some days you have bad days.
Oh yeah, it's as simple as that. I mean, you can die to wall banks every round and you know, possibly, and sometimes you get all the wall banks that you shoot. So, oh, speaking of wall banks, there's one. But it's a trade, however. So
Okay.
Surf finds Yogg, but Newest takes down DP Fire, so they lose the nerf, but that's about it.
None of those players involved in each other's altercations. They
No.
just die at other sides of the map.
Yes. A different kind of trade.
Correct.
But I mean, of course, this favors the attack inside because they had that initial opening kill, so they got the man advantage.
That's the nook to die. I mean, out of all of the operators you have right now, the least utility. Surf is going for another early plant, very early on, but he's going to get swung on quickly. Dream just runs in, takes matters into his own hands, and OXG finds 2 for their trouble. Foxay unable to duel both of the players from Mirage that he sees, but he reduces Rampy to a flashing red light. Kansan still from above. He's got breaches. How funny would it have been if he absentmindedly walked in one of those frost mats? Last 2 players from Mirage dropping into bathroom. They have the diffuser now, and Kansan will be the one to watch as Rampy's on a single point of HP. Kansan is a read onto the left, but is very vulnerable to the right. He reduces it just to Newers, who's now in a 1v2, and a quad from Newers gets the dream clap on your screen. OXG 4 in a row. They're on match point.
Yeah, Mirage, again, they go for this early kind of execute where they try and go for a plan that's off pace, that's not going to be read by OXG, but it comes at a big cost. There's not adequate cover for the planter, so he gets shut down immediately, and it puts him into that weird 2 versus 2 situation where they got to go for broke. Both members drop the hatch, try and do the same thing again with better cover this time, but Newers, he didn't advance to the rotate. He was actually staying and waiting for a swing, and it paid off massively. Again, those small decisions that can have a huge impact on those 1 versus 1s or 1 versus 2s once again favors OXG, and they find themselves staring down this match point situation, which they can be very happy about given how well they're defending so far. It's 4 in a row from Mirage when they had the last 4 defending rounds, and it's 4 in a row for OXG to start their defensive half so far.
Side rotation hasn't changed at all. Tellers on rounds 1 and 4 of their defensive half. 2 and 5 are vents. Armory would presumably be where they go should they lose this round for OXG.
Actually, no, because statistically they never lost Sim Bombsite twice, so by going ventilation again, if they lost, they're guaranteed to win it. So they should not go Armory. Thanks to JCJ Chick, we know that for a fact.
I feel like that's a really bad way to extrapolate what Jesse said stats-wise.
I think it's very accurate. You know, if I was Foxay and I knew that statistically,
you'd be better looking.
I actually would be way better looking. His hair is glorious, by the way. I'm so jealous because mine's false.
He's a good looking man.
Yes.
Continue your sentence, by the way.
Sorry, you threw me. I was going to say if I was Foxay, which unfortunately I'm not, but you just established, I would have said, you know what, guys? Let's do it again. We never lose the bomb site twice. And then it's one of those like, but then they do, and it's like, it's overtime, so, you know? Yeah. And it's bad. Of course, if you get overtime, you're guaranteed 1 point. And if you're in regulation, you get 3. And if you lose in regulation, you get 0. So, in overtime, for Mirage, even though if they lose in overtime, it's still a small victory for them as they need every single point they can get as they have a single one to their name so far.
Well, Mirage only has, that 1 point thing. I was literally about to queue it up, damn it. Then you just said it. DP Fire and Surf dies Foxay with the run out through the top of East. Okay. Okay.
And good shot as well.
And he had a miserable first half. Yeah. He's now drawn even at 7-7. Can't get cutesy with these next couple engagements because even though you're in a 5v3, it is often quoted as the worst lead in all of Rainbow Six. The amount of times that we see a 5v3 become a 3v3 is impossible to count.
Could it be?
Rampy deciding to engage Sweater long range, peeks out in the wrong way. Sweater doesn't know if there's a follow-up. Last map that we saw. M80 wins flawlessly on the final round. OXG have teed up on that as well. This leaves Yeti and Kansan. They have to watch if there's any Capkin traps. Kansan's plotting his advanced dream in such a ballsy position. Yeti will drop down into customs. Inside of the office. They know exactly where he is. Sweater hitting him with the GG. Getting under the skin of Mirage. 5 players for Yeti to find. Does he get one? No! 2 matches in a row, ending with a flawless round. OXG, excellently done. 5 rounds in a row. They take it 7-4 over Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds in a row is very convincing. It speaks to both how good OXG are in their defense, but also just how lackluster Mirage can be on their attack.
And that's it. We'll be back to dissect that match in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa, Jesse, and Demo here with you. And standing by is none other than Fox A. How's it going? Congratulations on the win again today. I'm curious, because obviously you've been around NAL for a while now at this point. How has sort of the texture of the league changed between last year and this year? The style of the games, your experience in the games, the quality of the teams, how has things kind of shifted up in the offseason?
That's a great question. Honestly, I think the meta right now is very fluid, very fun to play in. I think the additions of like Solus, Zami, even Brava have just switched up the dynamic so much. Like on defense, you can't just sit and wait anymore. You kind of have to do things to win rounds. So I mean, it's been a lot of fun. I think the biggest change for everyone in NA has been the LAN to online. It almost doesn't even feel real. Like with playing LAN for like 2-3 years, like every game. Now we're going back to it online. It feels like a whole different thing. Sometimes it's hard to get in the mental of like, oh my God, this match like matters, because it's like you're just so used to scrimming only online.
Fair enough. Wow.
For me, Fox, I just can't believe that you lost the Parabellum the way you guys have been playing. I still can't get my head around it. What actually, like, that has to be just a blip. It has to be now, because we've seen how Parabellum been playing. We've seen how you guys have been playing. Like, was that like a kind of Kickstarter to say, you know, it's not good enough, you know, and look what you guys have done afterwards?
I think Parabellum has a lot of good individual talent on their team, especially with the 3 rookies and a good, like, you know, leader behind them, or leaders behind them. I think against them, you know, we were feeling very confident. We're a newer team with Yogg, so we took them to a map that we saw them struggle on, which is Oregon, and that's like one of the maps that's known for, like, you don't take a team that's worse than you to Oregon. Not to say that they're worse than us, but it's one of those maps where anybody can win. It's a fair game for anybody, right? And it's really like who's going to hit the shots. And like I said, they have amazing rookies right now, and they just pulled it out on top of us. I think taking them to maps where it's a lot more team orientated is just going to be a lot more of a challenge for their team because of how new they are and because of how many rookies they have. So I mean, if we could go back and do it all over again, probably just take them to a different map. But honestly, I think they just put a lot of prep, and because like we kind of like dropped Lex, I figured they probably put in like double, if not triple, the amount of time just so they could get that get back. You know what I'm saying? Just so he could get that like under his belt, like, oh, I beat my old team. So yeah, I think there was like an extra bit of rivalry in there too. But besides that, I mean, you know, it's just about staying consistent against the rest of his games, and hopefully we get a chance to play them again in the phase 2, or I don't really know what to call it yet, but.
Well, Fox, it seems like you will. I mean, with this win, you have now officially negated the possibility of being eliminated in the group stage. I know that was a big worry for you guys. It seems likely that you're going to head to the major now, depending on how that phase 2 kind of goes for you guys. But with, you know, kind of a new roster, with Yaga coming onto the team now once again, what is the goal? Do you feel like you are back in full strength? You're thinking about, we need to win this major, or is it still more about improving as a squad right now?
Yeah, honestly, Jesse, according to like your predictions, I would have expected us to be last place. But
all right. I don't know if that's what I'm predicting, but keep going.
I think we've never been a team in the history of Siege to be that team where it's like, oh, we're a new roster, or we're developing. Even when we've picked up Kino and Yogg, even when we picked up Newers and Dream, like we always practice to be the team that we have been. So that's why I feel like that crutch of, oh, new team is kind of like lame, unless you're a team that has brand new rookies, right? But I think I wouldn't say in full form. I think there's still a lot to learn, a lot of synergies to be built, and a lot more things to go over, you know, alternate takes, adaptations, and that's stuff that just comes with time. Like you can't just really work on it one day and then it's perfect the next. So I think time is only going to make us better right now. Our biggest thing right now is just like, you know, ego is the enemy. Can't let a couple wins, like, you know, we're winning now, but like we said, phase 2, you lose 1-2 games and, you know, no major. So every win matters, especially online. It's all about that mental. Got to be able to switch it up for the online games and get into the zone.
So I want to dig into that a little bit deeper, actually, for the last question we have for you here, because you said ego is kind of the enemy, which is totally true, right? But it's a balance, isn't it? You need the confidence to be able to psych yourself up, do well in a match, celebrate the things you're doing right, and then conversely, you know, not be too hard on yourself when something does go wrong in the round. So how do you sort of manage that as a squad right now, having the bigger personalities, having the confidence, but still kind of keeping it even?
I mean, you know, we lost to Parabellum, right? Like at the end of the day, any team can be any team, regardless of the maps, regardless of the situation. So if you're getting happy because we got a 7-4 win against Mirage, for us, that's not really something to be happy about. You know, the rounds that we were losing, the situations and stuff, the way that we were playing, you could see that the ego was in our play, and we had to shut it down and wrap it up on defense. So it's honestly just a job for the whole team. Like we all hold each other accountable. We kind of have like this rule in our team, like even if you don't think you're wrong, if all 4 other members say you're wrong, you have to just like suck it up. So it's a way to like keep everyone accountable without necessarily putting the blame on other people. And plus, I'm also a hard ass, so if someone does something wrong, like I'm calling them out for it, like regardless of it's like if it's like the moment, you know. So I don't know. I feel like this team, I just got really lucky with the guys. They, you know, thrive on the system that we're working on. So, you know,
that's great.
Got to keep it going.
Yeah, it seems like the communication's good. Seems like people can take feedback. Seems like things are working out pretty well overall. So congrats again on the win today. Thanks again for chatting with us, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. See you guys.
There you go, Foxe from Oxygen, and I like it. I like talking to these players that have a little bit more, you know, status in the league, have a little more time in the league, and they've got that more mature attitude. And players like Newers, right? They come in there. There's these hotshot gunners, right? They've got the mechanical skills, but they really kind of, I think, need players like Foxe on the squad to kind of keep them in line from time to time. So it's a good combination. It's cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the track record speaks for itself, right? Every single time OXG brings in kind of this young, fresh new player, they develop so well. Newers was the obvious example, Sweater as well.
Yeah,
that kind of speaks to how much of a leader Fox can be for that team, and how much he's, you know, really invested in developing these young players. And we see it time and time again with that discipline coming through.
Yeah, accountability, I think, is a good word that kind of Fox summed it up there. And I think for a guy like Newers, obviously he's got, you know, the world at his disposal now. It's in his hands. But, you know, sometimes egos do get in the way of things. I think there's a couple of rounds there. I think Fox is right in the money. Oxygen were just thinking, oh, we can do this all day of the week. These guys are nothing to us. And then they get shut down. So, again, a bit of an eye-opener, I think, for Oxygen today against Mirage.
It's healthy to be humbled once in a while. That is for sure. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last game, too, because it was a little bit rough, honestly. It was a 4-2 half in favor of Mirage coming into the beginning of this game, which I don't think anyone was expecting, right? But you got to stay humble. You got to treat every team like they can beat you because they can.
Yeah, but when they switched it over to defense, you know, they really did start to shaping up a little bit. We saw Newers absolutely popping off, dominating onto Mirage. And, you know, we kind of talk about how, you know,
classic Rampy.
This is the first time OXG this season have really had to play on an online build, right? I mean, Newers started his career on LAN. He never played CL. He never had to play those, you know, leagues where he wasn't on LAN. So it's, I'm sure, a big switch up sometimes to move onto this online position. But it's nice to see even still, even with all the conditions, he comes into that second half and he pops off.
We have to talk about Mirage and their attacks. It's the one thing that we have looked at for this team throughout the past few games is they're not up to scratch. You know, they're not. I think that Skyscraper game was a great example of just, you know, what was to come, and nothing's really changed within the past week. I still think the roles need to be shaped up. I think Yeti, you know, I think he was like on support roles, and then we've seen like DP Fires on Nook running around. It doesn't seem as if they actually have the game plan of who's doing what. Like, I can't tell you who's actually the entry. I can't tell you who the support, probably Surf would be a support, but everyone else, I don't know. I have no idea.
I think Rampy is a player you got to highlight as well, because his stats look good at the end, because he really had a great, I think it was 6 and 4 for the first half.
Yeah.
1 kill throughout the second half. He really struggled to find any impact, was often in really important positions as well, and not able to hold down on the defensive half. So, yeah, it's tough, or offensive half, I should say. Tough for Mirage, I think, and it's kind of clear where their weaknesses right now. Maybe through the rest of the stage and maybe in the offseason, they'll have some time to work on that.
Stick Rampy in the entry. That's what I say.
We'll find out. I mean, they still have some time to adjust, right? I mean, you take bottom 2, you still have a chance to play into a major phase 1, right? So definitely a lot of opportunities for Mirage to keep kind of iterating on what they're doing right now and find some success. But we are going to find our way to the desk here, and we'll be back in just a moment to go into our next series, which is going to be M80 versus Space Station Gaming. Should be a great one. Don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North American League comes back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America League Doa demo, and Jacob, Jesse, oh my gosh, what is going on?
No.
I'm losing my mind. It's
Jacob rent-free in your head tonight, or what's going on?
It's a Jacob day.
It's almost 11 p.m. here. We're getting there, almost 10:30 or so, you know, so it's way past my bedtime. That's what I'm
Yeah, you're 40.
That's what I'm saying. I
true.
know, it's true.
It hits in your...
It's hitting faster than I expected, guys. What can I say? Well, M80 back again for the second time today, taking on Space Station Gaming. Now, game number 1, I mean, things went fairly well, obviously, against Soniqs. You know, against Space Station, they're such an interesting team, right? Because there's no other team in the league, to me, that seems to play to the level of their opponents that Space Station seems to do. They always take it close, no matter if their opponent is at the top of the standings or at the bottom of the standings. So if you're a team like M80, if you are one of those better teams, I think you need to be legitimately concerned going up against Space Station this stage.
You need to be ready. I think SSG are a team that never say die.
Yeah.
We've seen that from the first play day, whenever they went up against Mirage, being able to scrap it back and fight and fight and fight. So, yeah, I think they're a team that you have to respect. I think SSG have the makings of a potential great team. Maybe we're not seeing it at the moment, but you can see the characteristics. Obviously, there's still weaknesses because they're still a new team just kind of jammed together. But I think they're making slowly and steadily, just making that progress. And I think, and give them a season or two, and I think they can be real contenders.
True enough. Well, we're going to highlight Spoit right now, coming into our second M80 match of the day. Obviously, Spoit.
Let Jesse take this one.
I kind of popping off in game number 1. Jesse, what you got to say about Spoit?
Spoit's a great player, and I've never not said he's a great player. I have consistently maintained that opinion.
That's
and
what I heard.
He played great in the first game as well. It's not even sarcasm. He really has.
You're a fool.
He has been a fantastic player for M80. I thought earlier today his entries were insane. We saw him and Iconic just rolling through those chalet attacks. Really felt like he kind of was in his zone at the start of that matchup. And it's been great to see him kind of moving in with this team.
I think it's a really important thing to note that in order to pose as a Rainbow Six operator, you just put up one arm and make sort of a dinosaur claw motion. That's the default. That's the default
Raptor
pose.
fingers.
Raptor.
No, I think Spoit. I said kind of at the start of the first day that M80 at Invitational were probably missing someone like Spoit, someone who was able to go in and get the entries, because their entry strats weren't that good. At Invitational, it was in the red, it was negative. And they've went and picked up someone who is always going to get you that kill, someone who you know you can rely on. And I think he's shown that.
Yeah, and Kino even talked about it in the interview, right?
Yeah, that's true,
He literally mentions, like, having him and Gomez, like, be these solid entries for us. I'm on drone, and I look up, and we're in, like, a 4v3 or something. We have that pick, right?
The rewards,
Absolutely. So, it's nice to see them finally completing out their roster like that.
Hey, he's looking at the diffuser, he's typing away, and then like, oh, hey, the rest of the enemy team is dead. I guess this one's going to be pretty easy.
Hey, if the team wins, he wins as well, so he's not worried.
Exactly.
Let's wait to see.
Well, let's talk about Space Station a little bit right now. Space Station, again, like I talked about earlier, a team that plays the level of their opponent. It seems like a team that's very much still in the running to be one of the top teams in here, but what do they need? They need something to just get themselves over the finish line, I feel like, more often.
Well, I mean, they're getting there, right?
They are.
I think they came into today's second place. They really were like,
that's true. They are
leaderboard.
3-1 on wins overall. 2 overtime wins, though.
They're really consistent at making sure they can push to overtime. In both of their games back on day number 1, SSG were in the second half. They were on defense, and then it was Mirage or Soniqs who ran away with a couple of big attacking rounds, and then Callout calls attack timeout, and things just change on a dime. SSG's so good at adapting, and I think that's why they're consistently forcing these games to overtime. Maybe they are like playing worse overall Siege, but then that attack timeout gets called, they change their strats on defense, and they push it all the way to overtime. And then they're such a clutch team, right? They know how to play in those high stress situations. They've got such an experienced roster, despite the fact that they are, a brand new team, really.
Right.
They're very good in these kind of late clutch situations. So I think they're doing all right. I don't think they need to worry about like jumping over the finish line necessarily. I think it's just, is this strategy going to be consistent? Because oftentimes you see teams like Space Station who just struggle to have this continue throughout the entirety of their run.
I guess when you push it to overtime every single game, even if you win even if you're looking good winning those initially, the concern is still there that in the crucial matches you're going to suddenly lose that round at the end that you would have normally run. So if I'm a fan or if I'm a coach, I'm kind of concerned about this. It's like, let's get it done a little bit quicker than round 15,
Yeah, I mean, there's not problems, right? Like, there are reasons why they go to overtime. There's reasons why they have to be in those positions to push it forward. But again, faults shows up in those late
False has
rounds.
been resurrected. It feels as though like
He's been looking pretty good.
He wasn't that really impressive at Invitational. I mean, not really anyone from Space Station was impressive at Invitational, but yeah, the guy's just been hit with a quick revive, and here he is.
I would say False had the worst tournament of his career at SI. It was really, really rough for him.
Yeah,
and for him to come back, pop off like this for Space Station, I think he's been great.
Well, the map vetoes have been decided. We are going to Oregon again. All right, it's Border Oregon. Flip a coin.
We love Oregon. Space Station Gaming are undefeated on Oregon through the Blast League so far. They played it twice so far, beat Mirage on Playday 1, 8-7, and then beat Parabellum 7-4 on Playday 2. Maybe they beat M80 on Playday 3.
I mean, coming back to the point that Fox made, this is where good teams go to die.
Yeah.
So what's M80 doing here? I'm confused.
We're gonna see. We're gonna find out. Oh, someone emptied out the school bus. Bummer. Well, it's time to send it over to our casters to call the action. Hear what they have to say. It's gonna be once more Pengu and Intero.
Thank you very much, Desk. Thank you very much, Doa. Happy birthday again. Can we get a happy birthday or a feels happy birthday in the chat, please?
Happy birthday, Doa.
Oregon is not a sentient map, but it did see that Border got played one more time than it, and it got jealous.
Oh, yeah.
So it is now being played to once again match it. M80 will be playing for their second time today. They are hot off a victory over the Soniqs 7-4 earlier on Chalet. SSG enter as the only team undefeated in regulation.
Look at that.
Whoa.
But they know a thing or two about overtime, and to be honest, looking at how M80 played earlier today and how SSG has played throughout Playday 1 and Playday 2, I expect this to be a very bloody Oregon because both teams play very fast-paced, very aggressive, but they also both know how to play that structured plant style of Siege and operator bans. I mean, we're seeing Ella being target banned, and Nurk and Thatcher, of course, come out as more stable common operators. But Ella is basically SSG saying, you know what, we don't want anyone to mess with this operator at all, likely for that basement bomb side.
Well, I mean, Forrest plays Ella an awful lot. He did so on Astralis, he does so on SSG. Whether you're running the Scorpion or whether you want to run an Ella shotgun, one of the most powerful places on this entire map, and in fact, one of the best spots for an Ella in the entire competitive map pool is that bottom floor bomb site. Playing on pillar, whether you have that Scorpion or the shotgun. The Scorpion got a huge buff with the compensator buff recently. It does not have the wildly unpredictable...
Dog. The dog is there.
Dog. Dog.
Locate and defuse.
Sorry, we get distracted. We get distracted by the dog. I like that dog a lot. It's the Undertale dog. It's not actually the Undertale dog, but it just
it's
looks
known
like...
as Undertale.
Please play it. By the way, if you're listening, please play Undertale if you haven't played it. It's a very good game. You won't regret it. It's a very good game. Anyway, besides that, one of the most powerful places for an Ella is on that pillar. Why? Because whether you've got the shotgun or the now much easier to control Scorpion, you can engage onto the stairs from back tower. You can pivot and take out anybody on freezer doorway. We've seen Ellas also engage all the way at the hall down to the laundry bomb site, and then you've got very good influence over the entry point from blue, what will be one soft panel from blue into pillbox, and then the drop from meeting as well.
Attackers are moving
And you
out
got
to
the
locate
bubble
a bomb
shield as well. You know, you're just adding more utility constantly, gross up mines, etc. We did see M80 put down 3 Vulcan canisters on the blue door, one on it, one next to it, and one on the hallway as well. So either expecting a rush that they really want to shut down, or they just want to be able to burn down the clock late round to ignore that blue setup, to have one more manpower to go elsewhere. Of course, you don't know, popping that door open with a gun seems to pop the first canister, but 2 more are still there alive.
Forrest is on Ash. Forrest is going to be the man to watch for me because he is very feast or famine, and in this case, that man is starving. Iconic. Former teammates will outduel Forrest as he gives his whole body away to that armory window as he tries to break it.
Yeah.
That's the thing where it's like, you can break that without being in the middle of the window. Why?
Must have been a bit of a misthrown situation. Iconic in a very peculiar position. Again, looking for an aggressive flank. They have no idea he's here. How does he do it?
He gets away with it. Walking right down. Goodness gracious. Down goes hot and cold. Fultz will follow as well. SSG wanted to hit as fast as they could, and they do a pretty decent job, but it's not a hit. It's more of a swing and a miss. Quick to come to blows. doing some damage, not an insubstantial amount to Iconic, Spoit, and Diaz, but just ultimately not enough. Iconic a third kill. That was a team effort. J90 soldiering in. He gets put to bed by Spoit. M80 still channeling that energy from their matchup against Soniqs, firing on all cylinders. A 2-hour break isn't enough to cool them off.
I mean, remind you that they ended the game against Soniqs on a flawless round, and they started off on a flawless against SSG as well. I mean, the thing is, a 2-hour break, it might, you can look at it and say, okay, that's not a lot, so it must be easy to deal with, but at the same time, having a short break also means you can't really fully let go, right? If you fully let go, you just gotta charge up in an instant. So this is likely just them getting a bit of food, prep for the next game, probably sit like passively in either a deathmatch or a T-hunt and still staying warm, because 2 hours isn't that much time when you consider the prep work required for each of those matches. You gotta look at the possible map outcomes. It could be Oregon, it could have been Villa very easily as well. SSG decided between those two matches. Then you gotta prep for all 4 bomb sites, how you attack it and defend it, etc. So a lot of things really go into this. Operator bans, one thing that is standing out, of course, is that Ying is available. Doka B as well. Both have seen such a high ban rate throughout the first 2 weeks of NAL.
5 seconds remaining.
And both in play in this round. J90 using that attack or repeat to go from Thermite onto a much more flexible and arguably execution-style operator onto the Ying. Has that secondary can open a Heartbreach gadget as well, so they can still go for multiple Heartbreach setups. For example, big tower breach into attic, as well as that master bedroom multi-generator. But Iconic, up above, always looking for a fight. He's gonna get it. 3 members ready for him.
They're gonna Candle him very quickly, but all right.
No.
Okay.
That's too easy.
J90 and Iconic, long-term teammates. Iconic squaring off against Forest and J90, all previously on the Astralis team. Astralis exiting the scene, those players coming up as free agents along with TSM. And well, a lot of teams have added those players. Merc, a TSM refugee, if you could call it. Oh, no. Iconic tries to get away, but it's Forrest to have his revenge after Iconic had ended Forrest's first round so quickly on. But nice, a minute killed, and most importantly, the one operator that SSG loves on this map, in the previous iteration of SSG as a Ying, wasn't banned out. M80 decided to ban Thatcher instead. That allows us to see what SSG can do with the Ying on the board. Obviously, J90 dying early means not this round.
Yeah. Could have been a great opening pick for them with the Ying, but instead, J90 dies. And it was actually Henry, the videographer from Astralis, has said, he made a tweet saying, "You are my brother, Anakin. For the first time in 749 days, these two will be competing against each other. Talk about history." That, of course, refers to Iconic and J90, who are brothers in arms. Nate below for Merc, looking for something, doesn't find a single point of damage, but he, oh, actually, never mind, there's a shotgun from Kino doing so much damage.
Swinging his way out.
I'm
You said it yourself. This gun in the hands of Kino just is stronger than for everybody else, and long faces on both Fultz and Hot and Cold as they now find themselves with just a single kill through these 2 rounds for SSG.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's tough. I mean, when you're fighting the aggression from A, it's so hard to stop them. Keep on fighting back, and you see here, I mean, Fultz, he knows he can't challenge up close because of shotgun.
Oh, but Fultz had seen that underbarrel sight on the wall, that little laser sight. Knew he was coming up. The problem is that Fultz's attention needs to be upstairs towards the bomb site, not below. You don't have time to hunt these roamers right now. You have to get an execute off. It's the win condition for SSG at this moment. Maybe get Hot and Cold in the bomb site, get a pick or 2, but these are some unfriendly walls, and Gomez has the cross. It's a vaulted from Hot and Cold, almost flawless again. A single kill from Space Station. M80 up 2-0.
Yeah. Now, the tertiary bombs on Oregon is where things really favor the attackers, because the bomb sites, as you go through them, they get worse and worse, or rather more and more difficult to defend. So you always typically start basement. That's what MMA did. Flawless round. They go upstairs inside of that kid's bunk bedroom. They find almost a flawless success. Tertiary, things can get messy. They can choose between that meeting and kitchen, or they can go kitchen and dining bomb site. Right now, we do see them hovering the meeting one. That is the one with the highest play rate. Typically, you'll play towards the tower that is closest to you. So this bomb site, the bigger tower, aka bigger tower, is going to be where your eyes can be focused on for both teams. Whereas if you go for that meeting hold, you look at the small tower instead. Either way, the towers are in play. Peculiarly enough, Diaz on the bandit of all operators might be looking to bandit trick the attic, perhaps up above to stop any breaches from the big tower side. That's typically where a team can take out the Maverick to stop that bandit from working its magic. Of course, with Thatcher being banned and SSG only hovering and Ace and Hibana, they don't have any easy way to pick Diaz off from that bandit trick position if you choose to go for it.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's kitchen and meeting with the adjoining kitchen, connecting also over towards a dining hall. I like the way the teams approach both of them. This is a late setup, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We don't really see teams extend that long into live action these days. Certainly not the way we used to. There's, back in the 2018 days, there would be teams doing setup with 30, 40 seconds off of the clock at that point.
I mean, back then when you had the old reinforcement system where everyone gets 2 each, you don't have a pool of 10. Being a mute caster, or even a Jaeger sometimes, you are running around the entire map covering your duties. It sucked. What a great change that was.
We are still early into the season, so of course we always have to put an asterisk next to any of these bomb sites, any of these maps. But one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the game that's actually been played more than once or twice is this Meeting Hall Kitchen bomb site.
Okay.
88% of the time it's been won by the defenders. Far and away the most defender-sided of all the sites on Oregon. And despite Oregon being so overwhelmingly defender-sided, the attackers have a good leg up with Spoit getting the first pick, or Spoit dying first, and the first pick going to SSG, but Gomez is now in trouble. It's a absolute shooting gallery upstairs. Good Lord, M80 lose 3 players in that fray with still half of the round to go.
Yeah, I have to commend SSG's aggression. They get shut down the first 2 rounds, but round number 3, they speed things up even more, and it works.
Very quick, trying to come back from the deficit that M80 has now put them in. Last 2 players from M80, sights set on security. Got that rotate into kitchen. Where's the focus for Space Station? They've got 4 players still upright. You've got a ton of options, and more importantly, Space Station have time to make this work. They're not in a rush at all.
No, but I mean, this is just free. They're gonna walk it in, stop the plant. I mean, can they shut it down? No, seemingly not. It's just 1v4 for Diaz.
M80's worst round yet. After that strong start, they got only a single death round number 1, and then they all get swept through. Space Station looking much more poised on this tertiary bomb site, as you discussed. I'd like to reference those numbers again, though, because Oregon is a defender-sided map right now. Played 48 rounds before this matchup begins, and over half of those, 54% in particular, won by the defenders. But both Laundry Supply and Dorms upstairs, those 2 bomb sites, the 2 main bomb sites, both are actually attacker favored based on their win rates.
What?
It's crazy to me. Kitchen and Dining's only been played twice, it's 50-50, but that number from Meeting Hall and Kitchen is really inflating the defender's win rate. Because again, 8 plays sitting at 88%. That's wild. Obviously, the defenders did not have a very good showing on that particular round.
No, not at all. I mean, I guess you would say that the attackers had a great showing more than the defenders didn't have a great showing because that was SSG doing all the work, but you're correct statistically speaking, of course.
Thank you.
We'll have a quick rehost. Or actually, it'll just be 2 people. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go. Everybody's out. Everybody's out.
Just a little 3v5 action.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Not really. But a quick rehost. We'll boot things back up, slap in the numbers, the score, the operator bands, and get the server right on again.
Shouldn't take that long.
No, it shouldn't take that long. Of course, 2-1 in favor of M80. Going back downstairs to that base and bomb site where they're going to look very comfortable. They did change things up. Their Spoit was hovering the Thorn, which is pretty, uncommon. It could actually be because at Ella Band that they want a different kind of information tool. The Thorn mines will work similar to the Griswold mines where, or the Razor shells, I guess, where if anybody walks too far forward into line of sight, it'll pop. It'll give you a very loud audible cue that something is happening there. And it's harder to see it for an attacker team than like barbed wire, for example. So you might think it's clear. You walk down a staircase, all of a sudden, you're exposed. Not good, you die.
Yeah. Lobby just getting set back up as we get back into the action. First rotation of the bomb sites coming in. Laundry unlocks. M80 almost certainly will go there again. They have to.
No, I was going to say, I think they have to.
I think they have to, as far as I'm aware.
Same operator, same bomb site, but you can change your reinforcements, like where you put your gadgetry in theory. But because of the rehost was made in prep phase, you have no information as the defending team as to why you would make any changes. And the attackers likely don't know anything either. Like, you typically don't drone straight into the bomb site, and the rehost was called relatively early, so wouldn't be too scared there.
As much as we want to look at the players on your screen, we've got some highlights ready so you can catch up on some of this action that's happened so far. Loading it up on your screen. That was that first kill. Very puzzling, the way that Forrest just played that one. And I mean, right call, I think, from SSG to get in quickly, but the alarm bells from M80 started going off right away, getting them back to the bomb site.
Yeah, but then you got Iconic again, opening things up in round number 2, but the Kino's double shotgun kill completely annihilates any push from Space Station. But then, round number 3, SSG, they look alive, and they really turn things up to an 11. All of a sudden, they find themselves just destroying the floor above the bomb site, and then 20 seconds later, they're on it, getting on that diffuser, and it was almost a flawless round for them.
We're almost ready to get back into the lobby, so we will finish off that wonderful vignette that we saw, that little video vignette. And now we will go to Demo, who asks this question / hot take: NA will not win an event this year. Agree or disagree? Well, to be fair, if we ignore the summer, then, you know, which is left open presumably for other events. I don't know if, you know, if there's anything scheduled. I don't know if those count. Does he include those, or are we talking very specifically about the 2 majors? The major that's coming up in Copenhagen next month, or well, I suppose it technically starts next month. 2 months, a month, 2 months. Where are we? What day is it?
It's next. The month after next month, because next month is April, and then it's a month and a half.
Technically, the live component is a month and a half. Okay, and then we've got the major in an undisclosed place in the United States of America.
Tell us where, please. Come on. You know where it is. Tell me where it is.
Okay.
Sweden.
It's Bolo's house.
It's Bolo's house?
It's at Bolo's house.
Where does Bolo even live these days? That's the real question.
At home.
He lives at home.
At home.
Good.
In his house. So that's Demo's opinion. I'll go first this time.
Okay, you'll go first.
I'll go first this time. I think NA will win an event this year.
You think they will?
I think so.
Wait, do you want to say like what team you think will win, or just like NA will win? Do you have like a?
I think NA will win, and here's my thought process. I think that EU as a region right now, watching EUL over the last couple days, it looks like most teams in EU have regressed.
Really?
I think the top teams in EU have regressed. I think with the exception of Wild, Virtus Pro, and G2, EU looks completely free. Okay. I think those 3 teams are all great right now. I think they're all playing quite well. Wolves dropped Rise. Looks like their system's done.
Yep.
They're not playing particularly inspiring. That they were the one team that was on the bubble for me. The rest of the teams have not looked particularly strong. Okay. LATAM's best chance at winning a live event was W7M, and they just exploded. They just exploded. They imploded technically.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I want to say Liquid's always in the running, but they are perennial disappointments when it comes to the finals. They have not been able to win a live event since OGA Pit, and technically the last major event before that was Atlantic City.
Yeah.
So that basically excludes LATAM. Yeah. APAC won a single a single matchup at SI earlier this year. So I have to exclude them as well. I think it's far too early for the other regions in APAC that weren't be there historically. The LATAM regions and Middle East, North Africa, I think it's too early for them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, SSG looks rejuvenated. DZ still looks okay. Beastcoast are, you know, suddenly this dark horse. M80 looks great.
OXG.
I think based on those numbers and the fact, Nick, that there is a major in North America where NA always seems to do well in NA.
Yeah.
I think they'll win at least one of those events. What do you think?
So when you said EU regressed, but you mentioned the 3 teams that didn't, I fully agree with you. And I think you've made such a good argument that I have to just agree.
Thank you.
100%.
And the funny thing is that EU has regressed because G2 is the only team from that region that is like still really sticking with it. Koi's not as good as they were. Wolves has regressed. VP didn't even make it to SI, and Wild didn't even exist.
Yeah.
So. I mean, BDS, I think, are starting to work things out. Their 7-0 yesterday against TT9 was quite fun to watch. But, I mean, TT9 has also been the worst showing team in Europe. So, I mean, it's hard to gain information from that. But anyway.
Certainly, yeah.
We both agree.
Yeah, we do.
Agree to agree.
No, NA looking pretty good, I would say. Also, I like that you point out SSG looking hot because I know they've got OT, I know they had a loss, etc., and they're down 2-1 right now, not a big deal, but I actually really like what SSG does as a team.
Agreed.
With how little time they've done it as well. They've really impressed me so far, and I really hope they make top 4 to just get inside that major, get inside phase 1 or phase 2, right?
We'll come back to SSG in just a second as the Freezer player has been looked like they were going to get flushed out, but instead Kino manages to get away. Life still intact.
Yeah, I mean, sparing one Candela to force back a roamer is not a bad play at all, and I mean, you have 3 more in pocket. This time it's on Fulls, of course. The Xenon finds himself on floors instead. Utility being the name of the game for SSG because the gunfighting didn't really go their way in the first 2 rounds.
Already hitting these walls from above. Space Station like their brisk pace. They like it an awful lot. It's incumbent upon M80 to greet that with the same ferocity that they have before. Remember that the last time that SSG went to this bomb site, they were quick to the cut and thrust, and they got chopped down to size by M80. Flawless round for M80 to start off this matchup. So even a single kill for SSG beats where they were 3 rounds prior.
Yeah, and they got, you know, execution operators forward. They start things off well as Forrest finds Keen. Let's smoke off the board, and that elbow position is very important.
There's more K&Ls to go in and more bodies to be hitting the ground, trading back and forth. That favors Space Station at this point in a 4v2. Last 2 players from M80 sequestered in the same spot of the bomb site. Spoit and Diaz fighting for their lives, and there's Spoit good enough for a single kill onto Merc. Patrolling, watching Freezer, but Fultz is standing. Just pat, not moving an inch, not moving a muscle. Diaz has to reposition. So does SSG, though. Position given away as Diffuser goes down, and Fultz collects the final 2 kills. 1, and then another 10 seconds later. SSG tie things up.
Yeah. And I want to praise just SSG. They had this very big flaw in the first week of NL where they would get really aggressive, get an opening, and then just keep aggressing forward and then lose the advantage. And again, they show us they get the advantage, then they slow things down. I mean, they even stopped planting in a 4 versus 2 just to have an extra gun up in case Spot was going to aggress in towards that plant position. And once they solidify the spot, once they feel comfortable in the 1v3 and they know the whereabouts of that last defender, then they start planting again. SSG, they have lost rounds in the past just a week ago, and it is haunting them. They do not want to make that same mistake. That is a great way to approach Rainbow Six Siege. To say, we recognize the problem, we work on it, and we fix it within a week's time, and all of a sudden, those 1 or 2 rounds they might have quote-unquote thrown last week, well, those rounds now go to you instead. And that can change you from going from a 7-5 victory to a 5-7 loss. And that is a massive thing because, you know, that's 1 round away from overtime, essentially, where you're guaranteed at least 1 point. And we know, SSG, they love going to overtime, but they don't always win when they go there. And they're still giving up at least 1 point by entering OT.
I mean, I think the streak that's right on the line at the moment is just simply about, oh, Spoit's in trouble, but he gets away safely. He's limits testing. He's just limit testing, that's all.
Limit testing.
He's certainly limit testing. And he's still being watched, but he's killing all the drones that are thrown at him. Expertly done.
Swapping bags!
That's actually decent value from a roaming warden if he's able to take out all those little information gatherers.
It certainly is. I mean, when you roam like that, you might just die sometimes through a barricade, but also SSG respecting Sport's whereabouts. No one really seemed to contest the area at all. Gomez is still on the romantic inside a medium double door, looking for an entry point from Space Station, but they don't really allow it right now. They're just gonna take their time, drone it all out, not lose that early advantage. Merc droning from the side of small tower. He's going to be greeted by an icon inside of servers, holding down that area of the map. Surely he doesn't jump in bottom right window.
Surely not.
Then again, it is Merc, you know, he tends to just sometimes just go full send.
I mean, you've got the 2 full send artists of North America in both Forest and Merc on the same team, and it is endlessly amusing to watch them both work, sometimes in tandem, oftentimes split apart, as they attempt to take map control quickly, and they are both very good at it, but everybody has their struggles. And Merc is now entering solo yet again, being guided in by the phone ringing in the back pocket. Nice shot onto Gomez. He must hear that there's a second call in the same proximity, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's clinical. That's a great shot as well. Iconic, of course, he now knows Merc is roaming below, but he's lost his body system downstairs. Now you see they're going to hit the site instead.
Very quickly, Fultz pushing up. He has no more logic bombs. Calls come in. SSG sweeping through this site. Proximity alarms going. Diaz gets away, but Fultz is the hero of the round. 2 with the sidearm, and SSG takes the lead at 3 rounds to to 2 for M80.
And look at that. They do not a whole lot in the first minute and 30 seconds, but then Merc gets that small opening, that leading kill downstairs, and then you're gonna think, okay, Iconic is next in line, but no. They go straight up, they hit the bomb site, and it's a clinical execute. One small misstep is that, of course, Foltz missed the guy in the corner by the kid's chassis, but it didn't matter, because he found both kills regardless and didn't get traded out by the opposing team on the defense. M80, they look like the quote-unquote better team in the first 2 rounds, especially round number 1 with a flawless. But after that, SSG, they're now in the driver's seat and they're changing things up constantly. The operators they play, where they're entering from. I mean, right now, Attacker Repick is in play, this could change, but Dokkaebi, Flores, Blitz, Maverick, and Nash. Very different lineup from previous round, of course, except for the Dokkaebi, and things will just keep changing on out. The basement is going to be downstairs in basement, or the bomb site rather, will be in basement again. So they have to approach it saying, oh, what have we done already as an attacking team? What have we yet to do? And how do we want to approach this? Because you can go for a blue rush with the Blitz. You can go for a backside take with the Blitz. You can go for a triple hatch drop, you know, lobby, freezer, and meeting hatch. You have so many options as an attacking team. It's all about how you tailor to your liking. Right now, that's a line and blitz combination, of course, with the floors and Twitch to clear out any utility. And there's tons into the blues, you see. You talked
about this before, right? You talked about multiple times how they do this. And again, huge value here from a single Flores drone. That's one of the things when you add this operator repick in, you can bring a Flores, you can bring a Twitch, and you just get incredible value. Barricade, 3 Goyo canisters, Banshee, gone to 2 of the Rotero drones from Flores, still 2 in pocket.
Yeah, that is disgusting. And now Flores could at any moment just rush on into Elbow and take that 1v1 if they want to. And they can do a slight roam clear bait and then all of a sudden say, you know what, JK, hit the bomb site. It's very possible because it's pretty much these Dias downstairs.
There goes another E1D. Merc is in, off to the races.
There they are. They're in Elbow downstairs.
Absolutely. They're very quick in. Forrest on this blitz. He'd go for a plant. The site is completely empty, by the way. Foltz picks up 2 kills on both Diaz and Kino. Iconic goes down as well. On the ground, Gomez takes out Merc. They weren't expecting that. He and Spoit spread out about as far away from each other as you could be. And Spoit shoots the own alibi, Prisma. Not where you want to be. Both Gomez and Spoit reduced to a single point of HP. Foltz is in the hunt. Looking for a 4K, he'll have to settle for 3. Hot and Cold shuts down the first half. Space Station win 4 in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, I said I was impressed by SSG, and I just want to say I am very impressed with this. They're changing the pace from fast to slow, fast and slow, and all of a sudden, they hit you with the 1-2 combo where they're doing a literal roam clear on the top and first floor of the map, while simultaneously hitting the bomb site with 2 members from Elbow and Blue because of that Flores and Blitz combination where in drone phase, they find the utility, and then they attack a repick onto Flores. He will clean it up in the first 10 seconds of the round, and then 40 seconds after that, when the fire is gone, the Banshee's gone, etc., the Blitz can literally just run in. And because they're doing the roam clear with the side push itself, they get big tower stairs pushed down while getting Elbow completely pinching that pillar position, which you said, Parker, the Ella band, right? Ella is so strong in that position. That wasn't available to M80 either when they were on defense, and they just have Diaz on a Goyo there who has nothing but a gun, cannot really fight back against the Blitz from 2 members on tower stairs. They fall, side is free, 4-2 for SSG.
I mean, but SSG are the one who banned the Ella, right?
Yeah, but M80, yeah.
They understood that they wouldn't be playing it, and it worked out perfectly, which goes to what you said, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the casual observer might look and say, oh, well, Ella's banned against SSG. Of course. Of course it would.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting now to see, as you talked about, the deficit in terms of defense on that bottom floor bomb site. How is SSG going to respond? Because Ella is a staple of a lot of their downstairs bomb sites too, as we talked about during the operator bans. Now, they don't get to use it. Forrest is the main culprit. He almost always plays Ella. Yeah. He's on Kaid right now. So, whereabouts is he going to go? What's he going to do? By the way, since coming back, Foltz is 7-0 since we returned 3 rounds ago. That's impressive stuff.
I mean, it certainly is. The setup from Space Station right now is a very passive approach, right? You got the kite claws of the hatches, the mirror windows downstairs, the jammers, the warden for any flashbangs and smokes, which is great because Kino's playing on the Ying. But I mean, they read it. They got the Maverick to counter the kite claws, but it's gonna slow the attack down significantly. The box secondary can openers not going to be of much use for this round, nor is Kino's. It's going to be all Maverick duty here. And Gomez. 1 minute 45 he starts, but when will he finish is the question.
Wait, side note, you notice that his hair is blowing in the wind.
Yeah.
Gotta have a fan in there. This is very outrageous.
Bomb
Oh,
located
we're
by
fishing, we're
attackers.
fishing.
Hot and cold is to determine what side of it he's on, and you can actually see it through.
Oh, this could work.
Very, very close to getting it open. 2 separate players there. Kino's looking for it. Can he catch? What is going on? What is this? There we go. And up it comes! Kino misses, but amazingly only does a little bit of damage to Gomez.
Oh my god. Could have been a nasty team kill at that.
It took far longer than it needed to.
Yeah.
SSG continuing with their first blood streak. They've been perfect through the last 5 rounds. Take down Diaz. It's the Flores. Huge value. It makes Elbow now a lot harder to attack too, and look at what Merc has done.
Oh.
They don't suspect this at all. Maybe they do. Iconic rushing in. He eliminates him, but SSG has so many fail-safes, redundancies, as you want to call it. J90 out-fragging them all. Kino in a 1v3, still Candela's in pocket 2 with 1 about to go out. Attempt to isolate Freezer hallway. He's made his way into the bomb site. He's got control, but he doesn't have a pulse. Fultz finishes him off. SSG continue their tear. Excellent stuff from them. I imagine this will have to be a timeout from M80. 5 in a row for SSG.
Iconic on the entry is so hard to deal with. I mean, you're thinking Warden proning an elbow, has the shield. Candela just went out, so like Iconic might have been half blinded or partially blinded, but it's just effortless when Iconic walks on in, but it's not enough. The follow-up isn't quite there, and SSG, they win the majority of their gunfights. And they also had those really great positions inside of, we call it Harry Potter, below the staircase, instead of the bottom tower staircase, where no one droned out that position, so they have
J90 was
control. He's just sitting there.
He was sleeping there.
Yeah, taking a little nap.
Electro sensor on.
That's unfortunate. Looks like we might get yet another rehost in. M80 calling for a rehost. Will effectively serve as a mini timeout for these teams. They won't be able to speak with their coaches. Confirming a rehost now, and yep, to Diaz we go. Those are like 1970s detective glasses, and I love them. But not everybody can pull them off. I think Diaz does a great job of
I
it.
was gonna say, that certainly isn't a shape anybody can pull off.
Those
but-
are similar.
Oh my god, yeah. But they're more squarey than roundy, yeah?
Does anybody notice that Gomez looks a lot like Matthew Broderick in Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
I wouldn't know.
Anybody? Could anybody?
Anybody verify?
Producer confirms. You know why? Because we are both old people. He looks a lot like Matthew Broderick in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Obviously would need to not have glasses on, but
Okay.
either way. Excellent movie. Not a lot of talking happening on the side of M80.
So I actually am not sure if you're allowed to talk during rehost, because I made a...
Apparently mics are muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I made a tweet, sorry, when we were casting invitationals, I was making a comment about how players need to talk to each other, and Leon Gitz reached out to me from COD and said, actually, that used to be the case back when I was a player, but that's changed since then.
So allow me to jump in and give greater visibility to some words of our terrific colleague, John Mullen, a.k.a. Blue,
Okay.
whose birthday was 2 days ago, just in case anybody's curious.
Okay.
Or technically 3 days ago. I don't actually know what time it is right now. Anyway, he basically said that when there is a rehost, the teams should not be allowed to talk. And he referenced another esport in which teams used to call lots of rehosts and tech issues, but then would take the time to talk to each other. And the moment that the admins of that esport stepped in and said, hey, you're no longer allowed to talk to each other, magically, a lot of these rehosts ended. Not saying the same as here, obviously, though there have definitely been some conveniently timed crashes in the past over the course of the 7 to 8 years of our esport.
Yeah.
Limiting their ability to talk during a rehost, I think, seems quite fair. It does take the guesswork out of whether or not the rehost is a legitimate thing. Not that we want to call them liars, but
No, I mean it's true. I mean it just takes away that uncertainty of like, did they just want to have like a small tactical time or not? And of course we see teams do like a different approach where if you're in like a 1 versus 5 at the end of the round and there's a minute left, you can just walk into the sunset and just spend that minute actually having a mini tactical timeout instead.
As we see quite often.
Yeah.
Right? But as was discussed, if I recall correctly, as was discussed, it was either earlier today or it was last week, because they all just blend together. When we were on LAN for the NAL, you could govern coaches. It was earlier today. It was an MA's game actually earlier today because we were talking about Spoit. You can govern who's talking to who when everybody is sitting behind the bench at the esports arena.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you can't do that. Everybody's online. It's a lot harder to police who is nearby, who's talking, who can be heard. And I think disallowing teams from talking during rehosts is a very sensible and very smart change.
No,
I'm a fan of it.
I fully agree with you on that one. And
it was all John's idea.
Oh, John is the mastermind behind this. I fully agree.
Thank you, Mr. Blue, in chat. Thanks. Thank Mr. Blue.
5 seconds
so many great attributions. That what if you done, Parker? What is like your thing? What if you contribute like fully to solo? Do you have a thing like that? Well, you have. You told me about
my contribution.
You told me about that.
I don't know if I'm allowed to fully talk about it. Yeah, we playtested Villa, and at the time I said I referred to it as a Villa. But I also talked about how in a previous Rainbow Six game, they had Ave Maria playing during a coastal hostage rescue mission. And I said, if it's in the public domain, it doesn't cost you anything, you should have Ave Maria playing on the phonograph machine inside a Villa. And that's exactly what they've done. The record player, phonograph machine, whatever it is playing Ave Maria. It's one of the 3 songs. And that was a suggestion. Am I solely responsible for it? I actually don't know. I've never had confirmation as to whether or not calling it Villa was because of me or the
But it's
song.
possible.
But those were my suggestions at the time.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't due to me, at least I had a good mind for whoever did decide it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And all great minds think alike. What's your contribution?
I don't think I have any, unfortunately.
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah, I don't know. I bet it is a deployable shield, and I told them that I think it's going to be very strong, and it was. That's about all I've done. Yeah, good job. Like, nothing really changed, but it goes like that sometimes.
M80 have rushed into this bedroom of the upstairs portion of Oregon. We are looking at a Dorm's defense on the side of Space Station. They lost the first 2 rounds, one of which was won by M80 flawlessly. Since then, SSG have been so good, but Fultz is a sitting duck. Not expecting M80 to be so quick to get in. Merc is just like tempting fate at this point. Channeling his inner Kino with that shotgun in hand. Diaz on M80 now knows what it feels like to be on the other side of it. Down goes Merc. Kino, we speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Losing most of his HP. He's the one holding on to the diffuser. Through that mirror window, just going to show the power. Hot and cold, swiftly beheading Spoit. Still in that power position behind the mirror window. Hot and cold can hang on for quite a while. Very similar to where Laxing was through a lot of that Parabellum game on border. Jane, I know, hanging out downstairs on Laundry, but he hasn't been isolated. But Gomez, hello? Was he mid-reload? Was that the single bullet reload from Gomez? If so, get that replay. Clip that, clip that, clip that. Hot and cold now in a 1v2, does a little bit of damage to Kino. This is winnable. Diffuser is down, hot and cold, and Iconic in a 1v1. Iconic's chosen a different path, though, and he's got intel! The mirror window works against him, and that's a bit of an oversight from Houghton as Iconic plays that picture perfect. They prevent 6 in a row for SSG. M80 breaking Space Station streak.
One of the things when you play a niche setup is that it's not the typical outcome for you as a player. And I think that's kind of what happened to Hot and Cold in that 1 versus 1. He quite literally did not seem like he knew that mirror was going to be there because it most likely isn't usually in that position. It's very uncommon to play mirror on the bomb site to begin with, and it's even more uncommon to play that double mirror in the setup that they did. Normally mirror would go downstairs like Parabellum did last week to extend below the bomb site to use that C4. So pretty sure Hot and Cold unfortunately just was not aware, but Iconic, without flinching, just immediately recognizes that he can take bomb site control, sees the mirror, and just engages in that gunfight. Makes it way too easy for him, as Matthew Stevens couldn't even really fight back. 5-3 now. M80 looking alive in that previous round, despite a few kills going in some odd ways with Dokkaebi phone call answers. We did see Iconic hovering the Blackbeard for just a moment, but he thought differently of it and goes to Brava instead.
Attackers must locate
Trying to
and
look at the
defuse bomb.
utility that Brava is focusing on. There's the Kite Claws, the Banshees, and the Jammers and whatnot, and of course the default cameras. Brava and Oregon is actually very tricky to play, same with Twitch, because it's a very linear map. And sure, there are a couple of drone holes, but it's hard to get a drone into useful positions to hack things
Bomb located by
because of how small the map is in nature compared to, like, let's say, Bank.
See you on the other side.
Oregon's still a big map, though. It's obviously not the same size as Bank, but I think the correct thing that you pointed out was linear,
Yeah.
right? I mean, when you look at gadgets that gain a lot of information, obviously the wider view is going to help a lot. A drone inside of lobby in Bank gains more intel than almost any other part of any map, period.
It's true.
Not the same for, you know, what would be probably the biggest area inside of this map would probably be meeting. And a meeting drone does give you a lot of information, but if there's no rotate in the kitchen, you have a single, again, linear line of sight. It's somebody's going to go through meeting, either drop one of the hatches or go to split. That's it.
Did you not see the drone? Oh, there it is.
He did. I think he was waiting to maybe try to bait them into it. I'm not sure.
Oh.
No!
Jump scare.
Not good. Not what you want to see. Gomez runs up, and that is a devastating blow. M80 will now need to make up for that as they find themselves giving up the first pick, and Spoit's issues will continue. Good news for him. There's backup. Iconic not too far off. They're just over top of the bomb site.
Damn, killer instinct, huh? Just
Absolutely.
hears the sound and goes for a perfect flick, doesn't hesitate. Kind of with a good save there onto his teammates. Boy stays alive. Need a bit of vertical destruction above the bomb site as that meeting kitchen.
Question for you. Who are you giving first kill to there?
Yeah, I see it.
Technically, both of them were M80.
Yeah. I guess M80 gets it, huh? One way or another.
Let's say maybe a trade.
Oh, we could make it a trade, yeah.
That's
not
a trade.
Bad one. That's a trade.
There's no advantage gained.
C4.
Nitro Cell goes out almost as if he knows it's coming from below. Hot and cold, losing out on that opportunity.
Rotation here from M80. They want to hit the back instead, but Merc has not agreed them with a small tower. You can stop them right here if they actually go for it, but they're rotating again to the hallway window.
Last two rounds that Merc has favored playing really up front on both of these bomb sites. Playing inside a closet and now inside of the bathroom, also referred to as showers, just missing the ace, sees it again. But that AK is just so good. Diaz losing some HP, M80 continuing to get chipped away at. Space Station will only need to find a bullet or two, and they will be able to reduce the remainder of M80 to goo at this point. J9O retaking from above. It doesn't feel like there's 15 seconds left, but oh boy, M80's gonna have to be quick to this one. Hot and cold, looking to get overrun. There was the flank watch from M80. It's good enough. Hot and drops one, expecting a follow-up. Sees Spoit. Forrest is there for insurance.
Oh.
An SSG hold court inside a kitchen and cook up something real nice. Match point eluded them on the previous round, not this time.
The teammate trust and cover. I mean, you see how to go there. A sigh of relief. I mean, it was so close. He was holding his ground in the kitchen saying, I gotta get my one shot down the first plant and trust my teammate to have the cover. And the cover was there. It was very close. But they come out on top, 6-3 in favor of Space Station. And of course, with that, immediately they calls a tactical timeout before things before the end.
It's a very, very late timeout from M80, but I gotta say, they probably have a ton of confidence in themselves, and that's why they waited. You're in your final round. M80 needs to win 3 rounds in a row to go to overtime, a place that Space Station knows very well.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna go up against them in a best of 3 rounds, basically. M80 can still emerge from it, but they have lost the opportunity to pick up all 3 points with that round. More importantly, Space Station's streak of not losing in regulation continues onwards. Space Station can still lose this match, but it would happen in no fewer than 5 rounds. It would have to happen in overtime.
The tough thing about this tactical timeout is that you can't really talk about the next round in a vacuum. You gotta talk about the next 3 rounds, and you know, if you really believe in yourself, even maybe what happens in overtime, right? You gotta talk about the bigger picture, play style, mentality, philosophy, or approach to the round, because you gotta attack 3 different bomb sites if you're M80, so you can't prepare for a single element. Now, M80, they have been quick to the punch, they've been getting the initial aggression, the entries, they get mad advantage, but then things get dicey in that mid to late round. That's where that old SSG clutch gene, it still has stayed with them. They're still winning out when sometimes they shouldn't have, in that 2 versus 4 in the previous round. Jaina, no. While we saw what happened on the bottom side, he was flanking up above, keeping one member from MA distracted with the flank watch instead. That might have been one of the deciding factors to why Hot and Cold was alive, is there was nobody watching the verticality, or really doing any verticality into kitchen.
Both teams obviously get to talk. Call Out knows timeouts very well. One thing that we tracked a bunch at the Six Invitational event that just happened last month. Specifically how proficient Call Out is in those timeout moments. He didn't call it, but he'll also be able to talk to his team.
Yeah.
The thing is, right now, with Azami and Solus being banned as frequently as they are, if one of them is going to be banned per match, which usually you can bet on that, it leaves Kaid, Valkyrie, or Mira as one of the other bans, freeing up two incredibly strong operators. Mira being available is somewhat of a new thing to see. Sorry, hold on a second. Spoit just sent Merc into the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Merc just evaporated. I don't even think Merc exists as a person anymore at this point.
He got snapped away. That's the Spoit effect. It's been very formidable so far in M80, and I mean, Spoit is one of those players where you can just kind of slot in on any team properly and do pretty well. Just say, go in, take this area, kill this guy, I'll join you in, boom. You'll probably find success with him there, no matter what team.
Is Han looking to retake through those freezer stairs, or is he just simply holding this position? That's the question.
I think they recognize they gotta have a bit of aggression, losing that early manpower of Merc, because you cannot play this 4. I mean, you can play it 4v5, but it's definitely not what you want to be. So try and leverage it back to a 4v4 and then play it to the book.
Iconic was on flank watch on the previous round. Will he find himself in that same position, same circumstances this time? We'll wait and find out, because Hot and Cold will be the one to go on flank. Those are not freezer stairs, by the way. I thought they were. Those are just main stairs. Fultz is a drop as well. He's off site. He's still been undiscovered as far as we are aware, over by security. And there's the soft hatch right next to him. At any given moment, he can drop. Nitrocell goes out. It's a bit too early by about half a second. That could have been enormous. Spoit taking damage now. 1 minute left. M80 want to get in on the rush. They want to push this advantage that they have. They've lost the advantage, though, and there's Fultz retaking from above onto Gomez. Iconic had been felled as well. And suddenly, M80 trailing, but they've gained that advantage back. Wait a minute! J9O says no, and he ends the whole match. Space Station, the kings of overtime, they don't need to go to it because they put M80 in the bin 7-3.
With how good M80 looked earlier today, it is hard to believe the result of this match, but also SSG looking so good just day by day and round by round. Incredible showing on Oregon.
SSG, M80, all of these teams looking at the top of NA rejuvenated with the changes to their roster. Space Station blowing up their roster, getting rid of Lycan as a coach, getting rid of Bosco, getting rid of Rampy, getting rid of Yeti, bringing in Merc from TSM, and then two players from Astralis, including their coach of Callout and Mango, as well, as I always have to bring that up because Jesse gets angry with me. And M80, of course, making some changes as well, importing Spoit and bringing Iconic. Both of these teams look really good, but today on Oregon, Space Station looked better. M80 already got a victory earlier today. Not all is lost.
No.
But the hunt for first is as competitive as it's been in a long time. Well, that's it for you and I.
Yeah, it is. Lovely day.
Lovely day indeed. Happy birthday, Week Blue. Happy birthday to Doa. Blue and Lynx will be rounding out the rest of this cast for the final 3 matches. Thanks so much for watching Nick and I, but we'll be back because we still got more games. See you in a few minutes.
And we're back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa here, along with Demo and Jesse. And in a moment, we'll get to chat a little bit with Forrest. But for now, let's chat a little bit about that last series. And they got the win. They got it convincingly. I'm a little bit surprised. I expected this one to be a little bit closer. There were Space Station games I expected to be less close, and this one I expected to be close, but Space Station just out there subverting expectations. They do great in Hollywood these days, apparently.
Yeah, a very good performance. The best performance we've seen from this team. 100%. They come in today, good game plan. Again, I have to question M80 and the map selection.
Sure.
Good teams go to die here. So why would you take this team, which we know is still very new, very fresh, trying to make a name for themselves? Why would you then let them go to the matchup where it's just kill?
I mean, questions for the ages, right? But we have not only a replay, but a slow motion thing to check out. We're going to look at it right now, actually, because we're waiting for Forrest to get set up over there.
Listen, though, they said clip it, so I'm going to clip it, right?
All right.
This is going to be Gomez coming in, and watch this. Mid-reload, this is the new feature, reloading. Now you have one bullet in the chamber to find a kill, and Gomez did it right there.
Cool.
That's crazy. That's just
I have nothing else to say.
one-shot headshot. That's insane.
Yeah.
Love it.
Sometimes you're just out there clicking heads. Let's see a little bit more of that as we look at the highlights for that last matchup.
I think this was a great map from Space Station. You really show off how their coordination has grown as a team. I really feel like this is where we started to see them really work together well. I thought Forrest was often kind of working in conjunction, whether it was early on the roam, clear on this attack, right? Early when they're working together, or later on the actual roam itself, right? It felt like they were always able to kind of be a duo, coordinate with one another. You saw that 2v, around 9, I think it was, the 2v4 clutch, right? Their ability to work as a duo, to trade off of one another, I think really was shining through today.
Again, you have to mention this boy here, Faults.
Yep.
Like I said, he's been resurrected. He's up and about, and he's walking around just doing his thing. It's great to see a player come back in full swing, because we question the entire SSG roster, and obviously Faults being on it, we have to question him, and he probably thought, where do I go from here? I haven't been too good. The team looks as if it's going to kind of get gutted out. Will I remain? Will I not? Well, he stuck around, and yeah, it's a good thing he did. If you're everyone else in SSG, you're really happy that you're Faults right now, because he's playing some great Siege.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in the community were like, on Reddit or whatever, we're talking about how, SSG, they should drop Faults, he had a bad SI, and he did have a bad SI, but my God, has he shut all of those haters up. He has been fantastic. I would say the best player on Space Station this stage so far. Yeah.
I love to see the pop-offs from Hot and Cold and Forrest at the end there too, man. I mean, you can see how much, obviously, it sounds cliche to say how much it matters to them, but it does, obviously, right? And I think, again, to get a win like this, and this is what I want to ask Forrest about too, well, we might get to that in a moment, but is that the getting over the finish line aspect of Space Station's play, because they look so good, but we saw a lot of matches last week where they got close, and even though they did win it in the end, it took a while to get there. Their opponent would come back 3 or 4 rounds. It's a dangerous position to be in. Today, it was decisive, you know?
Yeah, it kind of answered, I suppose, your question, Dom.
It really did.
Just, can they actually win? And not just like win an OT, but win convincingly. And that's what it was. It was a convincing win. And I think that's going to give the team a lot of morale, because you're going to be walking away from this game thinking, wow, we played really good today. It wasn't like that was close. We were pretty lucky today. A couple of things here and there. It was just, wow, really well done, guys. Let's keep this up.
Let's take a look at the standings here, because, of course, that is something that's rapidly evolving and changing over the course of the day. We have so many games per day. Obviously, Oxygen's still on top. M80 still up there in second place as well. But Space Station Gaming sneaking up there. They are definitely in contention to jump into that second place spot pretty quick if they can keep up results like that.
It is such a tight race for the top. I mean, Oxygen may be a bit of a lead right now, but M80, SSG, Beastcoast all feel like teams that have been just dominating so far. And DarkZero, I think they didn't play earlier today. They will play later today for the first. So I mean, okay, we'll see how DarkZero fare as well. But it's so tight right now.
Yeah. Sounds like we had a couple tech issues, so no interview, unfortunately, this time around. We'll get them next time. Don't worry. It's the technology is a vehicle of esports, as the great Tasteless of StarCraft 2 used to say. Sometimes it breaks down a little bit here and there. But anyway, I believe that means we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the next match of the day will be coming right at us. It should be a good one. DarkZero finally takes the stage for the first time. We've all been waiting for it. Should be fun. See you in a bit. And we're back. You're the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa, Jesse, and Demo here with you. And we're going into DarkZero versus Soniqs. And this is going to be interesting, right? Because Soniqs, I feel like the expectations are still high, but they are still not quite there. Obviously, Soniqs taking the L to M80 a little bit earlier today. Can they bounce back against DarkZero, another team that I think people had high expectations for, of course, coming into this stage? And they are 2-1 overall, but it's looked a bit shaky at times. So I think this could be one of our closer ones today. I think this could be one of our better ones today. I'm really excited about this match, actually.
Yeah, first day for DarkZero I thought was great. They were undoubtedly the best team after the first two.
They won, yeah.
Technically 2 play days, because obviously we're doing double games, but
Sure.
you know, the day after it maybe wasn't as clean as what they would want it to be. A 7-2 loss. It was a hammering.
Yeah.
You know, coming out from them. Oxygen just sent them to bed. And that was it. That was the only game that they played that day. So now they have a chance here, of course, to kind of come back and find their footing, because now the way that the table has kind of shaped up, you've got Oxygen with 11, SSG, or was it 12? SSG's in 11 or 10 now.
Yeah.
So they have potential here to make up some ground, and I think they need to. If they really want to be seen as, you know, the big powerhouse in NA, which I think they certainly can be, they need 2 wins today, in my eyes. They need 2 wins.
And they can do it.
Yeah.
I think it is totally possible. A loss against Oxygen is not the end of the world by any stretch. That is arguably, if not definitively, the best team in North America at the moment. And I say at the moment with the utmost emphasis on moment, because things are changing pretty rapidly, obviously, with multiple games per day, et cetera, but it's doable, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think for DZ, they're still in a pretty solid spot. I think you're really mostly worried about Soniqs. For this game, there's a lot of implications. DZ, if they can get that regulation win, it's a 99% chance of getting top 6, so it's not really going to be a problem. And then top 2, still very difficult. We talked about how tight it is up there for Soniqs. If they do not win today, their hopes of top 2 are donezo. They cannot make top 2 mathematically, which is tough because Soniqs were considered the best team by many people. I mean, especially going into SI, a lot of people had Soniqs #1 team in NA. After SI, I think fewer people were saying that, but there were still a good chunk of people that said, yeah,
You'd still say top 4 at least. You'd still
at
say
least,
that.
at least, yeah. So for Soniqs now, almost certainly not going to be in that top 2. If they lose here today, they will not. Then yeah, they're kind of in a struggling situation here, and we need to see them bounce back a little bit. I think so far they haven't shown that wow factor with Citizen that we've been wanting. I think he's been a little bit disconnected at times. His frags haven't been super impactful. So I think we're still waiting to see Soniqs with this roster be at full strength.
Now, on the DarkZero side of things, speaking of struggles, you wanted to talk about this a little bit. Achieved, obviously, coming over, and a very talented player, but yet on DarkZero, you know, not quite putting up the numbers I think that some people would like. And those grenade kills, where are the Achieved nades? Come on.
Yeah, you're not really seeing them, right? I mean, you're not seeing Achieved have a massive impact on this squad, at least in terms of the numbers. You know, KD ratio 0.44, really low, 64, one of the lowest ratings we have from players. But I think there's probably a lot going on behind the scenes in terms of droning, in terms of calling Achieved a great mind of the game. So there probably is, like, a lot of DZ's success you probably can drive back to Achieved, even if the numbers aren't showing up there for him. But yeah, it has been strange to see Achieved come in and just achieving so little, mind the pun, on the actual numbers department.
Yeah, I kind of hyped up Achieved. I thought this would be one of the best underrated pickups that we've seen in the transfer window, but he hasn't done it. You need the frag in this game. We've talked about this before. If you're not killing, then you're not going to have a chance in this meta. Everyone needs to be able to gun. And for a player like Achieved, where he is on the soft bridge, it's not as if he sat there on Thermite, where you'd say, oh, you know, he's the support. He's in the thick of things. He's in the middle of it. He's the kind of guy that I look at whenever a round isn't going your way. He just appears. 2 kills out of nowhere, changes the dynamic of the round. But we haven't seen that.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, normally there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. The numbers aren't everything, but we've heard so many pros tell us already, both at the end of last year and now this year, it is a gunner kind of meta, and you got to be able to click those heads, man. If you can't, it gets a little bit rough. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, things continue with our headway towards DarkZero versus Soniqs. Don't go anywhere. The NAL returns right after this. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League desk. The players are jumping into the lobby. We are moments away from our match between DarkZero and Soniqs. And yeah, I mean, again, jumping back to Soniqs here for a moment. After earlier today, what are you thinking? Like, pre that match versus post that match, what are your predictions for this match?
I think it's tricky to not say DZ.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
I'll be honest. I've got to the stage where, like, if Soniqs win or lose, I'm not really fussed. I just want to see them play a good game.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just want to see a performance, even if they lose like 8-7, I just want to see a performance, like a good, solid performance with good rounds, hitting the expectations that we expect them to. I don't think I've came away from a game thinking, wow, that was a great round from Soniqs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Soniqs, like, math-wise, they're probably not getting top 2. They're probably not getting bottom 2. So, like, results actually don't super matter for Soniqs at this part in the round robin. They still could fall down to bottom 2 and maybe get top 2. It depends how things go.
Yeah.
Well,
but, like, really, they need to focus on just improvements. Doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you lose. Get better.
if you're if you're in the middle of the pack, you're still fighting for those stage 2 spots in the major, right? So you're still in pretty good. You're still in pretty good shape as long as you're not in that bottom 2. But we've got our map veto all ready to go. Let's find out where we're going for this next match. It is going to be Border. All right.
Really?
Welcome back, Border.
That's kind of shocking. I mean, Soniqs are a great Border team. They were on a 5-game win streak right until the first game of this year where they lost 8-7 SSG. Still maybe their best map in their entire pool. And DarkZero, we talk about 5-game winning streak from Soniqs, 5-game losing streak from DarkZero. 2 games back in stage 2, and then at SI, they lost to Heroic, FaZe, and Soniqs on this map. I'm quite surprised to see DarkZero taking us to Border.
Yeah, maybe they've worked on some things. Maybe they have a game plan. They've reworked how they want to operate in this map. They will be on the attack first, so I think that's always a good way to see if they have changed anything. And
yeah, true.
I've said before, I remember seeing the Invitational. I have never seen a team play Border as slow as what they were. Never. We talk about world records for how quick teams can win rounds and all this. How slow can they play a map? That's for the world record they were going for. So I want to see a bit of pace from DZ, but thankfully we did see that at the start of this stage. We did see a bit more lively, action from DZ, a little bit more responsive compared to what they were at Invite, which was it was snail's pace.
Yeah, and I think too, some of the things we just said about Soniqs can apply to DZ in a certain extent, where they are in the middle of the pack. They are almost certainly going to be, one of the teams to go through those decider matches starting next week, right? So this is an opportunity where maybe you kind of work on this map, right? That you have kind of had sort of rough results. I know map pool expansion was a big priority for DZ in stage 3 last year. I'm sure that extended through the major, obviously, and then through SI. And so why not use that opportunity now to push a little bit against a team that's going to give you, theoretically, a pretty good challenge? So we'll find out. It's time to throw it over to our casters. This time it's going to be Blue and Lynx over to call the action.
Thank you very much, Doa, and it is a pleasure to be back once again for week number 2 of the NAL. Lynx is back with me as well. That's good to be back, man.
I am. They didn't kick me out of the country in between last week and this week, so very happy about that, and I'm very excited to start off our cast tonight with Soniqs and DarkZero, because me personally, I'm in the same mindset as Demo. Soniqs haven't played poorly this stage, but I want to see them win. I want to see them be the team that this roster indicates that they can be.
Absolutely. I agree with that, and that we've seen things start to be a little bit under the expectations for them so far, so we're going to have to see if they can step that up, but it's very much the same thoughts coming into it for other teams as well. They're 2 Titan teams as far as history is concerned here in North American Siege. We expect great things out of them, but it is taking, it seems, a little bit more effort for it all to come together in this new era of Siege. Time to see if they can both hit the ground running those. We're going live with the first round in just a moment here. We're going to get through the bands first, of course. We'll be on Border once again, as we were kind of cursed with only Border games and Oregon games last week, and we're going to start out again with this.
A lot of Border this week, just coming off an Oregon match that was hot off the presses. Fresh between SSG and M80. Starting off here on Border, of course, we have the Dokkaebi ban to start out. Again, maybe not as common to say a hard breach ban, but definitely an operator that when left up is usually always brought by the attack, and getting her off the board will definitely help Soniqs on their defenses feel a little bit more secure. And the Dokkaebi Lion combo as well. We actually saw M80 run this duo on Border earlier in the day to great effect. So for that reason, and well, for many of the other reasons, in that both these operators are some of the most annoying to play against in the game, that duo being taken off the board makes sense. sense.
Things are going to make sense as we move back over to the defensive side as well. Zami still has quite a bit of play potential, especially inside of areas like CCTV on this map. She has quite a bit of independence that comes with that play potential, so she's a very dangerous operator to be left in the pool currently alongside quite a few others like this one here. Solus, very much there's a lot of the same things as we see from a Zami. Obviously, great capability to just knock out drones in the earlier, great capability to avoid drones going later into it. Just not an operator you want roaming around the map to potentially surprise you suddenly while your attack is trying to set things up. So that'll be the final ban there as we move into round 1.
Yeah, and Jesse's talked about before about how Canadian loves playing Solus. It's one of his most played operators on the defense. But for Border in particular, this is a map that Solus is especially strong on because not only can she deny drones in the early round of the prep phase like Solus can on any map, but Border has a lot of soft floors. And if you're saying trying to plant on a site like Armory, whether it be over inside of Armory on the main wall inside of Default or inside of Archive that we're looking at right now, a Solus can sneak down below and deny that plant, which is another very useful, powerful feature of that operator. So getting her off the board, even though Soniqs are not starting off on the attack, that will make going for plants in either of these bomb sites easier for whoever ends up being on the attack.
And so taking a look at that specific aspect of the setup here, we're going to see what exactly is being brought to the table by both teams. Nothing hugely surprising as far as I'm concerned for the defensive end of it, and it very much echoes so far over to the attack. We already get that OSA pick, though, so there's a lot of late round execute play potential that will come from that. Keep your eyes on Canadian, as he's very much going to be the deciding member that moves the play forward into the site and potentially sails it down the river a little bit early as well.
And when we see that OSA as well, if it is an Armory attack, sometimes we'll also see that OSA go east stairs early to acquire early pressure there and then pick up one of those shields and then, as you said, go in for the execute over inside of Archives in the late round. That was sort of when Border got reintroduced into the pool alongside OSA. That was one of the main executes that we saw almost a year ago exactly, and it's still a very, very solid execute and a very solid option for the attack on this bomb site a year later as well. Pay attention to Citizen's position downstairs. If Solus were not banned, I imagine this is the very spot she would be playing, but of course Solus is banned, and Citizen will instead pick up the Mozzie, who can deny that intel, but also has a C4 to deny the plant if DarkZero end up going for that Archives play. Of course, it's still a little too early to call where DarkZero are attacking from, though we do see quite a bit of presence, at least bias towards that east side. Whether or not DarkZero only looking to acquire initial control, then rotate later on, or if this is where they're planning on their execute to come from, still 2 minutes to decide that.
Things moving quite slowly to start up a first round for DarkZero, but that's not really going to be too much of a surprise for any major fans of DarkZero out there. This is how they tend to play things. A lot of emphasis on double, if not triple, checking everything with their drones before making a real first move forward here to make sure that when they are ready to move forward, it is pretty much a perfect execute every time they move themselves into it. Soniqs, meanwhile, are sitting back patiently waiting for that first play to work their way through. However, Panba might be starting the party a little bit early here. Citizen really catch it in time, spots the drone behind him, and Panba, of course, gets the comm out for that. He'll hear the bullet as well, so he'll halt himself just on the inside of Tellers here, trying to see if he can get the rotate timing in against Citizen. But right now, it's not going to align as Citizen backs up deeper into vents.
Yeah, this is a big indication that DarkZero are aiming for an execute inside of Archives and from East Stairs. Panbazoo isn't pushing aggressively down below. He's just holding this position to make sure that if maybe somebody like Citizen, who we heard earlier, goes for the C4, he can manage to take him down. He's remaining undetected, so when DarkZero end up going for that push, either Panbazoo will get a kill or DarkZero will just rotate somewhere else, or they'll be able to actually get a bomb down inside of Archives. Still a minute left though, and DarkZero are still sort of scrambling for some solid control. They've made some inroads in CCTV, but now Panbazoo's been taken down. If they do want to go for an east side take, it's done for. Instead, they're all basing this around Armory.
So, just about 45 seconds left to go. DarkZero finally begin to get some access onto the interior portion of the site. Canadian, thankfully, able to get out of the way of the largest amount of damage that would have come from that Nitro cell there. Keeps himself at pretty much full HP, but still trying to get this interior OSA shield set up. Gavini with the counter for the rotate into small office, but not going to be able to necessarily capture the full kill against the Soniqs. There's still 2 up here. We've only got 25 seconds to go. Canadian finally hits the ground running, though, and he's not going to be the only one that finds it. 2 more kills go onto the board for the attack. Make that 3 with 1 extra response coming in from Rex and Geo in the 1v2. Not going to be able to sustain, so DarkZero controls the first round.
Really well played 3v5 by DZ right there. I initially thought they were going for that East Stairs take because of the presence of the OSA and because of how much we were focusing on Panbazoo down below, but instead, all they really were going for is CCTV control, and even on Border, that is sometimes a little bit of a rarity to just go for a very minimal take. They took the CCTV control, which, to be fair, was left ripe for the taking by Soniqs. Not a lot of presence over in that area, so they take control of it and then just go for an armory wall, and you saw the problems that can have as Soniqs were able to move up very quickly to a 5v3 in the picks. But what DZ are very good at is playing structured, playing their positions, and that's what they did perfectly. As SQ were starting to rotate and starting to take fights, the 3 remaining members from DarkZero remained stalwart in their positions, remained stalwart in holding their angles, and really showcased quite well all you need to do sometimes to win an attack. If you've set up your positions, don't get too aggressive. Use the time you have left and wait for the enemy to peek you. And once you get that advantage, then you can start pressing in.
Soniqs will not go for the retry on the second floor hold. We will see a lot of similarities in their overall setup because we're just moving 1 story down. Vent site for round number 2 here. Soniqs will be changing up quite a few aspects of their operator selection, specifically the Doc coming in for Geo to give him a little bit more independence and obviously give their own players a bit more capability to reboost in the mid-round should they take some damage on those extensions. Away from that, though, a lot of the same elements being deployed, but Grix are also going to add those ever so important mirror windows into the fold as well.
Yeah, mirror, of course, not being banned, no longer part of that triad, that Solus, Valkyrie, and a zombie, but still a very powerful operator in Soniqs, clearly wanting to make mirror a focal point of their defenses, at least in the first 2 rounds so far. It being event defense as well, and it being border in general, Soniqs will move all the way up to the top floor and try and hold a large portion of the map, with Citizen just lurking a little bit downstairs inside a passport, not only to check to see if DarkZero rotate that way, but also if they don't push that way, give them a spot to flank up through later on by likely climbing through that CCTV hatch. DarkZero have a lot of options they could go with, but given that CCTV is not being too strongly held by Soniqs once again, that's likely where they're going to focus for the early part of the round.
The Brava in this one as well for DarkZero, so some capability to steal away. Yeah, there's not really anything hyper crucial they're going to be able to actually take away from the defense this time. So more just eliminating pieces of utility more than anything else. Most notably, those mute jammers are all it's really going to be able to find here. Otherwise, the utility for the attack should be set up quite well to work things out here. But the first bit of damage going to be taken by Citizen. He's caught running around just below the hatchwork and is ultimately caught by Achieved on the full clear, giving DZ the opening kill this time.
And they had a drone on him that whole time. Excellent drone work by DarkZero. Catch Citizen down below. And if they want to take Passport now, there was only 1 real player lurking around that area. They might face pressure from Gunner, who could swing out from the site, but 3 of the 4 remaining defenders are all on that top floor. So CCTV and Passport are now in the hands of the attack if they want to take it. And they know that the majority of the defense is now on this top floor. I'm curious if we'll see maybe Panbazoo during the mid-round with the call, once they figure out that so many attackers are on this top floor, could creep in down below, try and take the fight with Gunner, and then acquire control of the site down below. But at least for right now, Achieved is barreling on in, and the defenders will retreat soon afterwards.
Rexon gets the first response kill to even us back out into a 4v4. Rest of DarkZero, not seeing a whole lot of response coming in from them just yet, and they're split up as well, so Gio's going to continue to harass out all of the attack here. NJR finds 1 exchange, is able to capture Grixert before he can go too crazy here and get another kill, but that's only, once again, evened us back up down to the 3-all scoreline for each team here now. This is brought back down to that overall 3v3. NJR, Canadian, as well as Panba are all that remains with less than a minute left to get themselves in the site now. Gio still obviously full HP on the dock there, more than ready to fend off the next bit of aggression.
More than ready, though. Soniqs are out of C4s. They've all rotated back downstairs, and DarkZero are taking the time to get this, or get as much vertical control as they can, as they're only left with the breach charges instead of Achieved skeleton key. So the more time they spend up here, the less time they'll have to execute onto the site. There's one still playing aggressively inside a Passport, but excellent reaction by Panbazoo. Gunner's aggression does not pay off.
Coming down to the final 20 seconds now. Those last 2 defenders continuing to remain completely frozen in their current positions. No change-ups to it at all. As we continue to see Canadian look for an opportunity to plant, he'll get off that plant and find a frag instead. As Gio now goes down, Rexon, all that remains. Canadian thankfully has enough time to get him onto the plant, but here's Rexon from up on top. They don't have eyes on him, and Canadian gets dropped. Oh, but the trade comes in from NJR out of absolutely nowhere, and DZ will just barely save the round with a second left to find that kill.
That's DarkZero's highest-rated player, and at least going into the day, the highest-rated player in the North America League, ladies and gentlemen. And it is for rounds like that that he has earned that distinction. Less than 1 second left on the clock. Rexon completely reestablishing vertical control. And what does NJR do? He does not sit idly by. He sprints up metal stairs, sprays through the wall, and aided by a little bit of luck, wins the 2nd round in a row for DarkZero. Very impressive by NJR. Also very impressive for DarkZero. Once again, when they were going in for that control, they were put in a man disadvantage, similar to round number 1, and they were still able to claw it back. And they almost ended up losing the round, save for NJR's miraculous rotate. But another example of DarkZero being put down in a man disadvantage, but then with patience and structure and team play, clawing it back, and then, well, at least getting in for a plant, but then securing it thanks to their teammate.
Bigger change-ups to the overall lineup now. Going to start starting to surface for the Soniqs as they make a more dramatic shift in terms of the portion of the map they're going to be looking to control. It's over to Tellers now for round number 3 here, and a few more significant change-ups going to come to their defensive lineup with that switch of the site. Gunner now onto the Echo as well, adding those drones into play that could trip up DarkZero in these sub-15-second executes that they've been so keen on going for, alongside a few other minor changes as well, such as the Electric Claws being added for Geo to kind of reinforce things upstairs and inside of the site a bit too.
Not only the introduction of the Yokais for intel, but those black eye cameras as well, because with Solus and Azami off the board, Valkyrie is the one left up. So you not only have those mobile Yokais, but those difficult to spot black eye cameras as well. Citizen so far on border, and for Soniqs as well, in the past few months, has been the main lurker on this defense, liking to play off the site alongside players like Rexen to loosely hold some control, whether it be for the early round or all the way to the late, but definitely to deny some intel for DarkZero. I thought there might have been oh yeah, there might be one clutch drone already gone very quickly within 45 seconds. So excellent nab by the Soniqs to deny NJR from taking any of their utility later on. Of course, one thing they might be looking for, any of these electronics inside of Office, the main bastion for Soniqs defense right now, could be a Yokai drone, could something be as simple as a Cade charge to allow DarkZero to then open up the wall. There are quite a few electronics that DarkZero are looking to nab, as they are all very much, or at least NJR is, very much keen on taking this east side control.
Slow built as usual, though, coming in from the attack so far. We need to establish positioning, more importantly, the confidence to take further positioning before we see any real active play come out from our attackers at this stage of the round here. Soniqs, of course, making themselves quite at home over by the fountain as well as office areas, waiting for that first bit of aggression to come forward, and then all the flanks established with that. Still being overwatched quite nicely by the defense, which is over here towards East Main, where we've had that player take out quite a few drones already. Already half the count overall for DarkZero has been used up, as they're 6 down, 4 drones still to be used, though, with a little over a minute to go. Both the Bravas, from the looks of things, have also already been taken care of there, so NJR has no additional utility to throw at the enemy at this point.
DZ might instead be going for a half clear. We've seen Gavini creep into the courtyard area. Their 2 kills now fly, each going to the team apiece. Pambazu not having a lot of success on this lurk with the Nooks so far, but DZ have still acquired a lot of the control they need. They've not taken control of Office, which is a big concern. If Soniqs are able to still rotate down the bathroom hatch, they can try and play trades and deny the plant. As DarkZero are not looking to plant inside of bathroom, they very much want to move in through courtyard and go to Tellers, but if these avenues of rotation are still open for Soniqs, they can still play trades and still potentially deny the plant, but NJR might have the angle that DarkZero need.
So with 35 seconds left to execute into this one, DarkZero, just like the previous 2 rounds, quickly running out of not only manpower, but timing to try and make this one work out for themselves here. Gunner and the rest of the Soniqs more than ready for the challenge at the usual angles. That's an easy pickup for Gunner. Down goes Canadian. A few of the members of the team looking to try and wrap back in, find the trade against the Echo, or some other form of entry so that they can move in and brute force Tellers. Gavini will be the first player to step in. NJR will be found out through soft paneling, though, and he'll go down. Not fully eliminated just yet, but achieved. Far too busy overwatching the plant to actually be able to assist with this. Geo, in the meanwhile, gets the finisher off onto NJR, and Grixer establishes the crossfire to take care of Achieve. Gavini now left alone here, not even going to be able to confirm the plant either, as the Soniqs ultimately win the round on the timer.
Losing Pambazu on that lurk definitely cost DarkZero in that round, because so far on border through these 3 rounds, DarkZero have really only tried to acquire the minimum amount of map control they need. Only get CCTV, then push in through Armory in round number 1. Round number 2, only acquire maybe some of that vertical control, clear out the site, but then immediately drop back down and try not to push anything too far outside of Armory before you move down to the site. In that round as well, they don't try to take full office control, instead just have NJR watch an angle and then try to move in through courtyard. But Pambazu ends up dying. I imagine that's the player DarkZero wanted to deal with Gunner, who was watching that long angle inside of vents, but because they weren't able to take down Citizen like they were in round number 2, he's able to hold control of Passport and then kill Pambazu when he goes for that lurk, and then Gunner is alive holding that long angle that denies the very avenue that DarkZero wanted to take going into the site. And that's the game you play when you go for such a minimal take. If everything doesn't go perfectly according to plan, you're leaving a lot for the defense to handle.
One more rotation set here on the defensive side for the Soniqs as they wrap their way around all 3 of the preferred sites in the first 3 rounds, and now going to do it one final time here as we enter the 4th and 2nd set begins here now with another upstairs defense and a very similar lineup to accommodate as well. The Mirror is going to be added into this hold as well, alongside some more of the usual suspects like the Bandit returning for Grixer there, and the other usual assortment of defensive operators. Same flair also being shown by DarkZero, most notably in the fact that the Osa has once again made a return for Canadian, so looking to execute in similar fashion to get that shield down on the ground and hopefully open up a window of opportunity for the planter to actually put the case down.
It is a little bit more difficult with the Azami ban, so I don't envy Soniqs in this position, but I hope we see a little bit more active control or pressure at least inside of CCTV. Without Azami, it's not really possible to just have someone solo hold it on the circle desk, but have what Gio is doing right now. Have a rotate hole into 90, have him play around that hatch. He can't stay here the whole time. That's just an unfortunate reality of the Azami ban and not playing with a castle on the board. But I like what Gio's doing right here. Control it in the early round, apply some pressure, shoot some drones, and if you really have to fall back, you can fall back to 90 and hopefully get safe passage into the site. Gio will rotate out decently quick, a minute into the round. We'll see what DarkZero end up doing, because instead of the previous attempt in Armory, it appears that this time they are going for that East Stairs take and not trying to push things on the Armory wall.
So slower flare this time from DarkZero, and on top of that as well, going to be putting more direct pressure on the extended hold from the Soniqs because of their choice of route. Gunnar is the first to take pressure. That little bit of aggression coming in from DZs. He's dropped to about 20 HP now after the volley comes in from the office window. Going from DarkZero, unfortunately, with the capability to follow that one up, pop it into the window would be a bit too bold, although things are immediately going to get better as Gavini finishes things off against Gunnar, taking him down and opening up most of the office for a swing to come in from DZ. However, Rexon still causing a few problems with his rotations between Fountain and the interior part of Archives, but that doesn't seem to be much of an issue at all for DZ. Panba claims now a second kill for DZ as he's able to take down Citizen.
Now a 3v5 for Soniqs. DarkZero have been able to win back from this man count. We have yet to see Soniqs do the same. Gio does still hold control of CCTV and can maybe acquire some long angles onto East Stairs where DarkZero are playing from. Rexon has a similar story as somebody, I believe that's Gavini, flirting with death as he peeks that East Stairs wall. Soniqs have a little bit of time, but oh, what a nade by Panbazoo. Potentially even pre-firing that run out from Gio, or maybe just trying to send something into Armory Wall. Rexon has to get aggressive now with intel on his position. Him and Grixer have a lot on their plate.
Grixer hoping for a headshot there as he peeks out towards 90, but a little too premature on it, unfortunately. And Rexon under a similar amount of pressure. Had a drone swing past him just a moment prior, but is unable to figure out exactly where it went. Did get killed as far as I can tell. Rexon, in the meanwhile here, finally picks up the gun and is able to strike true, taking down one target, but is indeed just that one target. Grixer also finds a personal first here on the round. Now a second as he locks in on Achieved, heading back out to the top of Metal Stairs there. Brings it down to a 1v2, but also puts himself at great peril. Down to only one bullet's worth of damage to take him down. On top of that, Canadian and Gavini have been given all the time in the world to set up post-plant positioning, so Grixer has set himself up for a very difficult retake now as he attempts to work himself back in towards the inside of, oh man, even this positioning of the case as well is going to be so difficult to work towards, and there we go. Just a simple lean to the left, Canadian takes him down, and the round is over as DZ control it yet again.
DarkZero rotate over, use basically the same operator lineup to do a completely different execute, and once you lose Gunnar in that initial position, it becomes a lot harder for Soniqs to claw back that defense. Not necessarily because Gunnar's playing a pivotal position or, oh, Gunnar trolled or something like that. Just Borders map where if you lose those opening duels, which Soniqs have lost 3 of the 4 so far, it's very hard to claw back some of these rounds. And with Gunnar, to talk about his position, playing far up inside of Archives, that allows Gavini to start playing a little aggressive on that East Stairs wall to try and maybe take some fights with Rexon, and then also, now that they have that forward position controlled, even if they can't walk in immediately, to start poking and prodding some of the other parts of the attack or of the defense with their attack to then grab some more pressure later on. So while it's not been super flashy for DarkZero for 2 minutes of the round, that final minute, so far these attacks have been undeniably on point.
Absolutely the case. Some issues still showcasing for DarkZero in terms of being able to follow up that opening kill from time to time, as either don't seem to have the correct intel, especially on the earlier rounds here. Or remember the Soniqs is able to pull a fast one on them, establish a flank position. They got quite a few of them. That has led to quite a few difficulties, but as you can see from the scoreline though, overall, DarkZero has still been re-maintaining that control and taking the large majority of rounds here, boosted by the fact that once again they've gotten the opening kill in every single round so far, except for the first one. So really good stuff across the board on DZ, just showing us that slow, methodical play and how it can dominate, much like we've seen quite often in the past for this squad.
As you can see our lovely observer pointing out, nobody is home so far on the Soniqs, so that will change momentarily. Finally, Gunnar drops down, realizes, hey, 5's on the side. Borders, I mean,
might help.
Border's a little big, but it's not that big.
We saw that one execute last week. I forget who it was, but someone walked directly into vents and just got a free plan off of it.
I think that was OXG, I believe.
Yeah.
He walked straight on in. Shout out to Dream. Nice guy. Definitely would be, if you were to make a roster of nicest guys in Rainbow Six, he'd be candidate #1.
Great fragger last week, too. At least
That's
first
true.
game.
Dream had a great debut
game to start the season off.
So a double shout out to Dream, actually. Nice guy out of game, great player in game. what's not to love? He's almost the dream player, some might say. But as we move on events, a minute into the round, and DarkZero aren't changing things up too much. They'll open up an angle watching the 90 walk up the top of metal stairs, and they'll likely try to pivot for some armory control as well, because they like to give new looks, and I do appreciate that, but still applying some pressure to armory in this early round, with so much damage done already, definitely really make things that much sweeter for DarkZero, but killing Gunnar by just walking into main door, I mean, that's already pretty sweet.
Yep, right there once again. Unfortunately, that main door has become a bit of a problem for quite a few defenders. That is not expecting pressure early enough, or just not having the intel to suspect that there would be some pressure coming from that angle, that portion of the round. We've seen that trip up, obviously, not only the Soniqs here in this specific round with Gunnar going down early, but it's happening quite a few of our other matches too. Geo going to be able to quickly route back over to the hatch though, and reboost Citizen for the damage that he had taken earlier on in the round as well. So one down, but at least again, they're not going to be suffering from a second player at detrimental HP.
Yeah, Citizen also backing off of Passport as well. If DarkZero wanted to, they could move to more of a vents focused plan as well. That seems to be what they might have been going for by so much main door pressure early on, but Citizen is now backed off from Passport, has pulled back into the site. Armory with a minute left is still firmly in the hands of the defense, but with nobody pressuring from that south stair or that south angle on the defense, DarkZero might have what they need to push in through main door and go to vents. As long as they have the angles with Panbazoo watching the flank, this could be round 5 for DarkZero.
Their drones have already been able to penetrate deep into the site as well, so they know for a fact that nobody's really home for the most part, save for 1 or 2 players on the back end of it, and of course the upstairs roam itself. Rexen so far holding the line alongside Geo 2, preventing the additional pressure from working its way in, but the plant goes down regardless in that same position due to the front door walk-in. Nicely played from DZ, but now they've got to deal with some of this utility coming back out at them as well here. Both Nitros go off, but only one of them sings. MJR able to respond to Grixer's position and take him down outright just after he'd thrown that Nitro out from one of the upstairs windows. Givani with some good composure here, catches the jump from Geo and is able to knock him down too, putting the defenders down. Only 2 on this retake. Rexen once again making the big impact here as he retakes control of the immediate area surrounding the diffuser, but he still has pressure on the main door. He's gonna push it though, and he picks up a 3rd kill in the round by doing so. Still has some support from up on top, but now the drop down has occurred. Actually, Givani trying to shut this one down on his own. He's not able to locate Rexen in the midst of the counter defuse. The Soniqs sneak it off, and they're able to steal the round right out of the hands of DZ.
I guess my boy was out of AK-12 ammo. I guess switching to your secondary is often faster than reloading. Unfortunately here, Givani a little too slow on the draw to save round number 5. I mean, DZ still have the lead, thankfully. You can see Gavini's in good spirits about it. Drinks his water bottle, pretend like nothing happened. Just move on to the next one. You get yourself an even happen.
He needs to whistle a little bit there too. That really fit the mood right now.
Like, whoa, guys, can you believe that?
Yeah, see, that was crazy. What happened there?
Got the counter defuse. I mean, could have thought. I mean, it happens right there. Definitely unlucky. DarkZero again going for the bare minimum control they needed. Panbazoo realizes that Vents is free, or realizes the whole side is free, to be perfectly frank with you. Moves on in, and DarkZero able to get that bomb down, but really got to hand it to Soniqs playing in that post plant, because DZ had some very hard positions to deal with. Through an NJR up on the van, Canadian all the way outside of main door. But Rexen, he takes the fights one-on-one as he needs to, does not waste any time getting into position, and that's why Rexen is one of the best players on the Soniqs. Somebody who does not stall for time and can think quick on their feet and take the fights that he needs to and win them. Just very well played post plan from the individual players on the Soniqs.
That does show us as well kind of the other side of the coin when you do try to force the issue without clearing the upstairs hold. We talked about that earlier on in the last round, how OXG pulled that off last week and had quite a bit of success doing so actually, but now we see DarkZero do it. Unfortunately, things just don't really work out, in part because of the instability that was coming from those roaming players upstairs that was never dealt with before the plan had gone down.
So we'll see if DarkZero maybe decide in the final round of the attack, and certainly be the only time they would employ the strategy. Maybe they will go for that full clear, really try to force the defense back instead of maybe it happening just by coincidence, just incidentally. Maybe they will try to fully clear them out with utility, with positioning, or if they'll go with the plan that so far has got them 3 rounds on attack and potentially 4 if Gavini was able to be a little better with the pistol accuracy. We see Panbazoo working into the same position he did before, lurking inside a Passport. Very nice position to control. You establish some early presence inside of Courtyard, and with Panbazoo playing here, I'd imagine DarkZero are looking in the late round to push from that same spot, which is what they wanted to do on the previous Teller's attack.
Things moving quite slowly because of that overall strategy from DZ, such as the passport push right now. Upstairs roam is well on its way, though, because they've already cleared out the inside of CCTV and are just setting up some angles on 90 in case Soniqs attempt to get a little bit more aggressive from the inside of their office hold. Not going to see that, though. They are, once again, locking themselves in that bunker. They have the positioning, so they absolutely want to use it, even though they, once again, have not always come out with the best of results from it. It still oftentimes is the best way to proceed here. Rexit, in the meanwhile, of course, has the player on the inside of Passport somewhat contained for the time being, and there's some additional crossfire that could come from Citizen, as we just noted here, too. We still have soft panels going into Passport itself. Not the greatest amount of intel as to where exactly that member of DZ is executing from, and we've got some activity going on upstairs, too, as DZ, with that control of CCTV, are going to begin the pinch on Office.
Ooh, but Gavini, the first one down. Grixer will fall off as a result. Oh, so many players from DarkZero fall off the board in a matter of seconds. In a blink of an eye, DarkZero's chances at gaining a lead on this half have completely vanished into thin air. Achieve the only one left from this ill-fated attack. Does spot one. He'll be spotted by the alibi, but that will just reveal the Soniqs. Oh, the player who just killed Geo? Well, we know exactly where he is now. He's made his way onto the top floor, and Soniqs only 45 seconds left. I mean, you want to get that 3-3 half. You don't want to give Achieve to potentially biblical history-making, at least, well, history for the stage so far, 1v5. So likely just play together on the site, make sure they don't have a peek.
Big props again for Soniqs for being able to control the situation, especially upstairs. Achieve, though, still might make a bid for this clutch as he finds one more. It'll be a 1v4, actually 1v5, I believe, if he's able to pull it off completely outright. 2 targets already knocked out. Let's make it 3, but okay. Thankfully, he's got some team support this time as that third player ends up going down. A little LOL in the chat as well. So take a little hairy there for a second until finally we saw that bait trade come in to finally shut down the clutch attempt. Although very valid attempt coming in from Achieve to bring it down to, I believe, just 2 players left before he was finally dealt with.
It was a little worrying, but Soniqs got the W, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. So at the end of the day, a 3-3 half for both teams. SQ able to win that first Teller's attack, well, win both Teller's defenses through very different means. One by just stopping DZ's execute as they went in for the plant. The other one killing them at the beginning of the round. Or, well, at least at the beginning of the round between the two teams. Because DarkZero spent about 45 seconds getting in. Then once the real round began, Soniqs completely shut them down. They also got the defuse on vents. We don't need to talk about that. We all remember it. So overall, a decent half between these two teams. What you'd hope for a 3-3 half. Not something that was a little weird that you'd have to then explain how it's a 3-3 half, but it's not actually a 3-3 half. As DarkZero moved to their defenses and Border tending, well, it kind of shifts back and forth, whether it's attacker-sided or defender-sided. But I would even say, let's see if DarkZero win this round or Soniqs win this round. Let's just see how this round plays out before we make any predictions.
DarkZero going to go for not necessarily the expected site to start things out, but still a relatively safe choice as far as the defense is concerned. Just wanting to be able to give their defenders a little bit more capability to spread out and have free roam capabilities over the maps. They'll go downstairs instead. Things don't go too well on that extension upstairs. They can just fall back through the vents. The hatch itself to be able to keep themselves safe in a late round hold here. So let's see how that strategy plays out from the Sonic content, gaining most of their own prowess in that previous half by waiting for DarkZero to commit themselves to the inside and using that chaos, of course, to get one above DarkZero, whether it's pulling off a flank or just an unexpected swing. Something along that nature is how they were often able to bring themselves back into those rounds when DZ was quite often picking up the opening kill and kind of dictating the pace of play.
2 players inside of Customs right now. We've got Canadian on the pulse, where you'd expect, but Gavini aiding him on the Capcan, as Canadian's almost like Intel gathering Clash when he's got his gadget. No gun up, can't shoot back. Somebody's got to make sure that he's not just completely getting decimated, though definitely does not offer the same protection as Clash, which is why Gavini very much needs to be in this position. Canadian should not be left alone on an island. Might just spot the player moving quickly into jail as Rexon on the buck with a barricade in his way cannot just immediately move in and secure control of this western part of the map. But Soniqs instead have just moved on in. Remember how we talking about that quick OXG plant and vent? Well, somebody was taking notes, and I'm not just talking about Soniqs. NJR shuts that down very quickly, but it's still DarkZero in the 2v4.
DarkZero prevents disaster and is able to avert that direct plant. Big issue now for the Soniqs, but thankfully it's going to turn into a relatively small issue when everything is said and done. The trade still heavily favoring them. Obviously, with it being down to a 4v1, everything falls to Achieve to this point. Gets the yellow ping, but it's a little bit too late on the intel, unfortunately, at least the follow-up for that intel. We'll try to chuck the nitro up, but it misses by a long shot. Gunner now re-attempting the plant. This one should go off without too much of an issue, though here comes Achieve with the potential movement. Now he's completely missed the player on metal stairs, though, so Grixer gets away with that one. And the Soniqs will shut down their first round on the attack.
And lull times, too, from Grixer. Got to be careful you don't do it 3 times. We'll start kind of killing the bit at that point. It'll lose its luster. But this has a game so far that's been very much dictated by the attacks. The defense has their setup. Neither team has been getting too particularly in the face of the attack. There's been some monumental frag fest on the defense. It's been when the attack, as in round number 6, started pushing into their setup. And that round was very similar. We see SQ make the same recognition that we talked about OXG did last week. They realize that Vents is free. They're able to hold the angles they need to, put just some very loose pressure inside a passport, some very loose control on the top floor, and then just move it for a very quick plant, take the defense off guard. Job done. Bob's your uncle. You've got the round. Excellent call by Soniqs. Excellent read. And for DarkZero, only thing we can hope for is that watch the side a little bit more.
Thankfully, not going to have to worry about any, hopefully not worry about any direct plant angle coming in this time. The Soniqs really want to get spicy. They could, of course, try the window hop in for this one, but
they don't have the lineup for it.
Yeah, not going to be working too well for that one.
Unless a lot of things change really quickly.
10 seconds remaining.
Not going to end up seeing that happen, though. Even though we do have a few repicks, it's just to the Brava as well as the Buck and the Astronaut. A little bit more soft reach into this one, so not going to be seeing that direct play come through. Expect a much more normal execute to come out for the Soniqs this time, as they will have to clear the upstairs positions from DZ. As you can see them setting up for that now. They're going to hunker down on the inside of the Fountain as well as Archives area, as we've oftentimes seen the Soniqs do on their own Teller's Hold.
Pamazoo playing aggressively inside of CCTV, achieved aiding him in break room. Like to see this level of control, but because it is that Teller's Bathroom defense, DarkZero likely can't commit to this for the entire round. That would very much spread the defense too thin. Pamazoo will likely have to rotate back later on, join the defense inside of Archives, while maybe the rest will retreat back downstairs. And Soniqs are also looking to begin their attack on this east side. There are a lot of castle barricades. This was an operator that Soniqs did not bring on their Teller's Bathroom defenses. This will make things a little bit more problematic for Soniqs as they move in through the mouth. They'll have to use some of that utility to destroy the castle barricades. The east stairs push will at least be delayed for about 5 to 10 seconds, but maybe not enough to matter in the grand scheme of things. But it does indicate that DarkZero placing a lot more utility on this part of the map that Soniqs were, and it also allows a lot more rotations, such as with that castle barricade inside of 90 that you just saw. That'll make things easier for the CCTV and break players to rotate back to Office and Archives.
Things continuing to evolve a little bit slowly this time. Both teams exercising a little bit more restraint, most notably for the Soniqs. Like a slower path as they don't have that direct access point as we've seen on the previous site. Away from that, though, still able to isolate out a few different members of DZ, but DZ continues to hold the line here, not giving up any huge amount of positioning just yet, although we are more than likely going to see the upstairs office hold give way sooner rather than later, as it's really just fallen all to NJR to continue to maintain this with just soft breaches supporting him. So it's all a matter of time for him. When does he feel he's wasted out enough of the bank to fall back and allow Soniqs to use the rest of that remaining time to actually execute into the site? Now, of course, we still have the players over here inside a break room too, so there's actually a bit more complexity to this clear than I was initially expecting, and even worse, members of DZ, or rather the Soniqs, walking directly into that setup, none the wiser to the more aggressively set up players on the defensive end of it.
Erickson caught lurking across the property line, unfortunately. HOA had to get on that one real quick, and JR shuts it down. But now Geo, once again, going for the plant. Where's the coverage? Where's the people? There's Canadian with the C4. All good. Don't worry about it, John.
Even better again now. Once again, Case is down, locked in the site. There's no easy way for the Soniqs to get that back. However, apparently it's easy for them to frag their way into it. Grixer with 1, Gunnar grabs 2. Where is the defensive setup now all of a sudden? The utility perfectly positioned to deny that lone solo plant, but it seems like they let their guard down completely afterwards. And Panba, what just happened? Rexy even goes OMG in the chat because he should not be alive right now. Gunnar at least should not be alive right now. Canadian suddenly left alone on the inside of the bathroom. He cannot really do much to stop this plant without risking his own life. He's going to do so anyway, and as such, Rexon walks forward, picks up the last kill, and it's a relatively easy one for the Soniqs, all things considered.
We don't have time to unpack all of that.
It's quite a bit to unpack, too, unfortunately.
There's a lot there. 5-3 now, Soniqs. Pambazoo, unfortunately, goes in for the 1, goes in for the 2nd. Neither works. He ends up dying on the retake. Unlucky. But what we should focus on is SQ's positioning. That's what we should focus on, because as you pointed out, Geo goes in for a plant, and I'm sitting here like, oh my god, another ninja plant. Oh no. But then Canadian C4s seems like it's all done. And then I'm like, oh no, DZ won the round. And then SQ because DarkZero now rotating, they're going to focus on that east part of the map. SQ say, okay, well, that didn't work. Let's rapidly move, rapidly rotate, take control of that part of the map. It's the same philosophy that got them that retake all the way back on Vents. The best part about these players, when SQ are at their best, is not when they're overthinking things, not when they're trying to be a team like DarkZero, SSG. It's when these players who are so mechanically gifted, whose game sense is so strong, are just allowed to make plays in a split second, with thinking a little bit, but then acting a lot. That's what got them that defense all the way back on Vents, and it's what got them that 5-3 lead and what got them that round we just saw on Tellers.
All right, so DZ back into the heat of things now that you take somewhat of an expected time out, given how loopy things have gotten for them over the past 2 rounds, just on the fundamental side. So need to reset the mental real quick here alongside refocusing their strategy. So they're going to call for that pause and end up back on the Vent site. When they initially started this half out on, once again, were unable to actually find success in defending it because of the walk-in plant from the Soniqs there. We'll see if they're able to attempt something like that again, or if the Soniqs will go for a more traditional clear in hopes of taking more solid control this time to lock in the round before they get that plant.
Now I'm just looking at if Soniqs can win this round. If they can get match point, they'll be beating a lot of the allegations that have been hurled against them over the past few days. Oh.
And again, like, we know the composure's there for DarkZero. Like, they're having great success in the early round. They picked up the opening kill going into the second half most of the rounds as well. So they seem to have good composure for that earlier, but just something falls by the wayside, either informationally or strategically. Once we get to that mid-round, it's kind of the wild card capability from the Soniqs that's constantly throwing DZ off.
And it's nice to see Rexon show up as well, who's been, going into the day, the second lowest rated player on SQ, now 11-5, not having the most success in the early round, which is what he's known for, but still putting up a really good performance in the server, the top rated player so far. Gunnar also, especially in the mid round, just 1 round to go, we're getting a double kill to start bringing that back. We're seeing a lot of really good individual performances from SQ, which over the past few games, we've seen Gunnar show up, maybe Grixer show up, but it's not been a lot. Unfortunately here, Citizen, a player who, as Demo pointed out earlier, has definitely left a lot to be desired. He'll be the first taken off the board in this round. 1 set of nades gone. You still have Gunnar's 1 remaining grenade in pocket, but as I mentioned earlier, the opening kills on border can be very problematic, because now Soniqs, who have not secured a lot of map control, now have to go into either securing CCTV or securing office and archives, down a man. And so while CCTV might be free for the moment, once maybe Panbazoo rotates out, how do you then push into the bulk of the defense when you're down a man?
Soniqs playing with a lot of intel at this minute-and-a-half marker too. If you've noticed what the Bravo's been able to acquire, it's already been able to steal, I believe it was a Valkyrie camera. Yeah, we've got Achieved on it right now. So there was a Valkyrie cam stolen, I believe, over towards jail. And then, of course, as we just saw on camera, there was this bulletproof that our observer is showing right now as well on the inside of the actual site. So there's quite a bit of capability for the Soniqs, as you're seeing now, for them to be able to execute in through Passport, then move themselves deeper into the actual site off of that intel. Great usage of that new operator here. We just have to see if it all comes to blows now when they get themselves into the site itself, as they don't have a lot of actual player intel just yet, because DZ is holding themselves very far back in terms of their own personal setup right now.
Somebody needs to deal with NJR on this angle. Not only is he still watching the exit from Visa, he still can shut down that lane on bottom metal. A second for NJR now, as Grixer pushes into the site. Him and Geo, the only duo left, make that a 1v5. Geo has the diffuser, but not a hope in the world at clutching this one. There's only 39 seconds left. All of DarkZero remain in their positions. They have secured the vertical control. They still have a hold on the horizontal, and Geo has decided to stake his fate. I was gonna say on vent window. Now it might be something else.
Geo backing up. Could be once again having his teammates feed him a little bit more drip intel, because they have a few of those stolen pieces of utility, I imagine, camera specifically, deeper into the site. But ultimately, this is probably going to get down to a slight tack pause here for Geo and the rest of the Soniqs, just giving him a few seconds to stand back, and it's not even looking like he's going to make a bid for it, but everything is said and done. So yeah, just giving the IGL a little bit more time to chat about what specifically went wrong in that round. They don't necessarily waste the pause for, although they might chain this together into that pause as well. DZ obviously ultimately wins this one as the timer runs down.
First defensive round for DarkZero on the board as well, and a very dominant one throughout. Didn't see a lot of the mid-round adaptation from Soniqs, mostly because there wasn't really a mid-round that they ever got to adapt, unfortunately. DarkZero had their setup. They were never really pressured all that much. As you saw, Panbazoo never even really rotated out of CCTV. They didn't feel the pressure or feel the need or the exigency to rotate out of there and then move back towards the site. The moment Soniqs tried to collide into it, they immediately fell, and that's part of the problem with losing Citizen early. You got to cobble something together, and maybe you can play the trades, but if the gunfights don't go your way, and in that round, as we saw, not a single gunfight went their way, DarkZero able to claw it back. But Soniqs still have that 1-round lead. They will drop Vents, which is the round they won initially, but now we'll go to Armory, which so far, I believe, John, has not been played by DarkZero.
Yep, this will be the first time they go to it, as they attempted the Vents site twice, and obviously went to Tellers back in the second round for this half, so they'll be making a trip upstairs for the first time, and we'll see how it goes for them. Soniqs as well may have just been feeling a little bit of a false sense of security in their ability to push based off of the Brava intel they stole in the mid-round on that previous round. From the drone count, they only actually used about half of their drones before going for the execute there, so a good possibility they might have just felt that it was a little bit more open on the site than it actually was, and that could be a good part of the reason why things fell apart pretty quickly once they set foot into the site. And that's credit once again to DarkZero's setup for being able to mask things so nicely until NJR, of course, comes alive on that East main kill to start it off.
Hopefully for Soniqs here, see them start to apply a little bit more decisive pressure in that early round, as both teams have definitely had a quiet early round for about the first 45 seconds to a minute. And with Soniqs and the mechanical skill and the caliber of player that they have on their roster, I want them to see whether they take CCTV, whether they take East Stairs. I want to see them apply a little bit more pressure and aggression quickly into the round. Because we see Panmazoo's feeling it. We see Panmazoo wants to get into the fray. He sees that rappel on the building and he's saying, maybe this is my freebie, maybe this is my one. And indeed it is, because the aggression and the risk pays off. He's killed the hard breacher now. Ace off the board. What else does SQ have to open up these walls? Not a damn thing.
No follow-up there, so gonna have to find another way to force their way into the site, whether that'll be a spread out from East Main, trying to capture as much territory as possible from there, or another strategy. We still have to wait and see. Soniqs setting up a lot around CCTV right now to at least steal away the Oryx's position. But as he mentioned, already one kill being taken by Panba in the process of this setup here. Could very well get away with another one, but the nade pressure starting to come in from down below. Already knocked out a little under half of his HP on the first nade. Second one way off point, though, at least in terms of where it's currently being thrown, and yep, throwing it underneath of the window. Does allow for a little bit more security on the cross more than anything else here, so this may be a later play. However, once again, the impact being made now by NJR, who finds a second pickup for DZ. This one does not go unresponded to, though. There's a different fight that happens, and Grixer is able to knock out Canadian from that one, eliminating the pulse intel that was coming in from down below, and now Citizen evens the numbers back out by finally grabbing Achieved.
All right, we've taken down some of those lurkers, taken down two of the C4s that DarkZero had. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we've got something here that maybe we can work with. DarkZero are solid in the site. They are not moving from this unless some player sees an opportunity to flank out and then takes it. The east side is a little bit empty right now from Soniqs, so if Panmazoo or NJR maybe wants to rotate over in the late round, once Soniqs go for their execute, that might be a part of the map they could make something work from. Cut off that angle inside of 90, flank up by Metal, and make something work. Ooh, but a nade from Grixer. He sticks with it, cuts down Panmazoo. Now, even if DarkZero go for that flank and Gavini does get that kill, now Soniqs might have something more decisive as they've cut down the defenders to one on each site.
Soniqs continuing to wait for an opportunity to work their way back in, but they don't have much time left in the pool here. 15 seconds to go. Citizen takes the first steps forward in the small office here. Has that teammate support ready to go, but they want to open up an alternate path instead by breaching through on the soft side of things so they can move together. Citizen taking far too much damage on the way in, and you can see the same thing for Grixer as DZ shut it down. Far too obvious of a play working itself in from the west side. As a result of that, it's another round on the board for DZ to bring this one back.
Gotta hand it to Gavini there. Getting that kill with only 5 people on the board, combined between two teams, made it a lot harder for Soniqs to push on in. They were able to push through Armory Wall, and maybe if the player in Sandwich got a little more aggressive, they could play the trade and play that to a 1v1. But Gavini making that kill nullified the one big advantage Soniqs had going into those final seconds of the round. And then at that point, it was all a matter of who's peeking, who's not peeking between DarkZero and Soniqs. And the defense doesn't peak to the degree you want it to. It's going to be very difficult for the attack to win. But again, to go back to what I said at the beginning of the round, Soniqs, throughout this league so far, in every single play day, it seems no matter the map, the heart and the grit that this team had doesn't seem to be there to the same degree that it was. They're able to claw a lot of rounds together, and they are playing a very close game. And I want to acknowledge that it's still 5-5 against definitely one of the better teams in the league right now after Soniqs have struggled to really pull some wins together, pull some convincing games together. I want to acknowledge that, and I want to validate that. But Soniqs, they're letting teams, DZ in this case, get very aggressive on them, take very aggressive fights inside of CCTV, and they struggle to answer it in the early round. Then they make a good adaptation in the mid round, but because they're going down into these deficits, whether it be against Beastcoast last week or DZ today, it's making the teams they're going against a lot easier when the type of players that are on this roster, Rexen, Grixer, Gunnar, Citizen for Christ's sakes, these games, even if they're losing them, it feels like they should be a little bit more of an active participant.
Well, the Soniqs will try to find a way back into the lead here now as they have been tied up. And DZ as well, starting to look better and better as the rounds go by, presenting issues for the Soniqs. So once again, they continue to thrive in the more chaotic situations with some of the defensive end of it, while struggling to keep that same composure on the attack as DZ seems to control the large majority of the pacing so far for these defensive rounds. However, as we've already seen, the first two ending up in the hands of the Soniqs when everything is said and done. So still able to maintain initial control, but they need to exercise that a bit further here by being first onto the board with that map and match point at 6 that guarantee themselves at least the 1 point from this game. Otherwise, DZ, having set themselves up over the past 2 and looking quite dominant inside of them, could be on a run to end this one 7-5 outright.
And for DZ as well, this will be a big recovery from their dominant loss to OXG last week. They're able to get up a convincing win, even well, very close win over the Soniqs, but a win nonetheless in regulation. That'll not only make that loss very much reduce in perspective, and also get themselves a nice clean 3 points after today's series. The same duo that we've seen inside of CCTV and Break remains. Pambazoo and Achieved. The former in CCTV, the latter playing over by Break, will remain. This is where things could change for Soniqs. We see someone at the CCTV door waiting to push in. Do they know about Achieved? Is Gunnar just going to push in? Is he playing passively on the angle? But at least we see Soniqs trying to deal with this problem very early on and not letting it fester. That's what I like to see.
Trying to isolate out those positions on the inside of CCTV now, but once again, no pressure follow-through has worked out just yet, and ultimately it seems like they're backing away from that, giving the respect over to DZ, maybe recentering the majority of their own player base at a different part of the map, as we can see a bit more pressure building up through East Main, but obviously quite a bit of defensive prowess has been centered for DarkZero there as well, between the 2+ players that are going to be defending the East Main doorway, and as well, the easy rotates that could work their way over towards Archives if Citizen decides to pressure in from his perspective.
And JR, there we go, spots Geo again. Geo has been a fiend for these opening duels going into today. 0-5 on the day, and now he's added 2 to that roster, unfortunately. And JR, definitely a fiend for opening kills as well. A 2K in round 11. Both Gunnar and Geo now fall off the board. It's going to fall to the 3 biggest playmakers on the Soniqs to bring this one back and maybe, just maybe, secure a match point if they can.
Still a minute to go, and in fact, that's going to be almost every single drone now used up by the Sonic side. The one we just saw on camera is the last one they have in the arsenal right now. So really scrapping for intel here, considering they haven't even made the transition downstairs yet. But thankfully, they're going to find solid footing in the form of frags. Rexen picks up a kill against Achieved here. Another one potentially going to be found by Grixer as he just bullies his way to the inside of the site. Rest of his team rushing to join him, but this is a sudden play, so they're not necessarily ready to group up with their teammate that has suddenly taken full control of the site. Gavini's going to spot at least part of this rotate downstairs and execute upon it, as he's able to find Citizen and now set himself up to stop the push into Passport as well if he spots it in time. Grixer, though, still in the midst of Tellers itself, but the timing works out for him as he spots out Grixer first on the rotate. Rexen is all that remains now inside of the 1v3, and his entrance is prompted quite obviously by the beepers, so DZ shut that one down as well to secure round 6 first.
It's again another mid-round where Soniqs comes so close to success, where Grixer or Rexen, but Grixer in this case, is able to find his way into the site and hollow it out from the inside, while Rexen is also able to get a kill on East Stairs. This has been successful for Soniqs multiple times throughout this map, and in this round, they came very close to success. But again, they are suffering so much in the early round, only winning, if I'm correct, they won 2 opening duels in the last round of the attack, or last round of their defense, first round of the attack, able to win one in the early round as well, but since then, it is all coming up DarkZero in these early rounds. So your mid-round can be great. And trust me, it's great as an understatement for what Soniqs can achieve when you let Grixer just move into the site like we just saw. But DZ are still holding on to this early round, and it is making the difference. And even though it's close, it is inching them closer and closer to victory, whereas now they are 1 round away from getting these 3 points.
Soniqs have tried to force the issue here 2 times on the Vents plant, as we've gone back to this one already now in those previous 2 attempts, and it's been a 1-1 record for both tries. The first one ending up in their palms, but DarkZero responded in kind on the retry later on in the half and was able to take it for themselves. This is the first time DarkZero going to return to a successful site on this defensive end, and we're going to have to see if the Soniqs will fall back on a more traditional execute strategy, once again relying upon clearing out those extensions, which they've struggled to do so far, or are they going to try to force the issue, as we've seen in the previous 2 attempts, and just go right for a plant somewhere inside events.
If they do find that opportunity and they force the issue, even if it's luck, just 1 round, and they'll be able to secure overtime. Soniqs can surely do that. They are surely a team skilled enough to get that 1 round. An adjustment I also want to point out. Gunnar is now going to the Nook. He's been playing operators like Sledge, like Nomad. He's the 2nd support for SQ, and now he's moved to that Nook! And on round 12, finally, somebody domes Panbazoo in CCTV, and that forefront position of DarkZero's defense is gone. A Canadian will rotate into that spot, John, and he will retake that position. But now SQ have an opening advantage that they have lacked for the majority of this game.
First time in 5 rounds, in fact, that Soniqs going to find that opening kill. No response to it immediately, although we are going to see a 1-1 trade go off. The rappel as well will net them even another one as Gavini gets unlucky, just barely in the vision of Geo there. Geo, strong as he is, captures it with that slight opportunity, knocks down another member of DZ. Suddenly, the entire defense falls to just 2 players, achieved in Canadian, still with over half the round to play out as well. The Soniqs only down 1 in the form of Gunnar via that opening trade as the action started there.
An avalanche for Soniqs in the first minute of round 12. Canadians spotted inside of the site, and SQ are looking to rotate for this plant inside events. Canadian is pre-placed to C4, likely have a black guy on that position. Achieved has a C4 in his pocket as well. If SQ go for the plant, Achieved might be off the site, so we're looking to Canadian, but they still could deny this plant with secondary utility. But Achieved, he still has pressure on that top floor. Only 1 inside of Armory. SQ have plenty of time to drone, but if Achieved can retake this, it could still be regulation for DZ.
Defender is exposed.
Retake coming back in here now for Achieved. He's not going to be able to stop the plant outright from going down, and he's got to watch out for the other player trying to lurk back in from Archive side. Won't spot it, so Rexon gets a clean take of upstairs. This is now solid post-plant positioning established, and overtime triggered by the attacking side as members of the Soniqs bring it back from the brink and trigger 3 additional rounds to find the true winner in this match.
Excellent early on, just beautiful play early on from the Soniqs, able to finally find an angle on Panbazoo, take him down, and that forces DZ onto the back foot, of course, but also to rotate their positions, to start moving players around, readjusting how they were going to play this. And that is finally what Soniqs have needed to get a very decisive win on their attack. They're able to get a very sneaky plant early on inside events, able to make it work all the way back at the beginning of the attack, or at least almost get a plant down, but still win the round as a result. But since then, it's been, a rotation in the mid-round. We came close, but not quite enough. Now, finally, after round 12, we have an attack that looked excellent, and they can go back to their defenses. They've seen what DarkZero have to offer. It's a 3-3 half between both teams. Neither has the advantage of one side or the other. But Soniqs know what DarkZero do. They know they don't try to take control of the whole map. If they're able to read into where DarkZero are playing and where they want to take control of, rotate those players and rotate a lot of players over there and just completely stop them in that one little part of the map.
Soniqs wound up with a good chance to close this one down too, at least as far as the first round is concerned, as they return to a site they played 2 times during regulation and won at both of the attempts. So going to be looking to make that 3 for 3 now as they move into overtime. But DarkZero, of course, has had their own opportunities to adjust to this one, and they're going to hopefully recognize their mistakes from those previous 2 attempts now and be able to recenter themselves, bringing a little bit of a different flair into the fold. Actually, it's pretty similar now that I'm getting a better look at things to try and execute into this one. The Nook is going to be brought back into it for Panda, but unfortunately already losing 1 player in the opening seconds of the round. It's Gunnar that strikes first here and knocks out NJR before he even gets close to the building.
Gunnar not letting his role on the Echo define what he can do in the first 45 seconds. It's not a hard breacher off the board, but it's still one of the best players in the league at the moment, one of the best players on DarkZero. The Pamazoo can't be counted out. This Nook has been hit or miss for a good part of the game, but they have intel on Citizen, and he looks the wrong way. 4-4 now in man count between DarkZero and Soniqs, and they've acquired control of Vents, which is directly next to Tellers and Bathroom. A very vital piece of control held for DarkZero, but there's still no control established on the top floor. It's very useful, and they'll likely be able to keep it for the remainder of the round, but they still need either to take out a player or apply some pressure on this top floor before they can start moving into courtyard.
Geo has made sure that things are doubly reinforced here on the inside of this extension as well, with the Electric Claws reinforcing the descent through the hatch as well as the main wall coming from the top of the metal stairs into Fountain there. Will not really leave an open access point for DarkZero, as they don't have a capability to work past that. So instead, they work their way down on the first floor instead, and are going to attempt to go for a little bit of pressure on East Main.
Ooh, one problem, and it's only compounded by Rexen getting that kill. 3 drones left for DarkZero and a minute 20 to go. Regaining this man advantage, especially if it's on the top floor, is going to be a lot more problematic, and right now, that's where Pamazoo and Achieved are pushing from.
Panda continues to work his way forward here, looking for an angle to wing this nade in and hopefully get a little bit of damage onto the setup on the inside of Office, but won't be able to find it so easily just yet. Goes a little bit too deep, so no real damage connecting onto the Soniqs. Panda tries to force the issue, but there's a pre-fire angle set up against him, so he forced right back. Now a little bit lower HP as well here. 53 seconds to go. Grixer ready for the re-challenge from Panda. Shuts him down, brings the attack down to only 2, as Canadian sneaks up over by Lobby and has a direct access point now through either of the Teller's windows, but doesn't necessarily have the confidence to go for it when you consider the crosses that are still established by Rexen and quite a few of the other members on the Soniqs and downstairs. You're going to have Canadians set up for hard breach here too, just to try and open up a little bit more of a difficult angle for the defenders to work through on their own POV, but still 2 kills needed for each of these attackers now if they want to make this play a success, and on top of that, still need to find some time to get the plant down onto the ground as well. There's the first one for Canadian, but unfortunately, he's lost Achieved on the trade. He goes down and is confirmed, leaving Canadian alone now inside of a 1v3. Doesn't even catch the other players, still hiding on the inside of the Vent side as well. So it'll get shut down, and the Soniqs will claim the opening round of overtime here, walking a 3-for-3 record on this site as well.
A beautiful attack followed by a beautiful defense. If Soniqs can just accomplish the hat trick, they'll win this game 8-6, which it seemed when DZ were up 6-5 was very possible, but still slightly slanted towards DarkZero, who will now have to win 2 rounds in a row if they want to secure not 3 like we thought earlier, but 2 points instead. If they lose, of course, only getting 1 singular point. Points are still nice. It's not 0, but only 1. For the performance both these teams are putting up, maybe some might say they deserve more, but it's all they'll come away with. Armory will be the site DarkZero go to for their 1 singular defense in overtime. Armory by SQ, or no, by DZ, excuse me. Armory by DZ was not their favorite site to go to. Definitely lean more towards Vents, definitely lean more towards Tellers, and maybe trying to catch them off guard, because this is the one site DarkZero did not lose at all, even though they only played it 1 singular time. So for DarkZero, this is likely what they're gambling on to be the main course of action. Also bringing the castle, something we've not seen, at least on Armory, many of these teams do. So DarkZero do it for Teller's Bathroom, but for Armory, we didn't see that.
Interesting the way they'll set this up as well, creating basically a tunnel, not only through East Main, but through the inside of Break Room also there, giving them that greater capability to rotate through it. So we'll have to see what this potentially leads to in terms of play potential for DZ once the Soniqs try to pressure those portions of the map.
Well, for Soniqs, I know what they have planned. You know what they have planned?
What's that?
We got a Ying, we got a Glaz, we have a Finka, we have a Montaigne.
This is going to be rough for DZ to potentially fend off if they all get in position.
Well, this is what teams will do. It's the one attack Soniqs have. They are on match point. It's a gamble, but if you lose, you have 1 more round to bring things back. Try to be decisive, and what this lineup indicates is a very quick, sudden plant inside of Archives. You all have seen it before. The Candelas go out, the Glaz holds an angle, the Monty goes on in, and if he's not planting, someone behind him will. That is what Soniqs are gambling. What will likely be the most impressive victory for them so far in the NAL, just based on the team they're playing against. That is what they're aiming for here in round 14.
Drones have started to flood in towards Archives to figure out if it is as open as it needs to be for them to attempt the dump and the follow-up plant through it. There is still going to be one element of this that may have not been properly checked for, and that'll be the player in the back corner of armory portion of this one, but there you go. You called it perfectly. The Candela is being dumped back in. We see the Valkyrie trying to push her own way forward to attempt to stop this play, but instead it goes the other direction. Gunnar pushes right through the smokes himself and claims not just 1, but 2 kills. Let's make it 3 as well. Achieve cannot contain it. So it's the Sonic shutting everything down. Gavini will get away with 1 exchange on the Nitro, but he is also already down for the count also here, leaving everything down to Panba. Now he makes a light flank in through East Main. They haven't necessarily spotted this outright. And even more so, the Sonics, believe it or not, actually haven't gotten the plant just yet, but it's not going to matter, as regardless, the Sonics have the counter angle to shut it all down when he completes the wrap, and they are very, very happy about the way they've won that one. The Sonics take control here now, 8-6, as they're going to be able to shut things down here against DarkZero.
I mean, what a 3-round recovery. They have a so-so game, so-so for their standards, I should say, throughout the majority of the match, and then round 12, round 13, round 14, beautiful play to end it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for this match. We've got a few more still to go, so stick with us when we come back in just a sec. We'll have your analysis desk ready to break things down.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host, Doa, along with Jesse and Demo, and I believe we have Rexon standing by from the victorious Team Sonic. Hey, Sonics, hey, congratulations on your win. I feel like it's been forever since we've gotten to talk to you. How you been? Glad to see you. How has the new stage of the new year been treating you? Obviously, things are maybe off to a little bit rockier start than you would hope on the team, but it does feel like things are kind of coming together. Where are you at on that one as far as like Sonics sort of gelling a little bit more, this iteration that existed at SI now coming into stage 1 of the 2023 season? Give us a state of the team in your opinion.
So obviously, starting off with a new stage and invite, we have not had the results we wanted, but the mistakes we were making are pretty minor. And so I'd say with more time, the 2-3 months will be a lot better. And obviously, it's not about how you start, how you finish. So we're hoping to try and get top 3, go into playoffs, and obviously make the major without having to go through a gauntlet of a qualifier.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Rexon, from kind of what we've seen for you guys, obviously, during this stage, it hasn't been really what we were expecting. You know, we have a lot of respect for you guys, you know, a lot of hopes and admirations that you guys are going to do really well. I mean, I thought that you guys were going to come in and be big contenders. You know, for us, it seems to be miscommunication more than anything. Would you say that's kind of a correct assumption that we have, is just the comms don't look as if they're flowing the way that they should be?
I would say that's definitely a big part of it. Is it's not necessarily like these teams are better than us. It's more so that we are our biggest enemy, and like communication's a very big one that we're still working on, and it'll never be perfect. But as long as we win the round, it's okay.
2 games today, right? The first one was maybe a little bit tougher. This one also, went the distance. What do you think the biggest kind of difference was between your 2 matches earlier today and now?
So our first match was M80. On Chalet, obviously, it's a lot harder to defend. It's a very attacker-sided map, and those guys are obviously a very good aggressive team. I think DZ, the way they play the game, is outdated, and I don't think that the players are as good as the ones on M80. So I think that was definitely a big portion of it. But other than that, it's like we played our first game, we got warmed up, and we came into, I think, a stronger map for us, and obviously we showed out.
All right. One more quick question before we let you go. I asked Foxay this earlier, and I want to get your take on the same kind of topic. How, to you, has sort of the texture of NAL changed between last year and this year, both in sort of the move from LAN to online, both in terms of like how the meta has evolved between stage 3 and now? Like, what's different for you this stage?
I think what's different for the NAL, besides online being atrocious, is that the players across the board are better. The teams are a lot more competitive. Like same with like Mirage and Parabellum, those players are still good and they still are competitive teams. And you can't, like last year, 2 years ago, it was like Beastcoast, Mirage, Parabellum, and like maybe one of the team were guaranteed freebies. So like the top 5 teams would always guarantee the major. Now, not so much. The players are better. And I mean, and as for the meta, it's very aggressive, very gunfight heavy.
All right. Very cool. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk with us here. Congrats again on the win, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
All right. Goodbye. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, there you go. Rexon from Soniqs, again, taking down DarkZero. It was a close affair pretty much all the way through, but let's dive right into the analysis. Jesse, you had one particular moment you really want to take a look at.
This one I thought we had to slow down. Call me a slow-mo guy because it's been actually insane how much I think we've needed. Just focus on the clock, right? This is round number 2. It's Rexon, the guy we were just talking about, up above, needs to deny this plant, obviously does so, and then just has to survive the round. But look at that clock. Half a second, 0.2, 0.1. He dies at like 0.05 to NJR, who rotated up metal stairs to find that pick. It was an incredible clutch to come back up in for DarkZero way back in round number 2.
Yeah.
Photo finish at the very last possible moment.
And there was like some talking going on between the 2 teams that we saw too. And I think there was definitely no love lost with some of those kills in some of those rounds. But you kind of love to see it sometimes. It's kind of fun.
For sure.
Let's take a look at the highlights from from that match. I thought this was going to be one of the closer ones today. It definitely did deliver, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a very slow border. I think just because DZ's on it. I don't think DZ... I wouldn't say that things have changed for them since Invitational. I still think quite weak on border. I think Rexon said that it does seem a bit outdated still. You're trying to play border with these slow attacks and the times when they kill you a couple of times. The echo was an issue for them, the information game, and Soniqs were able to capitalize on that. Soniqs, though, their kind of game plan, Jesse, was, oh, Gio, do you think you could maybe get the diffuser down? I'll try, I guess. And he goes in by himself.
Yeah, he was very solo.
And then he dies, and then it's just panic stations.
I think there's 2 players that I really want to credit with like pulling Soniqs through this game, having great rounds. First one is the man we just talked to, Rexon. We saw his slow-mo failed clutch at the very top of round 2, right? He went back to vents, and he played fantastically in the post-plant, round number 5. You might have seen a couple of clips from it. Continued to perform in the late round over and over again. Was really, really clutch after that round 2, which didn't quite go his way. So I thought that Rexon really stepped it up. And then the other player who kind of got better, I thought, as things went on, has to be Gunner. I felt like he was really over-aggressing sometimes on the defense, right? He had some swings that worked.
Doesn't look like an aggressive guy at all.
Really? I mean, sometimes I didn't love his decision-making. But late in the game, forcing it to overtime by stopping the spawn peak, right? Playing super well on the attack. I thought he was kind of that player that did get them the advantage more often than not. So I love seeing that from him. Thought he really did step up and bring us this game all the way to overtime.
I will say I do worry for Gio. Trio. Again, another bad performance. And again, I'm not trying to be hateful or cynical or anything like that, but again, we expect better from this guy. This guy's a world champion.
Yeah.
He is a world champion. It was only a year ago. I call him the White Walker because you can never kill him. He's looking like the White Walkers in
gotta do the
season 8.
knife flip thing.
It's a season 8 White Walkers. They're nothing. That's what it feels like. We need to get back to like season 2 White Walkers. That's what we need.
They ran out of book, I guess. I don't know. What could you say? But there you go. We've ran out of time to talk about that match. It was close, but eventually Soniqs did take the win. But we are not done yet here at the North America League. Oh, no. We have 2 more games yet to bring to you. The next one is going to be Beastcoast taking on Mirage. Beastcoast kind of becoming a bit of a sleeper hit, I would say, at this stage. Looking forward to seeing what they can do against a Mirage that, to be fair, has been struggling a bit. Let's see if they can bring it back right after this. Rainbow Six North America League is back. We've moved back to the desk for some hardcore, serious analysis with me, your host, Doa, Jesse J. Chick, and Demo, who, you know, I mean, I guess I can criticize him for having a short ID, but mine is actually 1 letter less, so I really have no ground to stand on, do I?
Harry Demo Dempster.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that here. We don't do that here.
We don't?
No.
I heard he hates rhyming. You hate rhyming, don't you?
I started rhyming one day. And
Tweet your best rhyme.
No comment.
What's your Twitter again?
No comment. Oh, don't worry about the Don't worry about that.
At Democasts.
He doesn't want to grow social media.
Somebody wants me to change my at to Demo on Desk,
which would be more
a certain
fitting.
EU person.
Sure,
would be more fitting.
I'll do it if you do it.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Anyway, tweet your greatest rhymes of all times. See it. They're at Demo. He loves rhymes. Anyway, you know what I love? Rainbow Six Esports. And that's a good thing because we've got Beastcoast versus Mirage coming up. And again, Beastcoast has been fun to watch this stage. The changes have seemed to work. They're getting the wins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mirage, the changes have not seemed to work. They are, unfortunately, not getting the wins. But maybe, just maybe, there is a shot to turn that around in this series. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Beast Coast earlier today, 7-1ing Parabellum. If you've forgotten, that was match number 1 of the day.
Yep.
They played really well second play day as well. Yeah. They haven't really skipped a beat since that very first play day.
Yeah. I think that Beastcoast, they've been the surprising team. I think Parker said the dark horse, and I would certainly say that that's probably the best way to fit in. Mirage, question mark still for me. I still don't know what the playstyle is. I still don't know what their main strength is. Mm-hmm. I'm really confused about this team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. I can't.
Let's talk about Yeti in particular. We were looking at some stats.
Yeah. I think Yeti has, he's just been struggling a lot, both on attack and defense. He's wanted to get into really important positions, but hasn't been able to, like, actually perform. I think his struggles on defense, like, he's trying to roam with Rampy. He's trying to be this kind of aggressive player alongside Rampy, and he's not really finding that trades when he needs to, right? Sometimes here, the other roamers will be too far off site. They're not able to come back and have an impact. And then even on attack, right? Like, we kind of talk about the roles. Is he in the right position, right? Is he not? Often he finds himself where he kind of needs to get that
He's first entry, isn't he?
Yeah. He needs to get like a follow through with a teammate, and it's just never happening there. So I would like to see maybe a more passive role from him, or maybe a more a role where he can just find some way to better work with his teammates, because it doesn't feel like that is going right for him at all right now.
If we're gonna get a silhouette for Yeti, we need a much more muscular one.
I was thinking the same. Right? I was like, who is that player? Do we actually know who that is?
It's who's that Pokemon? It's like I don't know if that's Yeti, because need a bit broader shoulders, bigger biceps, I think, larger lats.
Yeah.
Now I'm just alliterating at this point. Yeah, more prominent pecs. Can't really see that in silhouette that much unless it's
bulging biceps.
Yeah. Bulging biceps. Oh, there you go. Terrific triceps.
Oh my God, we gotta stop.
We could do this all night. It's like 2 a.m. right now. Anyway, time to move on. Do we have our map picks? I'm trying. We do. Okay, let's check it out. The map is going to be Chalet. All right, going once again, Mirage's pick, and they will be on offense as well.
Mirage as an organization have had a Rainbow Six team for 1,035 days, and in that time they have never won Chalet. Today may break the streak.
That is a stat.
I mean, you have to
That
remember,
is a stat.
it's not the same Mirage.
It is not.
You know, it's a cluster of people who we all have seen in different teams before, and they've all combined into Mirage. So surely you would expect they've got to have different ideas. And the thing is, for me, for a team which is so, like, just, like I said, a big clump of players getting pushed together, who actually calls, okay, what are we going to do? Because surely you would say that all these players from all these different teams have had different ways of how they've played Chalet. So who actually decides how they're going to play? Is that down to Drip? Is that his decision? Is it the IGL? That's a question I have, because I feel as though, like you said, with the kind of disjointed siege that we've seen from Mirage, that kind of seems quite prevalent that they don't really have the one plan.
Yeah, I am curious. I mean, hopefully we get a Mirage win. We can dig into that with the interview. We will see. Maybe we'll get that opportunity.
I do think that this is the best version of Mirage that we have seen in the North American League. This is a very important game for them as well. If they do not get a regulation win at best, their odds of top 6 are 19%. That's an overtime win for them. It could be as low as 8, depending on how poorly this game goes. So it is crucial that they get their first ever Chalet win today.
That's right. Got to get it going, and we got to get going over to the casters here to call this match. Is going to be Blue and Lynx once again. Take it away, guys.
Ourselves into yet another matchup here as we have Beastcoast up against Mirage. Beastcoast still looking to prove themselves as they are in the middle of the pack right now, currently positioned 6 in the league. Mirage down in the dumps. They've got to make some improvements. But Lynx, what do you got to say?
Time out. Still need to prove themselves. Still, Mr. B and the boys are in, if my eyes do not deceive me, 3rd place at the moment, which is approximately 5 places higher than some people behind the scenes believed that they would place in this round robin. And if they win a regulation victory today against Mirage, they will be in 2nd place, right under OXG, who many believe to be the best team in the league.
All right.
I just want to set the record straight.
Okay.
I just want to set the record straight.
Clearly I had it wrong, as Beastcoast once again have already proven themselves one of the top dogs right now. I'll just change the storyline completely inside of the NAL. That was a chest bump, in case anyone was wondering what that noise was there. Mirage in the meanwhile, though, definitely still with a bit more to prove here, as they've continued to struggle a little bit so far. At the start of the second week, we're going to have to see how they rebound more considerably, though, as it's time for a big matchup for them. Like we said, another new squad up against them in the form of Beastcoast, and we have to see, are they ready for that potential challenge?
Well, to the point you were making earlier as well, it was very much okay, 1, given past precedent, and 2, just given the rosters, who's going to be in that bottom 2 spot. Many believed it was either going to be some combination of Beastcoast, Mirage, and Parabellum. And it does still appear, with Parabellum performing below the rest of the pack, and Mirage obviously being the people in last place right now, it does appear that that still could be the case. But Beastcoast have very much impressed in how hard they have really gone in this league so far. And going into today, this could have been in an alternate universe, oh, well, who's gonna not be last out of this game? But this is Beastcoast. Hey, can we win regulation against Mirage and get 2nd place? Or for Mirage, can we turn this around against an ascendant team and sort of heat check them a little bit and show, hey, teams of, OXG lost to PB, Soniqs lost to, and SSG lost to Beastcoast. Hey, we can also show up and stop the show on game day.
So bans going forward, and the attacker is actually being quite interesting so far. Bravo being knocked out makes perfect sense to me when you consider how much capability she has to steal away the utility in the midst of the site. The Montaigne as well getting knocked out there also, alongside the Valkyrie now as move over to the defensive side.
Do you want to know why they banned the Monty?
Why is that?
Mr. B is a demon. I'm not joking.
With a shield?
I don't really get it. I don't entirely understand. Mr. B is probably one of the better shield players in North America, not just on Blitz, but also Montaigne. Not only in terms of how well he can play it, but also he just loves shields. And I imagine this is a map that Mirage likely do not want to deal with that on either. But we also see on the defender side of things as well, less interesting bans. Because we had Brava and Montaigne, super cool. Then we have Valk Solus, which we kind of expected. And that'll leave Azami as the remaining defender that Beastcoast will have to work with on their defenses. And sometimes, we'll see Valk unbanned and then not brought, or Solus unbanned and not brought. But Azami's in that sweet spot, where she's not like Valk, where she's been banned for like 3 years now and not a lot of teams play her, but not like Solus, where she's a little bit more situational. She's in that sweet spot where you can slot her in pretty much anywhere, especially on Chalet, and it can make sites like bar games a lot easier to defend.
Pretty much a solo defense-capable operator now when it comes to that upstairs library setup. So she's obviously going to have additional support inside of that area, but still gives Doc, who's going to be playing her on this round, that capability to extend up directly into it. And there'll be the extra bits of support that'll come into play as necessary.
Might have a rehost incoming. That's not my job to call it.
Remaining.
So it will have a rehost. So take a snapshot in your mind. What did you see? What have we seen? We see a Bar Games defense, see a little bit on the attack. But unfortunately, John, we've not seen much yet to talk about. We've at least seen the Azami.
True.
We have at least seen that the Azami will be brought. Normally the position that you see the Azami player play in this case, Doc, could be pulled a little bit back inside of Mezzanine or could be playing very aggressively inside a library. And as you characterized her, I feel like this position, more so than most Azami positions on other maps, really showcases how she is a solo defender. It's like library on bar and games are on chalet, CCTV on border. Those are the two main positions I think of where, like, yeah, Azami can actually literally just hold down an entire, like, quarter of a map. Like, an entire vector.
Like Geisha on Skyscraper a little bit too. It's probably another good spot where she can really take command there. So once again, quite a few areas there. But as you said, it's like kind of like few and far between right now where you really like or really want to bring her and absolutely slot her in over any other operator. For the most part, you can still get the job done with a combination of a few others. But that's the key point, is that once again, she takes up the place potentially what 2 to 3 other operators would take up in those positions, which is why she is so still desirable, even though she's been in the meta for, I think, just over a year now, in fact.
And her being up is also good because, as I mentioned, it makes Bar Games a lot easier to defend. That was a site when Chalet was first introduced. It was basically Bar and Games, and then we're trying to figure out the other 3.
Yep.
And then it became Bar and Games, kind of Master Bedroom and Office for a bit, but mainly Bar Games, Garage, and Kitchen Dining. Master Bedroom and Office sucks. We don't like that one. And then recently, over the past few months, which this was a shift I did not anticipate, and I kind of only realized as we were halfway through, it's now become Bar Games, that site that everyone loved when the map came out. Yeah, that site's actually Garbo. Like, we do not like that map at all.
It's because everyone gets so much dry run practice clearing the darn thing when it first got added.
Well, I imagine that actually is likely partially the case, because for me, in my mind, when I would think of Chalet a couple years ago, I'd think, oh, it's that map where the attackers get in their positions and just clear things with util, like the library shield on Bar Games. Like, that's what I would immediately think of. And so it probably got dry ran to death, and also just having to defend 2 floors like you need to do on Bar Games. Once teams start figuring out the map, that puts more pressure on the defenders to hold, whereas on Master Bedroom and Office, it's still not easy to defend, but you really only have to focus on 1 floor. Kitchen and Dining, you also need to focus on 2 floors, but it's not as compact like Bar and Games is. You have pretty much half of the entire 2nd floor and half of the entire 1st floor to deal with. Then we have Garage, which is a little bit of a weird case, kind of roam all over the map, but that's the main reason, or a couple of the reasons why I think Bar Games has fallen out of favor, but also why Azami makes it a little better.
Office as well still gives you some great play capability, even if you lose like the 2 main walls that you're looking to defend over on the piano side of that hole, or the kind of like the 90 wrap that goes over towards library. If you lose those, and if you're set up properly, you can still kind of back up to the next room inside of the bedroom itself, assuming you're not getting pushed from Solarium at the same time.
Some fallback positions.
Yep, and still hold like a pretty valid defense 9 times out of 10. So definitely a pretty easy go-to site for a lot of defensive teams. But as we said before, keep that mental picture in your mind, because we're more likely going to be seeing this same exact setup here now as we go back to the Bar Gaming Room for the resumation of this game now. Mirage still on the attack, Beastcoast, of course, on the defense, and we're starting out on the same site. Same bans and everything. Like we said, just had that rehost that we had to implement there, but we are back into it now. And everything goes smoothly at this point. We can get ourselves into that first round.
Weather update. Hat is now, after today's game, the 2nd highest rated player in the league.
Still not wearing a hat, though.
Still not. That was really Spiff was the only guy wearing a hat, and the dude named Hat was not wearing a hat.
It's really just, we gotta give him a hat.
We do. I'll send him a hat.
His team can send him one.
But I could do it too. I could do it as well. I just want to be involved.
Just give him a Beastcoast hat.
Another update.
Sport it, little dad hat.
There was a 2-parter. Kansan is the only player on. Well, let me make sure. Hold up. Yeah, Kansan is the only player on Mirage over a 1.0 rating, and it's a 1.01 at that. Which I think actually Kansan was probably the most hyped up player on Mirage that was assembled on this squad, partially because I think Rampy also came in a little late. He was dropped by SSG a little bit after SI, whereas Kansan, pretty much once it was revealed that Drip was building a Mirage roster himself, it was like, oh, well, Kansan's probably going to be on there, right? And, of course, that's the case.
Absolutely. You're going to get some interesting operator picks if you haven't already noticed it for Mirage right from round number 1. Then it's Yeti picking it up as well. The blitz being implemented by him to expect more than likely a relatively quick take here on the inside of Library once they clear out one of these windows at least enough for Yeti to make that initial entry.
I was very much hoping that Yeti was not going to hop into that window because Hyper is still in that very aggressive position inside of Library, but the attack is often, or at least should be, able to clear this position in about 45 seconds to a minute, toss in a couple flashbangs, or in this case, some capping out firebolts, and drive the Aruni back then into the site. And it's once that happens that we'll see the blitz send it in through that window, and instead you send it in now, but the Aruni has already fallen back. Now we'll charge the Azami, and instead, the Azami is not killed by the blitz, but domed by the Capitao. Surf also takes down one that's Hyper, who rotated back into the site, and now Mirage, with a very quick early round, have not only secured a 5v3, but have also almost entirely secured that top floor.
Clean opener, saying the least there for Mirage. And already, as you can see, they're looking for the drop down this early on, and they're going to commit themselves to it. A late wrap still is in play on the second floor that could cause problems. We'll focus more on that later, as another entry was found by Mirage on the drop down, taking care of the player in the site connector. Vertical, not even going to play for that rotate either, runs directly into Yeti on the blitz as he tries to commit himself to the flank. So bye-bye to any effective play that would come from that on the surprise. DP Fire gets one more, leaving it all on the Vert now for the 1v4. One trade had been found against Kansan, but that is it so far. So it's a straight 1v4 now for Vertical to try and clutch this one back out. Yeti gonna make quick work of that as well, finishing it off with the melee on the blitz. Beautifully opened up here by the Mirage rosters. They're gonna take commanding control of round number 1.
A good trendsetter, good momentum builder, good way to start Chalet for Mirage, able to take their first round on the attack, but not to put a little asterisk early on. It's one of those kind of rounds where you take the defense off guard, they're suddenly stunned, they don't know what to do, but it's not the kind of play that, while it was good for Mirage, they're not going to do it 5 rounds in a row.
Yep.
They're not even probably going to do it if Beastcoast go back to Baron games. So they've got their one on their attacking half. As Rexon just mentioned, is also in the interview a little bit attacker-sided and a little bit, kind of a lot of it. So now let's see how Mirage actually want to go about these Chalet attacks. Because they got that Bar Games win, but now they have to go to Kitchen and Dining, which is a little bit more firmly in the column, or at least firmly towards the defenders, even if it isn't completely defender-sided. This is a map that they'll actually have to take this a little bit more normally and not just send it in with a blitz.
A couple minor repicks going to come out here for the attacking side as well, mainly just stylistic and form, although we are also going to have the Lion in for a little bit better tracking in the mid-round there as well. So that'll be a bit more of a major... Okay, hold on. We're really changing the form of this
blitz
one.
Again.
Yep, blitz comes in, but not for Yeti. This time it's going to be Surf picking up the mantle, alongside a late change also for DP Fire to add a Ying into the lineup also. So could still be something spicy, and more importantly, something fast from Mirage here if they're able to set themselves up for it early enough.
I've already had a lot of spicy food over here. I don't need any more heat. I'm okay, thank you very much. Well, Yeti also Yeti getting a little too close to the sun, unfortunately, or maybe Hyper bringing the heat to him as Yeti's put to 1 HP. Hyper has some damage dealt to him in turn, but the Mirage roster so far, the worst for wear after that opening exchange, even though everyone was able to keep their heads. Rampy prepping that Dawn on the office doorway, waiting for Surf to send it on in, John. Remember how I said this wasn't going to happen again, that lightning was not going to strike twice? Well, as the Candelas go out and Surf doesn't find anybody for the time being, Hyper is unfortunately met with chaos, but Doc is not suffering any fools.
Doc quick on the response, stops things from getting too far out of control, or does he, is the problem now. Kansan picks up another entry. The back end of this setup also going to start to fall apart as well. Vertical tries to rotate back in, so does another one of the members that is defensive side, but they can no longer maintain this presence upstairs. Only Doc remains on the upstairs hole. Thankfully, don't believe he's been spotted just yet, but he doesn't want to take the risk on being here when the pressure folds through, so he falls back as well. That's full upstairs control taken by Mirage, only about a minute into the round, so very quickly cleared back out. However, they have already used their kind of pocket ace here in the form of Surf. The blitz is done and dusted, still with the player advantage too at a 4v3, but they're going to have to pull out the rest of this execute without him and make the full transition downstairs as well.
But they have acquired that top floor control. They now can use Kansan to open up these floors. And sometimes on a kitchen dining attack, we'll see attacking teams only go for a half clear, only open up an angle into office, not go for that full control. But now because Mirage committed so much of that clear and came away with the man advantage, they not only can get this vertical control, but also with that man advantage, leverage it for a very solid execute. Final Candela goes out, but nobody from Mirage builds up off of it. Rampy just Hops down onto vertical, tries to Goomba stop him. Unfortunately, that play doesn't work out. Doc also fights back, and now we're back to equilibrium, but Mirage are looking to end this round very quickly, but unfortunately for them, doesn't seem like it's going their way.
Beastcoast is able to hold back the tide, it seems, here as Mr. B finishes things off against Yeti as he had already been down. Kanza with the drop, though, equalizes this one final time into a 1 versus 1 now, and already seems to have the intel on where Mr. B is playing from. Knows he's going to wrap back up those main stairs, gets the noise intel once again, so tries to go for the pre-fire. Mr. B knows once again he's baiting him out a little bit here with the barbed wire, but he'll stick onto this one this time around here. Off of it this time, takes the fight, but no! Mr. B has the composure, just a little bit better to give the round over to Beastcoast instead.
3 Mr. B smoke 1vx's so far in the league. That's just a Doma right there. I don't even have that one written down, but my man just cannot be stopped sometimes on the smoke when he's playing that defense. So Mirage have now tried 2 rounds in a row to take very quick upstairs control with the blitzing, and to their credit, it has worked both times. Even with maybe a Warden in play, Beastcoast are struggling to find an answer in that early round to repel the blitz, and in this case to repel the Ying, and make things better for their team. Unfortunately there, as opposed to Barn Games, Mirage did not get the kills they needed while retaining a man advantage. They were able to start pushing on in, but as opposed to Barn Games, this time the kills were traded out, and that's where Mirage started to struggle. It was a really played 1vx by Mr. B, but now I'm intrigued. Will Mirage pick the blitz a 3rd time? That's what I'm looking at right now.
Seems like a more composed follow-through is going to come out here on round number 3. We still have a few more seconds left in the repick phase, and a few more of those repicks are starting to show up, but it seems relatively calm still. Yep, when everything is said and done, just the Finka being added for a little bit of a mid-round boost. If things do get slowed up like we saw in round number 2 there, they can add that extra juice into themselves and the health that will come along with it. Aside from that, there are really no surprises when it comes to the attacking lineup. Pretty straightforward from the Mirage side of things.
Aside from the Finka, it's a lot of the usual suspects you would hope for. You might bring a Thermite on, say, a site like Kitchen and Dining, but for Barn Games, all you really need is that Hibana. Put a couple X-Kairos on that mezzanine wall, pressure anybody like Niyazami, for example, who could be playing in that position. And once you open that hole up, push the defender back. Right now, we're not looking at the Hibana, we're looking at the Nook. Why? Because him and Hyper are right next to each other, with Hat very close by as well, though I believe down below. Mirage not going for a library take this time. Instead, they're going for a solar take, which is something that has sort of fallen out of favor, at least for attacking Barn Games, but maybe that's only because we don't see Barn Games as much as we see the other sites nowadays. But they'll go and acquire the full control of this top floor. Instead of just trying to directly brute force into library, they'll get a buffer zone that they can fall back to if Beastcoast start getting aggressive and winning fights in this very position.
So moving ourselves deeper into that round. So far, the kind of slowest play we've had as of yet from either team. So things are potentially going to heat up over the next few seconds. You can see Mirage starting to take some control over by Office. And will indeed try to follow that through with a clear over in areas like a library, but the X-Kairos not going to work out here initially. Defense has the angle to counter that one back out as they just shoot in through the wall to be able to find those shots. So no success found yet on Mirage. Opening up the angle, they need to clear things out from library. Beastcoast, keep in mind, of course, already wasted over half the playtime in the round from this position too. They have lost that deployable shield at the top of blue stairs. That's going to limit some aggressive capability, but overall, as you can see, Mirage have kind of had enough of wasting time here for that clear. Are going to begin to refocus their efforts, at least for Rampy on the first floor instead.
And with the Nook position there, they're going to look to Rampy to try to even things in their favor, especially now that Kanzen's been knocked off the board. So he'll move in through Fireplace and try to look for anything in the site. If he doesn't, here we go. He'll move up to the top floors. The flashbangs go in. Doc is wise to this. Doc is waiting, but he still falls to Yeti. So instead, now they'll look to the player inside of Small Box. He goes down as well. And by down, I mean down the hatch, because boy, he's still in this fight. Vertical gets the kill, and BC get the round, even though Mirage quickly move into that second floor.
Nicely done maintaining the pressure, especially inside of the library blue stairs connector there. Beautifully done. As like you had said, that player had full intel, or at least the player next to him. So you know, full intel with the push coming back up through main stairs in the living room lobby, but just unable to fend it back off. Backs up before potentially giving up that position and their life along with it. However, and the follow through from the rest of the defense is just beautiful. Trade after trade. Mirage, unfortunately, just seemingly did not have a response to that one. So we're going to see a quick closeout for the defense as they maintain the control once again.
Now, Bar Games won by Beastcoast. They can move on to one of the more standard sites in their site rotation, this time being Garage. Mirage, of course, if you're just now tuning in, have not attacked yet. It's only been a bar and a dining game between these two teams for rounds 1 through 3. Now you'll have a new site, a third site on the board. Normally for this one, I mentioned earlier that this one doesn't fit into some of the same categories as the other ones. That's because for Garage, it's typically a loose roam on the top floor. If you're holding a position solidly, it'd be dining, which you're looking at right now. They'll open up the hatch, they'll have somebody play in there to deny anybody walking in through wine and just getting an easy plant down. But if they're holding a position solidly, that's the one. Otherwise, it's usually a couple roamers rotating around, or in this case, hopping out of windows. But unfortunately, John, Hypers don't.
The worst part is, too, if you watch the health pools for that one, there's like 3 or 4 shots that seemingly connect onto Yeti before Yeti even responds to it, and Yeti just domes Hyper out. So really unfortunate for Hyper. We didn't actually catch the duel itself on camera, but Hyper seemingly had a pretty clear opener onto that one, but just could not control the spray, or something else went wrong. And Yeti was able to get the fire back to instantly knock him out of play.
Well, you know the phrase, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take?
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes you miss the ones that you do take, too.
Very true.
Doesn't go your way sometimes.
So Mirage once again gain early advantage inside of round number 4 here by taking control of that early aggression that had come out from Hyper. Doc taking some pretty heavy damage here in the early round as well, so he's going to be down at about 30 HP. However, it looks like the defense has had a pretty good effort so far of actually fending off the pressure on Snowmobile. I don't believe they've certainly have not used all of the hard breach, especially when we consider the fact that we have a second committed hard breach in the form of Kansan, but at least one of those Exos has been burnt successfully on Surf. Rampy with a nice dash out here on the attack as well, catches Mr. B, trying to gain some revenge for that earlier pick against Hyper.
And Hat on the top floor right now will likely have to rotate back to the site, or at least rotate closer to the site, just to bolster the site defense, because the problem here, he could maybe catch someone rotating around that top floor or go for a flank, but if Mirage are able to read this quickly and start moving in within 20 to 30 seconds, like Rampy could do by pushing down library stairs, Hat will be caught out of position and away from his team. So dropping down the hatch, now he can pressure main lobby. This is a much better position, but its value is quickly diminishing as Mirage get 2 more kills, and now Doc put to low HP early on in the round, picks up 1, but looks away right as Kansan pushes down the stairs, and so Mirage end up things flawlessly in round 4.
Yep, no credit for that kill, unfortunately, as the players that were fully down, so it does not work out in their favor. A great adjustment instead just comes in overall here for our attackers as they're able to rebound quite quickly and tie things up in 2-2 fashion here. Beastcoast taking some command for themselves, but also losing that control now as Mirage once again is able to take command inside of the early round, where Beastcoast have been struggling a little bit to try and find these opening kills.
Yeah, Mirage had a very good read of that. They got the kill onto Hyper because Hyper jumped out a window, unfortunately missed some of his shots, and yet he ends up killing him as Hyper went for the spawn peak. And so then Mirage go, okay, we know there are roamers off site. Let's not try to just full clear them from the second floor downward. Let's send Rampy in. He'll cut off the library stairs, and if there's anybody over by Solar side, well, they're likely going to have to rotate that way anyway, or hell, maybe they'll get away, but we already have the man advantage. We know someone is around library. If we just cut off his rotation and kill him, that's a 5v3, and we're not really going to complain if we didn't make that a potential 5v2. So I really like that call from Mirage to be very small with the control they went for, but very impactful nonetheless.
5 seconds left before insertion.
All right, so once again, both teams tied up. So resetting things down now as we have 2 more rounds to go. Potential for a 3-3. Still definitely alive and well, but both these teams certainly wanting to control things at 4-2, if at all possible. If not, though. See, once again, this Frostmat's going to try to trip things up inside of what used to be the front door area. So very similar to how we had Beastcoast setting things up the previous attempt down here as well. You know, that gave Mr. B's position up, so he's trying to clutch things up in the 1 versus 2 that he had played out there. Ultimately, still able to win it also. So Mirage is going to have to pay a little bit better attention to that this time around.
Beastcoast better pay attention. Look at Rampy creeping up those stairs. They certainly know about DP fire. Already tagged 30 seconds into the round. Rampy, who knows about him? He can hide, stealth himself, avoid the gaze of those default cameras, and take control when the defense isn't expecting. Now, there's nobody from Beastcoast over in Library or over in Mezzanine. That much is true. They don't need Rampy to take that. It's free real estate. Anybody can take it if they want to. But Rampy could maybe lurk in the mid-round, hold down below. He's got those nades to destroy any hard breach denial on that wall as well. That's what they'll use him for right now. But at this point, the main job they need him for is done. Now he can kind of do what he did the last round. Maybe go up, lurk at the bottom of a stairwell, creep up through that top floor as well and catch one of the defenders off guard and hopefully get Mirage an opening pick.
Piper's opening up another window for himself to play through here when the pressure comes in through Mirage. Mirage keeping themselves very composed at the moment, not wanting to overpress any part of this round right now. As we've gone over halfway through it, no real action has been found on either side. Still no kills yet to be picked up. This is by far the deepest we have gone into a round without seeing at least 2 players come to blows at some point inside of it. Mirage still with a long checklist of things to take care of as well, but they are trying to speed it up a little bit. As you can see with the 2, if not 3 players set up downstairs to push directly into the site, potentially kind of ignore the upstairs extension that Beastcoast have.
It's very different to what they did last time. Before they full committed, got all top floor control. Now they have none. At best, they're just going to use Kansan to hold an angle and make sure nobody retakes the top floor to flank them once they go in for this dining plant. But it's still a 5v5. If they just walk in, Doc has a C4. Mr. B has just used his last smoke, but that's still 10 seconds to go, and you still might not get a kill. Mirage needs something more decisive, but if Beastcoast also just let this bomb go down, it could be possible. But that's the pick Mirage we're looking for.
Surf opens things up with the opening pick against Vertical. Doc, of course, however, has the capability to spot back through the smokes. We're going to see him, as well as Mr. B, pick up 2 response kills, and that will slow the pace down to a crawl for Mirage. They'll find the speed necessary, though, with Yeti's trade back onto Hyper, and DP Fire continues that trend now by knocking out Mr. B. Doc, rather Hat, the next to fall here, as now it all falls to Doc. Inside of the 1v3, 1 denial of a plant could win the round, but he goes for the sprint, and that sails him down the river as the attack once again finds their footing and secures another round.
And around round 3, it looked like Mirage might be slipping away on this half. Now they're 1 round away from securing what you would hope for on Chalet attack, that 4-2 half. And as well, now there's no sight that Beastcoast have firmly in their territory. They've gone to bar twice, lost it once, won it once. Gone to dining twice, lost it once, won it once. So now Beastcoast, they will go back to bar, as Garage is a very one-sided affair going Mirage's way. But Mirage have shown that they might have somewhat of an idea for how to take this. They didn't go with the Blitz, but the Ying has proven to at least make things a little bit easier for Mirage. It's not like, all right, why do I always do this? Why do I do this? I always say, I get excited about the operator, and start talking about it, it gets taken away. And the Blitz again.
And they're also changing who has the Blitz for a 3rd time in this half so far. Surf had it 1 round, Yeti had it on the initial round. Now it's DP Fire picking it up. So once again, Blitz constantly changing hands as well. So really dedicated to that role, which would, I'm not gonna lie, be a little bit strange if they did have it, but
the Blitz roll.
Yeah. DP Fire takes that on the mantle this time around, and we still have, again, a pretty normal assortment of attacking operators alongside of that one. So let's see if they try to force the issue here. As like you said, no Candelas or any other forms of quick execute utilities, you might call it, to follow this up from Mirage. It's really just the Blitz that's kind of, I guess, an eyesore right now.
Does the Blitz happen in an office window? Or I guess heaven window, technically?
I guess he's gonna pinch from Ego side onto the library hold, but
can't say I've seen this one before. Yeah. I'm excited to see how it pans out, though.
It's not gonna potentially go the greatest, though. As we can see, there's definitely a bit more of an extension over here towards the office and bedroom side, too, so there'll be an immediate counter to that if he tries to force the issue. Obviously, Doc and the other player inside of library are not really gonna have much power to stand against it, but as you can see here, the presence from Vertical is still going to be a little bit of an issue if he tries to force it through Ego. It's getting more and more obvious. Yeah, Doc spots it early. He's going to fall. He doesn't even want any part of this one. Yeah. Falls back, but it gives way to Rampy to claim not just 1, but 2 entries, and a 3rd as well now found. DP Fire does get down in the process, but that doesn't even matter. It's all down to Hat now, as 4 outright kills are claimed for Mirage on the entry. Hat, though, responding in kind, picks up 2, and DP Fire, the player that was down, is not one of them. So this is realistically a 1v2 set before the remaining members of Mirage at the moment here. Rampy, however, with the immediate counter angle to try and find Hat if he wraps to the rotation, and there we go. Prevents disaster as Mirage still control the round overall.
It's a 2-prong rush. We focused on 1. We were looking at the Blitz, but Rampy, he was sitting outside that main stairs window. You can just hop in and immediately sprint into the site. Now, I looked at the Blitz, and I was like, all right, you're bringing a Blitz. You have already shown that the Blitz is the main spear by which you establish control in the round. Logically, as a fool like I am, I was like, okay, let's look at that. that's how they're going to get the control. But Rampy instead, he's smarter than that. He's more enlightened. He said, you know what they're going to do? Because they're going to do that. Beastcoast is going to look at the blitz. They're going to get all worried. Doc's going to rotate back. You know what's going to do? I'm going to shoot them as they rotate back. I'm going to shoot them as they start running around like chickens with their heads cut off, not wondering what to do. And based off that, because of that, Mirage, even though they brought the blitz 3 rounds in a row, which is about 2 more rounds than I thought they had any right to bring it, they've secured themselves that 4-2 half, but now they got to go to the defense. And now, I don't think Beastcoast will bring the blitz, but now they're bringing their own chaos to the party, and we'll see how Mirage handle that.
In terms of at least operator selections, nothing crazy is going to pop out here for the Beastcoast picks as they now lock things in on a repick. They will have a Lion in fold here, but especially when you consider that Lion was used quite prominently, at least once by Mirage back in the previous half. We're going to make perfect sense of why Doc will bring it into the fold here. Start things out on round number 7 now that we switch sides, and it's Beastcoast, of course, on the attack for the first time. Nomad also in play as well here, so big emphasis on countering any roam game that Mirage may try to deploy towards that could lead into some late round flanks, especially if Beastcoast really tunnel vision themselves for a focus on the execute once they're set up to do so.
At least looking to gather some intel on that roam early on with the positions on Solar Rappel as well. The Solar take on Dining. This could always be a little risky, but with no Jaeger or Wamai on the board, and so nobody directly playing Solar Stairs, at least nobody that can't be grenaded, it's a little bit of an easy position to take. Vertical is domed Kansan, so the Warden down as well. No smokes on the board, but in case you use those 9 flashes for the late round, you'll be very happy that nobody can see through them. Hyper's now cut down Rampy, and in about a minute, with seemingly no one actually in the damn building, Beastcoast have a 5v3 and still more than half the round to go.
The attack continues to dominate as far as entry power is concerned, and in this round, it's just going to continue to find kill after kill after kill. Mirage giving themselves away, it seems, to the members of Beastcoast as they continue to line up successful attacking frags here. Mirage, you can see, is out and about, too. They're continuing to try, like I said, I think they're giving these kills away, just kind of peeking into it, unfortunately, and we can see at least a little bit of that from Surf there as he tries to stem the tide, but he's alone, doesn't really have a choice in the matter at this point. Now that's down to a 2v5, pretty much impossible to prevent now. DP Fire is so far disconnected from the action. There's not really a whole lot he can do about it, so just has to allow it to go down. Beastcoast secure that and pretty much have the round already. DP Fire may make an attempt here, but once again, with how far disconnected he is, it's not really looking like he's trying to line himself up for much here. I think he might have already kind of called it for himself. We can consider this one a pretty safe round for Beastcoast. It brings us back to a very close game, still at 3-4. There's the first kill, though, of the retake coming in from DP Fire. A bit late here, but still making a bit of an attempt for it.
I think he's got it.
Well, let's see if you're right about that one. He's now stuck literally behind a wall. Okay, that's a nice little one tap right there. But yep, the long hop over the breach is unfortunately what kills him this time around here. That'll finally put him right into the crosshairs of a preset member of our attack, already well waiting to shut this one down.
Well, he didn't have it.
Yeah, you're a little wrong on that one.
You know, sometimes you got to root for the underdog.
It would have been crazy if you were right about that one. And the fact that it followed up with an immediate Deagle headshot. I'm not gonna lie, a little scary.
Literally be all-time great moment. Imagine if he like 3K collided with that Deagle. You would not be laughing right now.
I honestly would have trouble casting the rest of that round, to be honest with you, because I'd be like, how did you just know that?
I'd walk out the studio, to be honest with you. I'd be like, I can't top this. Well, unfortunately for Mirage, it seems they gave up a lot of gunfights in the early round, as you astutely pointed out and suggested, which I believe to be the case. Gave up a lot of gunfights, peaking members of Beastcoast. They very easily and graciously picked up those kills. And now we move forward, back to the same site that we just played. Mirage will likely just not at all peak them to the same extent we saw before, and we will also see some changes in their lineup. Before, there was no Jaeger or Wamai. Now there is a Jaeger and a Wamai. So Mirage can pressure that Solar Stairs Rappel a lot more aggressively, and also, hopefully, capture only the 2 nades that Beastcoast are bringing, as they're not bringing a Sledge or somebody else, so all they need to catch are those 2 grenades from the Yana, and then they can just sit back. No need to peek.
Yep. Like you said, though, definitely need to kind of find a little bit better composure this time when it comes to a willingness to take early gunfights here, as Beastcoast was more than ready for the challenge. And overall, once again, so far from what we've seen, just kind of the attack dominating things on the entry game. Of course, we've only played out 1 round on this second half so far, so we need to see if that's a trend of just the attacking side of this map overall, or if that's just, once again, showing Mirage's own prowess on the attacking side, and Beastcoast just having a good start to things on round number 1. Away from that, though, it's obviously a much slower rolling affair here with Mirage not biting too heavily into any of those opening bids here. Continuing to kind of sit back, wait things out. That first EE1D goes in as well, but I don't believe anyone triggers it, so no intel found from Beastcoast off of that 33% of utility usage or so.
First flashbang goes in, but again, not many from Beastcoast, at least on first glance in the building. However, there are a couple attackers on that bottom floor at the moment. We've got Vertical on West Main Stairs, and a lot of attention paid by Beastcoast to this trophy window. Of course, Mr. B now rotating to Solar. It seems that they're getting the same positions they were before, but with Vertical on West Main now inside of the site, it's in the control of Beastcoast. But Rampy has switched positions with Vertical. He's flanked the flanker. He's now looking to retake control of that site and hopefully take out Vertical before Beastcoast can get in the position.
A lot more drone usage going out this time for Beastcoast as well, needing to figure things out before they can work their way into the site. Rampy with a good spot, but the spray is not following it up. The Lion gets himself directly behind the wall, right behind his spray, and now it's Doc taking full control, not only of Rampy, but another member of this defense as well. Mirage just cannot make these aggressive plays stick, no matter what they try to do. Suddenly things are back down into a 2 versus 4 as Kansan gets at least one response going here, but it's only the beginning, and unfortunately it'll be a very quick end as well. 2 immediate trades show up for the attack, and they take a commanding second round here in the half as well.
2 wins on dining as well for Beastcoast on that attacking side. Mirage, now they're hand-forced, will have to go to some other site, be it bedroom and office, be it garage, or bar and games, as we've seen quite a bit from Beastcoast so far. And I was curious to see if we'd see this, and we will, from Mirage. I've noticed that Drip, even going back to the LCQ, a lot of teams will wait to see if they lose 3 rounds in a row, maybe if they're on the defense 3 sites in a row before taking a timeout. Drip loves these 2-round timeouts. Now here it's not as much of an example on that. I'm more referring to like they lose 2 rounds in a row at the beginning of the game and then Drip will call the timeout. Here, it makes a little bit more sense. You're on the defense, you've just dropped 2 attacks or 2 defenses in a row to the attack. It's 4-4, your lead's about to evaporate. So it's still a 2-round timeout, but here I think there are other factors at play as to why Drip hit the pause button.
Definitely agree with you though in terms of what we generally see versus of course how Drip tends to kind of take control of things. For a lot of teams, especially teams like the Soniqs as well, seem to stick to this rule more predominantly than at least a lot of the other North American teams that I noticed do it. It's usually your first full site rotation you want to see play out. And that's because again, that gives the coach the full breadth of intel on all 3 of those rotations, especially for the defensive side more than anything. And then can allow him to give input on all 3 of those compared to just like the 2 that are played out, as we've seen that input now come in just on the second round. So they're going to go to a new site, and they won't necessarily have any play tape from that new site just yet. So this is kind of the difference in style here. But once again, if the coach has confidence in his calls without necessarily needing to see things played out first, then more power to them.
Well, if there's one thing we can say about Drip, he is confident. If we can say anything, the man is confident in his decisions.
Very, very true. So we'll see if this ends up being the right call for Mirage. Now, like you said, initially off to a hot start as they came into the first round of this defense, but have been unable to follow it through with Beastcoast really taking control, kind of taking command of things here in the first 2 rounds that have been played out, giving away far too many gunfights over to the attackers. So Mirage hopefully going to bring a new strategy out to try and stop that this time. Once again, some small change-ups to the lineup, as we are going to see the Aruni added back in here, the laser gates blocking things off mainly around Library Yeti as well, still with the Warden in play also, in case things get a little hot on the site.
Now, certainly a new strategy for Mirage and a new strategy for their defense, but not a new strategy in the grand scheme of the game. This is very similar to Beastcoast lineup. You got the Azami inside of Mezzanine or Library, the Aruni roaming around. The big change, though, is that I believe Kansan is playing in that kind of death spot inside of Library. He can throw out those magnets, and even if the attack had brought a Capitao, which they have, those bolts can get caught by magnets, whereas they cannot get caught by ADSs. So not only is this not perfect to counter the Capitao, it could also prolong the amount of time that Kansan is able to stay here by wasting that utility and it continuously regenerating and pausing Beastcoast for a little bit longer. Even then, they have the Azami, Mirage do, to back him up, hold Mezzanine for a little longer, and with a minute already gone, I mean, you gotta hand it to Mirage so far. Able to waste a minute, and Beastcoast still have a little bit of work to do before they can pressure DP fire. Good early round for the defense.
So Mirage successfully fending off a little bit more of that pressure this time around here, but it's still that first entry tempo where you need to see things come to blows. As where Mirage has failed to find their footing so far in the first 2 rounds that have been played, there is going to be a real test here now as once again they've taken a pause outright to try and correct this and a few other issues. So has it worked? And it seems like yes, so far it has. The timing for DP fire is perfect. Unfortunately, the support is not there as the rest of the library flood comes through, so it's an immediate trade from Vertical to return us down to a 4v4. Yeti tries to press, but he'll take some serious damage in the process, sending him back down to the bottom of blue stairs here. Surf suffers a similar fate as he tries to take a little bit of a duel through. I believe that hatch worked there, and unfortunately is going to take the same amount of damage that we saw suffer from Yeti's side. Yeti now finished off by Vertical as well, so Beastcoast still exercising far too much control over their clear here when they take that initial map control.
Second floor established with a minute left in the round. The only thing that Mirage maybe have to tip the scales is Rampy down below. Aside from just maybe Surf winning a fight on the site, or in this case, Kansan throwing a gunfight against Vertical, there's Rampy that we were counting on down below. But now his position is known. He's got to rotate back, and with Beastcoast in a 3v2, they can account for this and maybe still pinch him out, or even if he gets back to site safely, they still have the man advantage with plenty of time to execute.
Surprised we don't see a quicker follow-through on that, because they should have at least already been aware of Surf's position on the inside of the connector too, but it is a bit of a hard point, so may have not been wanting to test it and open up a potential multi-kill for Surf there. Rampy, though, has been given all the time in the world to rotate back over towards blue stairs, and he's more than ready for this fight as well. Shuts down Hat. Hyper trying to follow that one through, but not even able to hop over the barricade itself. Nicely played by Rampy as there's being baited into him now, 1 by 1. Hyper trying to correct on this. He will get the trade, so it's down to a 1v1 with only 4 seconds to go. He's got to rush it towards the inside here. Surf more than ready for the challenge. Clotheslines him on the way in. So the defense finally gets their footing here on round number 9.
I gotta feel for Mr. B there. Making the decision to rotate into Mudroom is a very risky one, as you can see, when you try to take a fight, when you've entered and are peeking out of the mudroom door, you are exposing yourself to basically like 5 angles, and you can only really check down one at a time, and it's not like, oh, maybe I'm peeking the doorway and I can slice the angle, I can clear that, I can clear that, I can clear that. You really just have to commit to them all at once, and you can only look at one in general, and especially if you're trying to peek someone on library stairs, it's a very awkward gunfight, and they can see you more often than you can see them. And that's what happened to Mr. B right there. And overall, it's one of those times where I don't really have to like put a lot of work. How did Mirage win that round? Well, sure, Beastcoast got top floor control. Sure, they even got man advantage going into the site, but they never dealt with Rampy roaming around the basement, and they didn't deal with them until there were 5 seconds left.
So a lack of follow-through from Beastcoast there ends up costing them their positioning in terms of an advantageous one inside of the round. Mirage given all the breathing room and more that they needed to quickly course correct and take back that control from the 2VX. So beautifully done by Mirage to control it as well. They will just barely preserve their lead that they got at halftime from 4-2, now up to 5-4, with Beastcoast winning up the first 2 rounds of the half. Mirage finally responding here on round number 3. Now throwing us a little bit of a curveball as they head back upstairs as well. The clash going to come out from Surf to really annoy the opening clear from Beastcoast.
Have we seen a clash in the NAL so far?
I want to say this is the first of the season. It's definitely the first for us too. I just don't know if one like snuck in on the other games. We didn't notice it yet. You've been paying pretty close attention though, so.
I was about to say, I have confidence in myself that I would have noticed if somebody else brought a clash.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be the first one of the season.
Oh my god, a mirror and a clash?
Oh, I didn't even notice the mirror.
I'd be molding in the comms right now. This is what I had to play against. Black mirrors and a clash? Woo! That's unfortunate. Beastcoast not mincing any words either as they quickly move into library, so they will realize the 1-2 punch they are dealing with in terms of anchoring utility, but that won't stop Vertical from getting an opening pick. The man's simply too good. He cuts down Yetis, he rotates back, but that doesn't solve the bigger problem, which is still the clash and the mirror windows, but at least they can go into forming a solution with the knowledge they have a 5v4.
Vertical, really a statement game here right now being made by him as well, topping out the kill feed at the moment among all 10 players in the server. Once more, had been some questions as to the effectiveness he was going to be able to bring to this team, and now finding, like a lot of the team overall in this half, kind of their footing for things as he's able to, once again, make some great plays, not only on the attack, but he had at least one great little retake there on the defensive side, too. We're having around those basement stairs. So Surf, like I said, being annoying, as the clash pretty much does its only role right now, stand in the way, prevent the clear on the usual rotation route, and try to waste as much time as possible.
Well, he has wasted a lot of utility as well. All the nades for Beastcoast gone. the main thing, or I guess the main two things they might have to deal with this clash are the Ash charges maybe, but primarily those concussions from Mr. B. So really look at if those can land. At the same time, they can also just kill everyone around the clash or dome her through the wall. I guess it doesn't really matter if you need those concussions or not. Mr. B, after hot off that kill, has hopped in, put the bomb down, and now Beastcoast in a prime position to clean this up.
Mirage, once again, unfortunately kind of hyper-focusing their defense on one portion of the map, not really too worried about additional angles being added into the play from Beastcoast. Sends them into a bad spot yet again. As one of their players is allowed to just brute force their way in through office and out. It's an easy cleanup, it seems, for Beastcoast. Mr. B with one more pickup, vertical as well, to add one to his counter as they take command and control of yet another one that's going to tie things up yet again now as we inch closer and closer to the end of the match.
5v5, and the only round that has gone Mirage's way has been that bar site. But because they won it, it is now locked. So their options are either repeat one of the sites we have lost so far, which in this case, dining, they've lost twice. Office, they've lost once. Or do we try a new site in Garage? That one might be a little risky because it is 5-5, but at the same time, they've lost all of the other sites. So what will they end up doing? They'll choose what they believe to be the lesser of two evils and go back to dining, which again, they have lost twice in two very different ways as well. In one round, we saw Vertical creep up West Main Stairs, get control of the site from within. The other round, it was a bit more of a standard clear. Beastcoast go up on the Solar Rappel, take control from there, and really seemingly get a 5v1 without actually having to enter the building. Now on attempt number 3, Beastcoast will show us a new way to attack kitchen and dining that they have not shown, or Mirage has shown so far. Oh god, we have a blitz.
Another one is coming.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
For Beastcoast. This is Mr. B himself as well. Mr. Beastcoast, that is, going to bring things in here. And see if he can find solid ground yet again. Both teams as well now really showing signs of struggling inside of the early round on the defensive side, as we were seeing Beastcoast once again fall by the wayside to Mirage's entry in the opening rounds of that attack. Beastcoast is finding that same strength against Mirage's own defense here, but it seems like it's a much bigger issue for me, at least, for the Mirage side of things. It's unfortunately kind of domino affecting deeper and deeper into the round, where we were seeing the members of Mirage go with one, maybe 2 kills back to back. Beastcoast are at times getting the entire round following up their entry.
Indeed they are. Well, let's see if Mr. B gets the entry. One inside a piano as Mirage get the opening pick. He ADS's. Oh, he almost gets 2, but thank God DP Fire saves us from oblivion as Mirage look primed to move to match point. You talk about entries. Mirage has been very good with them so far, and they still get it in that round as the Blitz sends it on into the office door. If any team is looking primed to stop Beastcoast's rapid climb in the NAL, it might just be Mirage, as Hyper, with 2 minutes left, has to kill 4 separate people, and I don't think he, at least at this point, knows how he's going to take this.
So, opening peak is not going to present any players, even though there is going to be one positioned directly behind that deployable shield. Player on the defensive end is more likely given out that intel that he's made the entry, but is not going to take the risk themselves either. Hyper allowed to make the initial play, get himself all the way deep into piano as well. The player behind the deployable shield, not even wanting a piece of this one, just falls directly back through the hatch, deeper into kitchen there, and gives up this position. So letting him play it in, taking top floor control. Mirage going for the control and the shutdown outright here. Not going to want to open up any clutch potential for Hyper, especially when you consider that he has all that time to play with here. Case is down, so he is going to need to, at some point, if he's really making a valid attempt for this, run all the way back over to the other side of this floor to pick that back up, but looks like he's focused more on the frags than anything else right now. He's trying to see if there's any opportunities at the bottom of the Solarium stairs, but as I already mentioned, Mirage playing this very safely. They're not going to be taking any huge risks.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the bomb down here. I don't think it's going to happen.
Safe prediction, I would say.
That's what they call me in middle school. Safe prediction.
Prediction Links?
Nah. Well, they can call me Links in middle school.
Safe prediction.
I had a real name back then.
You don't anymore.
I don't anymore.
Only the gamer name.
I'm like Bono. I just got the one name.
Hyper trying to still make this play happen. Obviously, like we said before, there's not really much you can do about this one. Just trying to set himself up for the best possible clutch, but it all leads to the same ending at the end of the day here. Either time runs out, someone trades him, or he is denied outright. One of those 3 will come true in the next 20 seconds here, as the round is pretty much over with. And Mirage are going to set themselves up. They'll get to map and match point first, and it'll be Rampy that seals the deal.
And if Mirage are able to win just one more round, that will skyrocket them to 7th place. but it will be over Parabellum. Now, just to refresh you all, the top 2 from this round robin, which will be decided definitively by the end of tomorrow, are knocked to the playoffs of the open qualifiers, which many teams have been playing through over the past few weekends, and that is who they'll play. So Mirage will not escape from that position, but they will at least narrow the gap between Beastcoast in front of us, and Soniqs, and DarkZero, all those people that we actually just saw play, or are watching play right now. So while they won't escape elimination from the 8 teams of the NAL, they will at least make it a little bit more likely they could squeeze a few points and knock somebody back down into that bottom 2.
All right, so for Beastcoast here, timeout is triggered on the very final round of regulation, saving it all the way to the bitter end. We'll see if this is going to yield results for them, as it will be expiring already in just a few moments as well. 5-6 is the current scoreline if you are just joining us. So it's 1 and done now for Beastcoast. They can either tie it up outright at 6-6, guaranteeing at least the 1 point, maybe 2, of course, if they can win it in overtime. But for Mirage, it is an opportunity to claim the full 3, and that would be a massive boon to their point spread overall, as Arnott was just mentioning here. So let's get ourselves into it. It's a basement hold for Mirage on the final round of their defense.
On the clash again.
Oh yeah, look at that.
What do you reckon he's going to do here? Not a lot of place to move as the clash on basement.
It's kind of like the blue holder would be my assumption, right?
Well, that's about it, because, I mean, you know he's not going to play in Snowmobile, because once the wall gets open, hell's he going to do, just stand there and look at them?
Not really much to stand in the way of once the wall is open. Wine is a pretty rarely implemented route. Obviously, you could rotate the clash over there in the event they push it later on in the round, but yeah, as you said, we've already seen Beastcoast executing this once. They took the direct path through Snowmobile as well as main stairs, so unless they suddenly change up that strategy, the clash might not work out the way they're hoping for here.
We got the Rook dot combo as well, so even if the clash strategy doesn't work out, so long as she's down, you can just pick her back up. Could work out. We don't even see the Doc Rook combo all that often.
The combat clash. Just throw her into the fight.
No shield.
She goes down, bring her back.
Ooh, oh, the attempt at a bandit trick, but unfortunately for DP Fire, not possible. They will block one Rotero drone, but the damage is already done. And at least for the moment, Surf is playing inside of Snowmobile. Now, we'll say, because Beastcoast are not going for that Thermite, they're going for that Selma, which creates a smaller hole. If Surf does want to play inside a garage, it's possible. He can stop their entry and make it difficult to vault through that hole. They're also now playing with a man advantage. Vertical with those nades, one of the main counters to that clash is now gone. That's their only set of nades as well. They might be able to deal with her by some other means, but even though Beastcoast have opened the wall, they now have to go into acquiring this remaining map control with one body down.
So Beastcoast once again, similar issue they ran into on the previous round here, but not as heavily exaggerated with them being that player down. Keep in mind, of course, Mirage are a little bit of a lack of gunpowder when you consider their clash is more than likely committed to a shield for the large majority of scenarios, especially if Beastcoast attack quickly. So they still have good capability in terms of trading things out just on gunpowder, but we'll have to be careful because if they move too lackadaisically into these sites, that'll obviously give the time needed for the clash to switch over to her secondary, which is still, at least in my opinion, quite a capable gun. She can obviously re-out herself to that equation, giving back the advantage over to the defenders here, but it's slow rolling from Beastcoast because of the loss of Vertical here. Keep in mind, Vertical had been a big part of the early entry game for Beastcoast. Same with the defensive side too, so they are missing quite a bit of their own fragging powers in terms of what's actually found impact here. Surf will get pushed back by that drone, but as you can see, just for a split second here, he can retake that positioning a moment later here. As Beastcoast still struggling to find the proper route downstairs.
Beastcoast, unfortunately, at the moment, looking like they have to flood down hatches and down stairwells. DP Fire cuts down Mr. B, and Beastcoast are put in even worse position. Do they go downstairs? Do they go down a hatch? Do you fight with a clash, try to slap it out of her face? It's looking rough for Beastcoast in round 12.
DP Fire with another pickup here for Mirage, now down to 2 for the attackers. Hat finally getting at least one exchange going, but the other player is being forced back up through the main entryway due to that clash, just exerting the control she's allowed to take here. Hat as well, the timing just so unfortunate for him as the clash runs right through him to take him down, and cans it with one more pickup as well. Mirage are going to close it down at the bitter end of regulation and win out this matchup 7-5.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Mirage's first win in the North America League 2023. 3 points for them, and while they don't make it out of the bottom two, they are now at 7th above Parabellum.
Well, he's putting them in a little bit of a safer position considering we still have the matches from tomorrow to go as well. There may be hope yet in terms of trying to escape that bottom two position. We will have to find out, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a quick break. When we do come back, we'll have your analysis desk ready to break things down.
Hey, how about that? They did it. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. I am Doe. With me is Jesse and Demo. And waiting to chat with us is none other than Yeti. Hey, it's great to see you, man. Congrats on the win. I actually messaged you earlier today, and I was like, it's a little bit of a rough start, but the components are there. Hope you guys can pull it back around. Here you are, winning the second match today. What was it about this one? Because you're no stranger to going up on your opponent in stage one, right? You've had the lead a couple times, so what was it finally that helped the team kind of break through and secure that win?
I'd say team cohesion, honestly. I think that's the one thing that we're kind of behind in my opinion, is just really team cohesion. That's just the one thing you can't really rush. No matter reps, and the shortage of time doesn't really help in that instance. And all the teams we played, aside from SSG, have been a core of at least 3 players for at least a year or so. You're playing against some pretty experienced teams, and it's definitely not easy. And it's map to map thing, but we struggle on certain sides of certain maps, and we're just trying to identify and fix those issues one game at a time.
Yeah, Yeti, I thought you guys played really well today. I love the attacking half. I thought the blitz was a great speciality to bring in. Was that the game plan today? Hit him hard, hit him fast?
No, actually, after our loss to OXG earlier today, Adam Drip, our coach was saying we need to be more creative, and I was really thinking like how the hell can we be more creative on our attacks? And sending a blitz at him is a pretty creative tweak, I think. It's not very commonly used, so a lot of players don't really know how to deal with it, and it's a good way to set the tempo.
I want to talk about that a little bit because Drip is obviously a player who the community, let's just say, talks about a lot, right? I know you've defended him on Twitter. I want to kind of get your thoughts again. What is Drip like as a coach? What do you think he brings to the squad? And do you have anything to say, to the people who have opinions on Drip out there on the internet?
Well, I think it's going to be hard to explain to a viewer perspective, but for anyone who watches a lot of Siege or has had any handle on comp Siege, it's about what you'd expect as a player. He has a very good understanding of meta, tempo, and just like team play and stuff around, and he just really harps on those kind of things. It just really kind of helps us identify problems in the round. It's kind of hard to put it into words, what a coach does, but he motivates us, he holds us accountable, and inspires us to be the best version of ourselves we can as a team, as individual players on a roster. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams, you lose, 4, 5, 6 games straight, and they have a little bit of doubt and quit in them. But I don't think there's been an ounce of that for anybody on this team, and I can give a lot of credit to our coaching staff for that.
That's cool to hear. I got one more question before we let you go. We talked a little bit about the coaching side of things. I want to talk a little bit about the in-game communication side of things. Obviously, Mirage is a team right now that's made up of players with a lot of experience, and on an individual level, you said obviously it's going to take time for the team to gel. That's a given. But what are the comms like right now? Is it kind of a delegation of decision making? Is someone kind of stepping up and taking a lead? I'm kind of curious what the dynamic is right now.
It's kind of on a round-to-round basis, but we have a lot of voices, a lot of ideas. I think our biggest issue at times is we kind of get caught up in what's going on in the round and we'll miss vital information. Like the round on Chalet where Surf was getting just bum rushed in sight. He was calling, basically just crying out for help, and we were too slow to react. And that's a good example of that. Like Surf's making the call, trying to get everyone involved with what's going on, and we were all just kind of brick shoes. We were just too slow to react, and ended up costing us a round. Same thing with Border against OXG. Surf was planning inside the bathroom. I was covering from the window, and all we needed was someone to cover from the hatch. And it's just like little pieces of communication being missed on just calls that are happening sporadically through the round. We're a very good team at taking the gap, but we're not good at closing out these rounds and closing out these situations that we're putting ourselves in.
All right, interesting. An interesting communication puzzle to work on throughout the stage, I suppose. But you got the first win today, so that is a step in the right direction, at least. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck in the next match.
Thanks, Don. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate you, man. Take care.
Yep. Take care.
All right, there you go. Well, Yeti, super sweet guy, really nice guy, and a winner today, which is great to see, and not just because he wished me a happy birthday, because he's a fun player to watch. Anyway, let's look at some highlights from that last series, and there is the Blitz.
Love the Blitz.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite operators to play.
Yeah,
I enjoy Blitz. See, for rushes, like Yeti said, people don't expect it these days. They don't, and it's a scary thing, because I kind of feel as though Blitz just ruins the comms for the enemy team, because it won't be talking about what's happening. All you hear is somebody screaming, there's a Blitz. That's all you'll hear. It creates mayhem.
Maybe that's the strat. Yeti, Mirage, they know that their comms aren't the best. So let's make the enemy team's comms also terrible.
That's a good one, yeah.
By running in the Blitz. Obviously, we saw a couple different players picking up the Blitz. I thought that it really was a great kind of fast first half coming in from Mirage. And particularly, we got to see Yeti pop off and have some big moments, right? Impacting on that Blitz, fragging otherwise as well. I believe he ended this match almost as the top fragger. I think he was one less than Rampy on the final round or something. But it's so nice to see Yeti stepping up and really flowing with the team. It felt like for the last couple of games, Yeti really hasn't been in sync with the rest of the squad. Maybe that is some of those communication issues that he was telling us about. Sure. But whatever it was, it felt like Yeti was often failing to get active in the fragging department because he just wasn't in sync with the rest of his teammates. This game, that was not the case. He had so many good moments where he was finding big frags, and I really love to see that from him today.
Well, it's interesting because it's almost like a little bit of a too many cooks in the kitchen kind of situation, right? Where you have so many players with so much experience and, frankly, so many probably opinions about how to approach things. It's like he was saying about the comms. It's like sometimes you can get sort of like conflicting ideas or people are slow to respond. And like I said, I think it's an interesting communication puzzle. I feel like it's something that is difficult to overcome, but once they do, and once that is sort of overcome, I think this could be a very dangerous team.
Yeah, it's interesting when you ask him that question, he didn't specifically name like one IGL or person. Most teams will have like, yeah, this is our leader, he does most of our calling, and every team will quantify it like, but we all talk, we all give ideas, as you should. But he didn't really seem to say that, so I'm wondering if that is Mirage not having a dedicated IGL, or if it's just like sometimes things get so chaotic that you can't even tell who the IGL would be.
Well, he said it was kind of round by round, too. So there could be sort of an intent going into a round or into a map that then, as things go, it kind of, changes or devolves or evolves, depending on the situation. So,
for sure.
Interesting to think about. Well, we have one more game to go, and it is going to be probably a tight one. Should be a very exciting one. Should be DarkZero versus Space Station Gaming here on the North American League. But before we get to that, though, we do have a telestration to go through. Demo, once again, will be gracing us with his giant brain. So we're going to step aside and let the man go to work.
Hello everyone and welcome back, ready to dive into our telestration segment for Mirage versus Beastcoast. We're going to be looking at round number 6. This was the final attack for Mirage, and it's a team that obviously we had a lot of question marks around. What is the identity? What is the game plan for this side? We spoke to Eddie. He said, hey, we just thought, let's get a little bit creative. Let's bring a blitz, and that's what we're going to try and focus on. So we kind of start off with, you kind of default setup, it has to be said, from Beastcoast, defending in towards the bar in gaming. You have, the standard Azami being up, which is always a fun one that usually gets banned away. And you're kind of creating, the strategical triangle. You can see that, kind of set up one guy fireplace, one guy tucked in towards suicide position, and finally one guy up towards top blue stairs. However, there seems to be a bit of an issue that we're having because there's nobody home. There's nobody in the prime position of top blue. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, where is he? Where's the top blue? Oh, I see where he is. For some reason, you can just about see him. Vertical's all the way over here. And I'm like, why? What's he doing? And you'll see that this is very, very important because it basically costs them the round because they're not doing things too well. Also, if we just pause it here quickly, another man I want to highlight, if we can just have a look, is this man right here, Rampy. This is what I call the backstab. Wait till you see what he's going to do. We'll let him roll, but just keep an eye on Rampy, and you'll see how he plays into this. So we'll let it run through, and again, the blitz coming in. This is the chaos factor that Mirage are really trying to focus in on. Again, vertical over here for no reason. No, they're not going for a library take. It's a bait and switch almost for Mirage. This right here, this is the issue. Look who's just jumped in for absolutely nothing. It's the sledge, and nobody's in top blue. Dark can't help him because he's being smoked off. And then look what comes at him. Look what comes running. Look at this. A blitz. He's never going to win that. He is scared out of his mind. He runs away. And look at Rampy. Rampy slipped in through the lobby window, jumped straight into sight, and it's just a bamboozle. Everyone's thinking, oh, they're taking a bump, but no, it's Rampy who's doing the business. He's the one who's doing the work. So a great execute. Again, it focuses on Mirage, trying to kick the chaos, but again, big, just more question marks as much as you can make it. Where was the man top blue? I don't want, I'm really struggling to understand why nobody is there. So yeah, a simple mistake, a simple common mistake has cost Beastcoast that round there. So yeah, we'll go back to the desk and we'll continue on with our final game of the day.
Wonderfully done our dear demo, the master, I would say. I mean, you do a good job, Jesse, but you aren't adding like little daggers and things like that.
No, I gotta
like,
step my game up.
Demo's got a flair to the telestration that we could all learn from. There you go.
He is gloating in this.
It's a triangle of satisfaction for Demo. There you go.
I will get back at you one day.
I don't have to say anything.
I'll get back at you one day.
My work speaks for itself, Jesse.
It's good stuff. Let's check out our next series. It's going to be DarkZero versus Space Station Gaming, and this one fascinates me, but also kind of scares me because this one, and I'll tell you why. Because you've got two teams that play it slow. They play it methodical, and whether they want to or not, because I feel like sometimes the intent is to not, but at any rate, it does end up going that way from time to time, more often than not, it seems like. So what will we see when these two, I want to say, because you have the phrase unstoppable force versus immovable object. What happens when two immovable objects are just set down next to each other? That's what I feel like we're going to see in DarkZero versus Space Station Gaming. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll depend a lot on the map, right? Some maps tend to be very fast, some maps tend to be very slow, so we'll see on that one. But yeah, I think for Space Station, some of their problems in terms of speed seem to have come with like working together properly, right? Having people kind of on the same page and the same parts of the plan. Earlier today, I really didn't think that was a problem. I thought they were working so well together today. So I'm curious if maybe we're gonna see Space Station pick that pace up, actually be like a pretty solidly fast team, and in that instance, actually outspeed DarkZero, take us right to the wire, and have a great game.
Well, let's jump over and talk about Fultz for a moment, because he was a player we wanted to zero in on a little bit from Space Station.
He's been incredible. Incredible. That's the only word that you can use to describe this guy. He's hit a form. He's hit the form where he's playing excellent Siege, and I think for a team like SSG where you are starting things new, you're starting from scratch pretty much. Again, you're bringing a new coach inside, you're bringing in 3 new players. It's always going to be a difficult adjustment, but I think if you have somebody who has just, took it in his stride and has hit that run, there's really not a lot that you're going to be scared of. There's not going to be any confident issues. You're going to be quite happy going into every game you have. And I think for the caliber of these players, where they've been around the league for ages, they've beaten everyone. They've got they've lost to everyone. They've been everywhere. So for this team, as much as we say it's a new team, they're all experienced. They're in this league. They know exactly what to do. They know who to play against. They've all played against DZ for years now. They know exactly what to expect. So I think for SSG, I think the whole new team element, yes, we can use it to kind of get the synergy down, but in terms of experience, you have to give credit to them that they know exactly what they're doing.
It doesn't feel like a new team when you watch them at all. But let's see where we're going to watch them here. The map Vito is in. And it's going to be Cafe. All right, going back again.
All right, yeah, DZ, this is a very happy map for them. They love Cafe, 4-game win streak at the moment. They beat Parabellum, they beat Parabellum again, they beat Space Station, and then Soniqs. That last one coming the first match of the SI playoffs. Big win, if you'll recall, back to February. So very comfy map for DarkZero. I think other than maybe TSM, who rip, don't exist anymore. Maybe the best Cafe team that we see here, but old Space Station was good at it too. We'll see if new Space Station's any good at it.
And also keep in mind, these two organizations now, because TSM's out of the picture, they're the only 2 NA teams that have actually won championships. Other 6 haven't.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, time to get into the match, and for one last time, let's send it over to our casters, Blue and Safe Prediction Carter.
The nickname really isn't that good now that I think about it.
Yeah,
really
it doesn't roll off the tongue that well, does it? Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we're getting ready to head into the final map of the evening here. DarkZero up against SSG in about 50 seconds or so. We're going to be getting things started here. And once again, these 2 Titan names inside of North America looking to prove themselves one more time here at the tail end of today's games. Let's see who takes the cake at it as we go live with Cafe now and the bands along with it. SSG has the first and final band, the 2 outer ones highlighted in orange there. DarkZero has got the 2 middle ones.
I mean, we're starting out. No, I'm not going to say that. With the bands right here.
Sledge will be the first band to come in there. Interesting, what makes perfect sense when we know how relevant Sledge is, specifically for second floor holds and for first floor holds as well. Opening up those top-down angles is so crucial for the attackers to be able to get not only the intel. Yeah, we got it like that. Nice input from Forrest there. As Ying is our second band to come in. But once again, the Sledge, certainly an interesting one, but it makes perfect sense in the context of Cafe here.
Yeah, we got it like that. We got the prep. We've done our homework. We don't want to deal with that vertical hold, nor do we want to deal with the Azami. Now, On all the maps, normally you'd say, oh, Valkyrie or Solus, but on Cafe, this is the map where Mira is the strongest, so will SSG leave her up? Yes, they will. Solus goes off the board, and not only is Valk up, you get to use those black eye cameras, you also get Mira on the map where she is arguably the strongest in the map pool, and that is a terrifying combination. Now, of course, there's always the asterisk I have to put. Because those operators are banned so often, that does not mean that SSG will run Mira Valk every round, but I would say with both of those being left up, we're likely going to see at least one of them in this first round.
Rating will be the first site that we actually see SSG deploy themselves to, and we're going to head into that right now. So there will be an extension to this, obviously, on the 3rd floor that DarkZero are going to have to clear things out, but otherwise, should be expecting SSG to set themselves up into the site in a pretty traditional way. Not a whole lot of huge variations in terms of how you generally tend to play things here on the 2nd floor hold, so expect the normal setup to come out from SSG here.
Yeah, we have the 3 C4s. We have Valkyrie and Operator to give intel on that top floor. We have the intel denial and the mute and the Mozzie, and it's that combo of operators that I think will bring in, at least for round number 1, maybe we'll see it for the rest of it, what I am really looking at in this series. Right now, on SSG, we have the player who has taken the most entry engagements in the league by a country mile. Well, after today, or before today. Merc right now is sitting at 29 total entry engagements. Not necessarily 1, but 29 total entry engagements. Now, Spoit closed the gap a little bit during their game today as SSG played and beat M80 7-3 earlier. Spoit now at about 24-25, but before, Merc was leading it by about 7 opening engagements. And now as SSG are on the defense, DarkZero starting on the attack, I'm looking at these opening picks, especially on a slow map like Cafe, to dictate the pace. And right now, DarkZero have got the first of the map. Force taken down, one of the C4s that SSG was likely going to use once DarkZero started moving across Long Bar.
Valkyrie gone along with it. Once again, hopefully all of her utility already deployed inside of the prep phase, and not a whole lot lost there, but as you mentioned, still going to lose the Nitro Cell, which could have been very useful, especially inside of a late round execute, something that DarkZero are certainly going to deploy towards on the large majority of these rounds with the way that they play. However, given that, DarkZero have already shown in some of the earlier matchups this season the capability to kind of speed things up, move away from kind of the traditional DarkZero style of play, so maybe, just maybe, that ultimately comes a moot point. Now we're going to start to see, of course, the Brava drones work their way in. They're already sealing away quite a bit of effective utility there as the Valkyrie camera, pretty much getting full vision on the 3rd floor as well, goes away, but there's those Nitro Cells making impact. However, the entry has already begun for Gavini, just leaps his way in on defender-sided balcony, taking Fultz along with him and restoring a player advantage for DarkZero. Not going to stay that way, though, as J9O fends off some pressure from Panda.
And now Merc is still on this top floor, so what could have been a dangerous predicament for SSG remains a dangerous predicament for SSG. Merc exposes himself to the new hatch, so J9O fighting back that man advantage, making it a 3v3, and Merc still being able to apply pressure on the top floor is no longer a factor. Now all you have is still DZ with a man advantage, but J9O on worse HP. Gavini is also on low health, he's down to 50, and to SSG's credit, while DZ did hack a black eye camera, they're down to 3 drones, but they've still got 3 bodies on the board, and J9O is the only one left. He's on 1 HP, he's out the round, and DZ are up 1-0.
I know we already talked about this. Obviously, DZ generally trying to play things pretty slowly, subverts those expectations right from round number 1 by giving us an actually pretty fast execute after the 3rd floor swing and happens with a pretty clean follow-up behind that as well here. SSG, unfortunately, just not ready for the pressure, so they fall by the wayside, and DZ gets a very, very clean round number 1.
Yeah, slow attacks on border, but fast attacks on Cafe. Wrap your head around that one. Not the trend I would have expected going into today, but I will take a surprise like that over the same old tried and true border and Cafe that we always see. DZ clearly in high spirits after that first initial victory. And as they move down to kitchen, they'll look to continue that trend as they try to attack this first floor. SSG not bringing the Valk or the Mira this go around, but they are certainly not without any intel operators. They have the Echo. Of all the sites in the game, this is usually one we'll see that Echo likely in the top 3. Maybe you're also looking at lockers and CCTV on Bank, but Kitchen is one where we have seen the Echo pretty consistently if there is going to be one for about a year or 2 now. They also have the BP for hot and cold to place inside of the site in case anybody goes in for the plant. And while we did see DarkZero on border not really try to go for the whole map when they cleared things out, with the Amaru this time and the introduction of the Jackal on DarkZero, I imagine they're starting things out on the top floor for this one.
Just a standard clear, more than likely to be seen from them. We'll have to wait and see, especially once again with that Gara Hook utility still going to be deployed towards here for Panba and the rest of DZ. Forest trying to sneak out as well, see if there is any intel to be stolen away by rolling outside. He does spot a little bit of an ascent working its way over on white side of the building here, but not going to act upon it. Panba immediately leaps into floor number 3 here, though, as we expected to see, and the top-down clear will begin. But obviously SSG, pretty much no resistance either here or on the second floor, so it's going to be a pretty uneventful top clear.
And this is a site where we might see some of the impact of the sledge ban, because in terms of vertical destruction, oh no, Achieved can't play sledge. I guess he'll play Buck. Back when he was on Accelerate, the operator he was most notorious for, not the biggest deal. Of course, right here, we do have a Melusi and a Jackal off the board, and also a very quick flurry of engagements. I was going to talk about, oh no, they can't use nades from the vertical holes anymore, oh no, but there's already been quite a few gunfights that have taken place. You've lost the Jackal and you've lost the Melusi on a raw trade that favors the defense. Melusi's already placed their utility. For NJR, you could have tracked down players like Merc, who might go unread inside of Dining, as he's just sitting prone behind that table, and he's got somebody on white stairs shooting drones behind him. So as Panbazoo moves on in and Foltz goes down, will DarkZero be able to hold this advantage and take down Merc?
Clutch primed.
It's quiet for a moment here as DarkZero try to wind up their next maneuver. Panba already reaching the bottom of white, maybe the one trying to set himself up for it. Gets the spot on the Forest, but the Brava drone is eliminated with it. Not necessarily a whole lot of utility able to be stolen away by them on the outside of this round, but certainly some things deeper into the site that could have been useful here if that Brava drone made it just a little bit deeper into Freezer here. Gavani with a good spot as well, sees the back legs of one of the members of SSG holding on here in Dining Room. Panba with the ping for it, but doesn't necessarily have the lineup. There we go. Now that he opens things up, he'll rush into it alongside Achieve there. Achieve will get the credit for the kill, obviously. Or so having there for the insurance policy, as Panba could have made up for things in the event that Achieve ended up going down. Reduces the defense to only 2 players here, as it's up to Forest and J90 with 40 seconds to go.
Now, to SSG's credit, they have 2 of the best late-round plant denial operators in the game. They have Smoke with all of his toxic canisters. That amounts to 30 seconds, which is the amount of time we have left. And Forrest still with some Yokais up on the board. Achieved is ripping open the ceiling and might just have an angle on Forrest, but he backs off.
Misses it.
Doesn't end up seeing the Echo. Now you have all of this utility still alive.
J90 off the site, so a little bit more capability to fire him, but they've scouted him out as well, and they trap set up him perfectly. As soon as he tries to wrap himself back into the site, Achieved already has the shutdown against him here. Forrest as well, going to be trying to use this Echo Drone, but not really anything to be gained from it, and they have the immediate cutoff for when he peeks afterwards. Beautifully shut down by DZ, and a nice correction onto things. Now they take command 2-1.
2 very solid attacks for DarkZero so far, immediately taking quick control of that top floor, only taking about 45 seconds to clear it out before moving down to the middle. And even though there was that very quick set of engagements that I think maybe caught them off guard a little bit at how hard SSG was fighting back, you know, they end up losing NJR while they lose Hot and Cold in turn, they didn't let that phase them all that much, because Merc sat inside of Dining for 2 minutes, prone on a table. What was he cooking, John? I don't know. But he ends up dying. He sits there the whole time. DZ don't really waste any time at that point. They just open things up. It was honestly about, there were some twists and turns along the way, but it's like pretty much kind of a standard full clear for Bakery at the end of the day.
Pretty much. And SSG, unfortunately, not really having a whole lot of presence extended upstairs made that early portion of the clear that much easier. SSG just not with enough player power to actually fend off the aggression when they had finally reached the lower floor and actually were able to challenge the setup itself. And like you said there as well, the Bucks change up makes a very quick correction upon the sledge top-down angles that was always going to be played in by the members of DZ. The sledge ban having some questionable effectiveness, at least after we see the first round where it could have been really played out itself.
It's a set of nades off the board, which could be problematic, but as you said, the Buck can do, honestly, better vertical work than Sledge can. It'd be quicker, it's more explosive, it's a little scarier, for being honest. Skeleton Key's a little nerve-wracking when you hear it banging around on the top floor or the floor above you.
Obviously, you can actually do the floor above you as well if you necessarily need to bring that into the fold as well.
Also, if you need to take a close quarters fight, I'm not whipping out the sledgehammer. I'm whipping out the skeleton.
I mean, you might.
No.
We've seen it happen a few times. More of an ego thing than anything, but
I would devolve into hallucinations if somebody just peeked a corner, sledgehammer in hand, and hit someone in the face. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd be lost.
Well, we're not going to see that in this game.
No, we won't. No, we will not.
A Sledge has been put on the bench for this one. Not allowed to be brought into the battlefield. You can already see that Brava drone once again being useful as the utility is stolen away, but they are also going to remove it from contention entirely as they begin to work their way deeper into the building.
DZ down to 3 drones, only a minute 15 seconds in, and still predominantly outside the building. 3 players on this cocktail rappel, all holding angles that will stop SSG's rotation. 2 now, indeed, and 1 player off the board for SSG. Canadian from one of these very angles able to cut down Fultz, the Maestro, those evil eyes, are the one remaining as the other one was hacked by Brava, will remain silent. But SSG aren't facing direct pressure yet. The rotations are inhibited, but not completely halted. Merc could get aggressive, and if he's able to find someone on this rappel, oh, but Gavini spots one down below as well. DarkZero have been so solid in this early round so far. You shouldn't count them out for the late round either.
Down to 3 for our defense, but at the same time, just picking up a kill starts the drain of DarkZero's roster as well. A minute still to go, so plenty of time for the attack. Hot and cold, a little scared there as the Gemini works its way through the library. Spots him out in the process. He's able to take it down, but of course the intel also given out that he'd fallen away from the hatch drop. Nice rotation from Forrest, though, working his way all the way to top red. Catches Canadian, none the wiser. Drops the case with it, but he can't maintain that position, so it's going to get recovered here by Gavini. And JR also finds a very important trade to keep DarkZero in control of the situation. With Forrest already being heavily injured, down to about 30 HP. SSG have to go quiet now, wait for DarkZero to make the next move. With them having still that additional player to rely on, that's just made it all that much easier for them to potentially follow it through on trades and close out on a 3rd consecutive round now.
Forrest on low HP will make that even easier as well. Achieved hops on over. They've got intel on the player inside of mining. Forrest will have to hold this off. He's low HP, but he has the feet holes. It has now lit up Gavini while downing achieved, but it doesn't matter all that much. The final 2 players on DarkZero hit their shots, make their mark. DZ get 3 rounds in a row.
DZ taking full control of the attacking side so far of Cafe. SSG has not yet had a response, and considering we did just go through the full 3-site rotation, I would say a pause is certainly probably in the cards and right on cue. SSG trigger their timeout, so they are going to go for it here and now, and it's very much needed too, as these have been 3 very slow broiling rounds for the most part, save for really round number 1, where DZ had a pretty straightforward clear at the end of the day to take 2nd floor control for themselves. It's been the usual affair as far as DZ is concerned for the following rounds after that one, so SSG needs to figure out a way to stop this.
Yeah, the control hasn't really been contested. Even when DZ dropped an opening duel in the 2nd round, he was immediately traded back, and they ended up coming out of those set of engagements with a man advantage. So effectively the same thing, just albeit at a reduced man count for both teams. They win it in rounds 1 and 3 as well. When they've gone for these full clears, they've gone for this total control in Cafe, which is what you typically do. There's not been, as you said, much of a response from SSG, and that's the main thing we want to see so far. Because look at the last round we just saw as well. All DZ really had when they were clearing out the top floor to attack mining and dining was 3 players on Cocktail Rappel. 2 at one point, but still 3 players on Rappel. You had Pambazoo outside using clutch drones for half the round. And then likely the Nook creeping into the building. That's only 1 player, and yet they were still able to establish, for a time, a 5v3 man advantage, similar to how we saw Beastcoast do in round 7 of the previous game where Mirage just kind of peeked them, and all of a sudden they was 5v1. It was similar for DarkZero right there. We need to see SSG. If they're going to get aggressive, they got to win these fights.
A lot of that specifically for round 3, I think, comes back to the level of drone control and drone intel that DarkZero were able to gather inside of that first minute or 2 while they're kind of setting themselves up for the initial clear. You had mentioned it as well. They were down like 8 or 9 drones, still only halfway through the round, but they followed it up with a very decided execute. No hesitation on any part of that one because they more than likely had that massive intel bank built up. Both, yeah, a lot of drones killed, but also a lot of intel gained in the process. So while it puts them in a little bit of a delicate position if that execute doesn't go well, so far that has not been the case, obviously, when you look at the scoreboard.
And to build off of that as well, DarkZero also bringing operators that could compensate if that initial plan doesn't work. If, say, they lose 7 drones, they had the Brava, who can maybe hack an Evil Eye or a Black Eye camera and then take that intel back. In this case, they're running the Dokkaebi, who if you end up losing again 7 or 8 drones, maybe has a call-in pocket that can aid on the roam clear or aid on the execute. So DarkZero are expending a lot of these drones, but as you pointed out, it's still going to great effect, and even if they don't end up getting the effect they desired, they're bringing operators whose primary utility can still compensate for those shortcomings and get them the intel that they still need. Right now, DarkZero not going for the full clear immediately, but not just well thrown, beautifully thrown, beautifully cooked nade by Panbazoo, removes the bottom white player, which is a position that we might see teams deal with 45 seconds left. We just hit 2 minutes, and he's already pretty much cold on the ground.
Not to mention, it is a perfect operator knockout here as well. That's the smoke gone, so that's 30 seconds of delay removed from SSG's utility. Certainly something the Darks are going to be very happy about, and SSG, unfortunately, are going to be a little bit worrisome about considering the issues they've already had stemming the tide as far as executes are concerned. Now being down not only a player, but a crucial piece of delay utility, once again, leaves them in a very delicate position to try and fend off the rest of the round. And now they've got additional roam presence on the second floor that you just saw there also, so they're going to need to have the capability to properly peel this back. Another area where we've also seen SSG struggle a little bit when they've gone for more of the upstairs holds.
I'm just laughing because Janano is dead and Gavini's still in spawn. Hot and cold's in bakery, and as Gavini rotates over, well, DZ just got hot and cold down. They've been able to get these first 2 kills of the round so easily, even after the timeout. They're not phased whatsoever. They've taken control of bakery, but SSG still have some good positions. As you said, John, they have top floor control. SSG also still have a player inside of code check. That's Merc at the moment. He might not have a C4, but he still has a very good angle to deny DarkZero from pushing in through bakery, but he's running out of teammates that he can rely on. Force will rotate all the way up, and guess what's there? Somebody waiting for him. He's put down to 1 HP, but still wins the fight, and SSG are back to where they were on the previous bakery attack. A 2v4, and not a lot of hopes for a victory.
No capability for their 2 remaining players to really play off of each other too, at least not until Force rotates down to the bottom of red. Even there, that's going to limit his own play potential if he goes for it, but they commit themselves together and find another kill. However, that will come at the cost of a trade, and another kill is followed up very quickly to still keep this a flawless half so far for DarkZero as they continue to dominate against so far an unresponsive SSG at 4-0 so far in the favor of DZ.
They've won Kitchen twice now, which tends to be one of the best sites for the defense on Cafe. Cocktail has fallen out of favor very much worldwide, but especially in North America, so SSG are left with, we don't really want to try that again. Do we want to go with mining or dining? Do we want to go with reading room and fireplace? But again, we're in the situation, they've lost each of those sites one time. So you're choosing between the lesser of 2 evils, and I imagine, as you will see, you're going with reading room and fireplace. But I'd like to see here maybe get a little bit more, I would say, aggressive against DarkZero, but even then, I second-guess myself. Is that the right solution? Because that's initially what I would diagnose, but DarkZero is still winning these fights so dominantly.
They need to find a way to deny this drone intel in some way, shape, or form. Like I said, 2 rounds back is where we saw it be at its worst here, but once again, it's just DarkZero continuing to play in more and more confidence. The worst part is SSG, I think, has even tried to stop that before. I'm pretty sure if I go back like 3 or 4 rounds, I think they did have a mute Mozzie combo at one point there. They did. So they're aware of this. They've tried to stop it, and even that they haven't been able to get in the way of. DarkZero, again, this is props to them because they're just playing a perfect game right now, and SSG is unfortunately just blanking on a response for it.
I mean, look at our positions, right? We're like, SG, what do you need to do?
Like, we're making suggestions, and we're like, oh, no, wait, they already tried that.
Deny the
even we
intel.
can't think of a solution.
Deny the intel? Well, they've won these rounds with only 3 drones on the board. Guess you don't do that. Get aggressive? Well, DarkZero is shutting you down anyway, so maybe that's not the solution.
They just gotta start jumping out, you know?
I mean, they got the players for it.
Yeah, just really, throw caution to the wind at this point.
Janano, Fultz, players 3 and 4 in the league right now, just behind Newers and NJR. Unfortunately, the latter is who they're playing against right now, and they're playing against Panbazoo as well, who's doing very well on the Nook so far. He's taken some shots, but is looking to get DarkZero's 4th opening pick in the match so far. Got intel on the Legion, and down hot and cold goes. Another player with a passive gadget, but once they try to get active 45 seconds in, DarkZero shut them down and just move on with their day.
Nicely done once again here from DarkZero. And again, that suggestion I made there to just kind of get in the face of DZ, jump out against them. It obviously comes from a little bit of a comedical place, but I honestly think it might be the way forward if it worked, obviously, because that would at least make DarkZero have a little bit more respect, play things a bit more slowly against SSG instead of just constantly hunting down these opening kills that they seem to have had no problem finding for the large majority of these rounds. You already mentioned it, that's 4 out of 5 of the rounds now going to DarkZero when it comes to the opening kill. Well, even the one that we did see get picked up by the members of SSG back on round number 2, you mentioned this as well, immediately exchanged like half a second later. So even when they found that advantage, they couldn't keep it.
This, unfortunately, might just be one of those games, ladies and gentlemen, where DarkZero are playing a very great game, and SSG might have cooled off a little bit from there. Again, very impressive victory over M80 earlier, but cooled off nonetheless. As if you're going down 4-0, God forbid 5-0 on Cafe defense, you are in for a world of hurt once we get to the side swap. There's still time, 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and DarkZero, admittedly, have been a little slow. to acquire this control across the map. They got that opening pick, but with a minute left, they are still on red stairs, but that might just be a deception because they don't need to acquire all that top floor control. They're aiming for a dining plane, and all you really need there is red stairs, mining, and train, and then just a little bit of pressure in red hall and a little bit of pressure on the top floor and red stairs to make sure nobody can retake on the top floor and the bottom floor. And look at this, they have a drone on one of the main players who could deal with them.
As he spotted once again from DarkZero, and that's what it all comes back to. Their A+ drone play from DarkZero here that's giving them pretty much the exact full picture before they even move forward, but it seems like they may have missed a crucial detail here. Fultz with the crossfire from the inside of Reading Room itself. Gets away with 2, but those 2 have already been exchanged now by DZ, still keeping them +1 up at this point. Gavini, though, incredibly low, so it's very easy for SSG to trade themselves back into this one, especially when you consider, of course, that one of the reigning players, oh no, still maintains an upstairs position. That advantage is going to fall by the wayside. However, as J9O is even heard dropping back down through the hatch, the position given away dead to rights as DZ dominates yet again. 5 out of 6 now, all going into the hands of DZ. And in all honesty, not much of a response just in terms of frags coming out from SSG anymore. DarkZero are dominating and on the gauntlet run for a potential 7-0 right now if SSG doesn't do something to stop this.
We have not had a 7-0 so far in the North America League. Closest we came was actually today when Beastcoast 7-1'd Parabellum, but no 7-0 yet. And man, what a match that'd be. DarkZero SSG.
This is the one you think could go like full overtime and everything as well.
This is the one that literally for like 3 years has gone max OT every single time it's played in every single stage. And this is the one we might get a 7-0. Still 2 rounds to go, potentially, for SSG to get a victory. So we don't have to start ringing the alarm bells just yet, but we might be a little bit because they've tried Kitchen, didn't work. Tried Reading, it didn't work. Mighty didn't work either. So they've gone to Cocktail as their last site. If you're going to Cocktail as your last site on a defensive rotation, we are in bad shape, fellas.
All right, so let's see if the 3rd floor hold is going to yield any results whatsoever for SSG. 5-1 is bad, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not.
It is workable, although it's very, very tough, especially from the attacker's perspective on this map, as you already mentioned there. But a 6-0, that's nigh impossible to work their way back from. We've certainly seen close comebacks from that position previously, but I don't know if we've actually ever seen it come to full fruition. A nice run out here from Forrest, and he's going to get the down achieved. However, can't get the full confirmation just yet here. They can, however, play around white window now as he goes down directly next to it, so any attempt to res him can be punished as well. Panva, though, quickly restores the balance, as it were. Knocks out Forrest, and this time doesn't leave him in a down state either. Knocked out outright. Fortunately, that kill, I think, was going to take out the player that may have very well been able to play around that white window and punish the res and Achieve. No longer a possibility, so Achieve gets brought right back up, and DarkZero still at full manpower because of that.
I mean, that sums up this game so far, right? Forrest literally did what we told him to. Like, just run out at this point. He downed Achieved, didn't even kill him. Panva cuts him off, and then Achieved gets revived anyway, and it's a 5-4. You just gotta...
No matter what they do, it just seems like DarkZero does something a little bit better, unfortunately, and it's going to continue to snowball here now that we're a minute deeper into the round. Already 2 kills found against the defensive setup. Very, excuse me, very split up here as well for SSG as one sits directly under Red Hatch of all places too, just trying to deny DarkZero's entry entirely, while the other 2 try to patch gap some sort of a defense together on the remaining portions of the site they still control.
I mean, DarkZero have everything they want here as well. They have Achieved down below. He can buck open that Cocktail balcony. They've got 2 players on the rappel. Gavini can rappel in the Cocktail balcony whenever he wants. Because of this 5v3, once the call is given, they can start sending it through. Pamazu could probably Amar up a damn hatch at this point, and he would still get a kill if he wanted to. SSG still have players close by. They have this 5v3. If maybe Merc can get a kill on one of these players on rappel, that'll make things a lot easier. But there are just so many angles, so many positions, so much utility going against SSG right now that it's going to take a miracle at this point to start clawing this advantage back.
Fultz, the pressure now broiling in against him here from both hatches as well. Blinded out by the flash, tries to turn to the corner, but I think he messed. Oh, and NJR, just the dash on the rappel to knock out Merc. SSG cannot find any footing whatsoever on this defensive half, and in just a few moments, it is more than likely going to be the perfect 6-0 half from DarkZero.
Not even anything you can say at this point. I mean, I didn't think I would need to have this stat on me, to be honest with you. This has to be unequivocally the most dominant matchup between these two teams ever, right? I mean, it's a 7-0. It literally cannot get more dominant than that.
Yep.
But when has this matchup ever been this close? Maybe a 7-3, I feel like. Something like that. But a 7-0, it is unfathomable, even with the shifts this team or these orgs have had over the past 2 years, to see DarkZero go up 6-0 against SSG and do it not even because SSG is playing particularly bad. DarkZero is just in a league of their own on Cafe at the moment. And Jesse was talking about, oh, now that TSM are gone, we need a new king of Cafe. Ladies and gentlemen,
we may have found him.
DarkZero, we got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found, it seems, the new kings of Cafe. At least from this match alone, it seems like we may have very well found him. DarkZero giving us an absolute lights-out performance against, again, one of the strongest competitors that North America's had for quite a few years now. Even with this different roster, this is still an incredibly capable lineup, and one that, at least in my opinion, should be staying at the top echelon of North America. But it seems like today, just maybe the wrong map allowed to sneak through the pool here, as DarkZero more than ready to play things out against SSG's both defense and more than likely attack as well here on Cafe. Just one of the next 6 rounds needs to be won by DarkZero, and that is it. We are done. SSG, we'll have to see. Obviously, it's a new half, so could still see some rounds onto the board for them, but to repeat the perfect 6-0, that's going to be a little bit of a far cry from what we may be expecting here at this point.
I mean, one thing that maybe we'll see, you know, Merca's 0-6 at this point. You never want to see that, but his entries are normally attacker side. He's got 73 point. There's a double C4 right there. That's unlucky. Guess he's not getting the entry on this one. Gavini with a third C4 kill. Merc is now sending it up white stairs, John. I mean,
I tuned out for 3 seconds to get some input from production, and like it's already down to this. NJR picking up one of the remaining 2. J9O is all that remains. It is not looking like a good day for SSG, unfortunately, as they end things here in what is, once again, more than likely going to be a 7-0 in just a moment. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Nitro to finish it all off. DarkZero, NJR laughs it all the way to the bank as they complete the set. A flawless victory for DarkZero as they win it 7-0 against SSG here on Cafe.
Well, we'd like to apologize if you had to pay to watch that match, if maybe you're seeing this on pay-per-view, and you were hoping for a prime experience. Well, you got it in a way. I mean, can we talk about how clinical DarkZero were in that attack? That was very much not a game that they're
paying for pay-per-view. They just got a first punch knockout, I think, right there, basically. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, still a great match and a great showing from DarkZero overall. That's the main highlight here, and we already mentioned this too. SSG, it's not like they weren't trying things to try and course correct. They were trying basically everything in the book, including runouts, as we saw in the final round of the first half there, but it just did not work because DZ had control over every single facet of this game, and that's the main message I think we want to send the folks home with.
And first 7-0 to end the day, going into the final day of the round robin tomorrow. I mean, could you name a better way to end on? I don't think so.
All right, that'll do it for the two of us for today, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one final segment with your analysis desk to break down this very quick victory from DarkZero. So, Doa, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blue and Lynx. And wow, blink and you miss it almost, huh? It's a 7-0, our first 7-0 of the season, and I did not expect it. I was saying, I think we were all expecting this one to go the distance or at least be competitive, but no, DarkZero just wipes Space Station off the face of the earth. Well, space stations are in space, so we'll say DarkZero absorbs Space Station into the event horizon of their oblivion in the center of a black hole. There you go.
Do it.
What does that even mean?
These are not only 2 space-themed orgs, but also 2 of the longest-standing orgs in North America. And Lynx questioned it on the cast. I can confirm the first ever 7-0 between these 2 teams. The closest we ever had was November 13th, 2020, a 7-1 win for Space Station.
Oh, all right.
On Cafe. Same map.
There you go. Well, the 7-0 for DarkZero today, and we're going to get into why all that happened soon. We're going to get a chat with one of the people on DarkZero soon as well. But knee-jerk reactions, man. I mean, I don't even know where to start. Like,
I mean, it's tough when Merc doesn't get a kill.
Yeah,
that's tough.
There's so many things. Yeah, well, we're going to be able to talk to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Canadian, standing by to talk with us after that win. Congrats not only on the win, but on the first 7-0 of the year here in the North America League. Yeah, you did it. And with
I didn't know that.
There you go. With all the times that these teams have matched up against each other, I mean, you've been on the other side long ago, right? But
yeah.
So
we're always in overtime.
Yeah, exactly. We were all saying this one is going to go really long, right? But I mean, I suppose if you're the winning team, you take the 7-0. That's no problem. But I kind of want to get your take on just kind of the legacy of this matchup. You know, two of the most long-standing teams in North America. You know, can you talk a little bit about that? About just the sort of the history that these two orgs have with each other?
I mean, I think the rivalry kind of started with when I was on SSG on the SI roster, and then I mean this roster was entirely different. Actually, the only one that was here is Kyle, our coach. So, and he was playing at the time. So like the way it looks now is like so different. Like Merc is on SSG now, and he was on TSM, and then Achieved Matt was on TSM. He's on SSG, or he's on DZ now. I'm on DZ now. Most of Fultz is the only one left on DZ. We have Luke, who is our analyst on SSG now, the analyst for DZ. So like, I don't know. It's kind of all over the place. But like, I mean, at this point, I don't know if it's like a rivalry anymore. Like, I guess it's still there between the orgs, but it's still just like we have history just playing with each other and against each other so long. So yeah,
it's like an episode of Dragon Ball Z at this point. You know, everybody's kind of like swapped sides, been enemies for a while, and now they're friends, and then vice versa and all that. But everyone's powered up. That's the obvious part, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Canadian, for me, it was a perfect game. I think it's just one of those where everything you guys did, it worked, and everything SSG tried to do, it just didn't. Like, kind of talk me through what's like the mentality whenever you're in that kind of game where just everything's going perfect. Like, what's the emotions like?
I mean, yeah, emotions red high. There was a lot of close rounds. You know, things were tense. Some came down to the last second, but you know, we worked together, reset, whatnot, and closed them out. Didn't happen every round against Soniqs. We won some of the close ones against them, but yeah, like just every close round kind of went our way. I think we were prepared for their play style and just got the picks. Didn't let the plays work.
Troy, when we interviewed Rexon earlier today, you know, I asked him what the difference was between the game against you guys and the game against M80, and he said that you guys are worse players individually, and he said that you guys had a worse understanding of the meta. In your eyes, what was the biggest difference between your earlier game today and then this match?
I mean, I think it was like those close rounds, and I do think I think to a degree maybe not a lack of understanding, but I definitely don't think, you know, on some maps, maybe we're not progressed as far in the meta. I think we're still learning a bit, but it is what it is. That's just how it goes. Still somewhat new. I think we're trying to play a lot different than we formerly played prior to picking up Matt. So a lot of things are the same, and we are very comfortable with some things, but then there are a lot of things that we have changed a lot of. So yeah, so some things getting used to, some things not so much. I mean, I think some of that also from him was emotions riding high, and you know, like I can't blame him. We were fucking screaming at him after our SI win. So yeah, like that is what it is. I'm not surprised, but yeah, nothing to say. See him next game.
Well, there you go. One more question before we finish this one out. You know, sometimes we talk about what a team needs to do to kind of recover from a rough match, but I think it's equally interesting to talk about what a team needs to do to recover from a 7-0, right? When you win that much, how does the sort of reflection go on that, right? I know there's a lot of VOD review and all that. What can be learned from a game where you kind of dominated that completely?
I mean, I think an easy way to look at it is we lost previously today. It was a close game, but we lost nonetheless. And I think kind of looking at the differences between what happened in our 7-0 win and what happened in that other win, whether that's, and it is against different opponents. So, you know, some of that could be matchup based, but, you know, just assessing, you know, strengths and weaknesses from that and what we need to improve on and, you know, maybe what we are strong at and what we should lean into. So at the end of the day, we can still gain an understanding.
Very interesting. All right. Well, thanks for taking again the time to chat with us. Congrats on the 7-0 and enjoy your well, I was going to say weekend, but you got more games to play tomorrow. So enjoy your, I don't know, 12-ish hours, and we'll see you again soon.
Yep. See you again soon. Thank you.
All right. There is Canadian from Team DarkZero. The 7-0. Again, I'm still kind of in shock. I feel like I'm kind of like dreaming or something like this. Like, oh, did I tell you this crazy dream I had last night? Space Station DarkZero played a match and it was a 7-0 for one side. Like, no one would believe me. Yeah. They would think I was like insane for having a dream like that. But here we are. It's reality.
Sign of the times, though. It's not the same
guess
space
so.
station. It's not even the same DarkZero.
It's really
but
not, yeah.
You know what? This day, it is going to go DarkZero, and it's going to go 7-0. You know, I think that this was really a game where sometimes the players on Space Station looked a little lost. There were a lot of just deaths that seemed to come out of nowhere when it didn't need to be a death. It was like the first couple of rounds there, we had like Merc answering his phone right underneath the red hatch, ended up going down. You had Merc as well again on the Oryx, prone behind the table inside the fireplace.
He tried to blur maneuver.
He tries
Can't
to
do that
run
here.
around him. Yeah, it felt like there were a lot of moments where you're just like, wait, how are you dying there? Why are you going down in this moment?
It's one of those days, I think, for SSG where you pack up, you go home. That's it. It's done. I think everything was going the way of DZ. Timings was a classic Siege timing happened a lot. So C4s there was a big thing as well in that last round. So many C4s. So I think SSG will just write that off. I think you forget about that. You focus on your next game because if they wanted it would have been a 96% chance for top 2, but I think now they still have like a 37% chance, so there's still a possibility.
For sure.
We'll take a look at the exact percentages in a little bit. Yeah.
Pambazoo as well. We can't not talk about the kid. Went 11-3, I want to say. It was a Pam party today, which is nice because Pambazoo, I think, has been a little bit inconsistent.
He's hit or miss. Yeah.
He's been really hit or miss, and today he was hitting every round.
Yep, that's right. At least in the second game, everything was aces for that dude. So, DarkZero with the 7-0. Let's take a look at what effect that has had on our standings, because that is quite the game round differential there. That's going to boost easy in the stats of that particular category for sure. But we'll have those standings up in just a moment. And it's going to be interesting too, right? Because we're going into the decider matches next week, right? The top 6 teams go through. The bottom 2 teams have to go down and play against some Challenger League teams. They have a much longer road just to get to stage 1 of the major, right? Or phase 1 of the major, right? Whereas the decider matches, that's where it gets exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about the seeding as well, right? Top 2 get a bye through the first round. So if you get top 2 in this round robin, you only need to win a single best of 3, and you'll get 2 chances, and you get to go to the major.
Yeah.
If you get like 3rd through 6th, then you have to win your first best of 3, and then you can either win your 2nd or your 3rd best of 3. So it's like it's a big advantage to be able to get that top 2 seed.
Same way that we look at Invitational and we say, oh, you want to finish #1 in your group because it gives you such a good chance. I mean, look at Oxygen. They won 2 games, wasn't it, in the upper bracket? And they finished 3rd place. You know, just because they won 2 games, that's the advantage you have.
Well, let's take a look at the probabilities that the teams have in league right now of ending in that top 2, ending in that top 6. Here's where we're at for all of our 8 teams in the league. You see, we got a couple zeros for top 2, certainly, but still 9% chance for top 6 for Parabellum. They're not out of it yet. Even Mirage, a 25% chance.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about at the start of the day how Mirage and Parabellum, Mirage because they were so far down, and Parabellum because they are a bunch of their teams above them have a game in hand against them. They have an extra game to play.
Right.
It was going to be tough for them to get out of the bottom 2, and it's even tougher now, right? There is a chance for Mirage to jump up and knock Soniqs down. There are some way outside ballpark chances for PB or DZ or Beastcoast to move, but realistically, like, that's probably the race for that final playoff spot between Soniqs and Mirage, and at the moment, Soniqs have a big head start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you look at the top end of that, you have Oxygen, 82% chance to make it into the top 2. They've been performing very well.
No surprise.
I'm really curious who's going to take that next spot, because you can see it's going to be really close.
Yes.
That's where the big race is going to be, I think, going into next week.
Absolutely. I think 4 teams there competing with like pretty good odds, like above 20%. And
like
below
mid-20s,
40.
mid-30s.
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
has the bye tomorrow? Is it M80? Do they only have 1 game left, or who is that?
If only we had a schedule or something.
Let's take a look at the schedule. Here it is. And we're going to answer Demo's question right here, right now. There you go.
Yeah, Space Station only playing 1, and M80 only playing 1 game tomorrow. So tougher for those teams, for sure, to make it into that top 2.
Interesting road for Soniqs here, as they have that really tough one against Oxygen and perhaps chances against Mirage.
That's a decider.
That could be a decider.
I mean, also Mirage looking more threatening, and also a bit of a grudge match, too, from some of the members on Mirage.
I mean, Soniqs is playing the best team in the league, Oxygen. They probably lose that. Mirage are playing Parabellum, probably the worst team in the league. They're probably going to win that. And then match 5.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to do the math on it, but that absolutely could be the decider who goes on and who doesn't.
Jesse's favorite. That's his favorite match.
It is.
That's sorted.
It is.
I want to see
exciting.
I want to see Oxygen SSG top of the table.
True.
They're always fun.
I mean, SSG, you know, they've got a lot to answer for after the way things ended today, too, and going up against Oxygen, it's not going to be easy. So, yeah, well, we're about to end the day. But any closing points from our analysts here? I want some closing thoughts from you first, Demo, on the day.
Fun. It's been fun again. I think, again, another very turbulent league that really you don't know what you're going to expect, like a 7-0 to finish it off. I think Beastcoast has probably been the team for me, which I couldn't expect to see do this well in such a short space of time. Disappointment, probably Soniqs again. Just that'd be a surprising team. Beastcoast, disappointment, Soniqs.
Well, but I think today we started to see the trends maybe go back to what we thought. Soniqs got a big win earlier today.
They're still sick, Jesse.
They did, but they started the journey to get back to where we wanted them to be. And Beastcoast lost to Mirage. Kind of what we might have thought was going to happen at the start of the season, right? They're losing to these other kind of bottom teams. So, you know, it's almost like nature is healing. We're going back to what we expected. Maybe not what we want if we're Beastcoast fans, and I'm a Beastcoast fan. I like
Parabellum fan.
So let me get this straight. What Jesse wants is the natural order of things. That's apparently what the statement that's being made here, you know?
That just seems to be what we're getting. And if you're like, if you're playing the odds, right, maybe that's what you want.
All right. Well, you have your opinion out there as well. You can always let us know on social media too. But for tonight, that's going to do it. Thank you for watching the Rainbow Six North America League from beautiful Copenhagen, Denmark. It's lovely here. Doa, Jesse, Demo, not Jacob, and all of our casters, all of our crew, thanks for watching again. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, be good to each other. Play some Siege. Have a good time.
You